Hello? Hello, Hannah. Oh, wait, I should. Unfortunately, despite the massive improvements to the setup, I'm just going to have to slowly. Alright, one second. Hannah, let me introduce you. Hello, Radio Free Corona. Right, we're gonna start the show. Let me just fade out the Italo Disco playlist. This has got so much more professional. It's almost ridiculous how much more professional it's got. Hannah Halliday. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to do anything in my ears that's not in the mix. So we're just going to have to hope that Hannah Halliday's on the other line. Hannah Halliday. Hello, Hannah Halliday. Can you hear yourself? Wait, can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you.
That's wonderful.
I can't hear myself. That's the way I like it.
You can't tell how much improved the setup's got since the last time that you were on.
It's been fantastic.
I have a mixer now. A fully featured Yamaha mixer, and it allows me to. I've got it in front of me, and I can turn things up and down. I didn't get the one with sliders because I wanted to save £40. Turned out, I've actually lost quite a lot of money out of that because I should have bought it because now I want to sell this one and get the one with sliders because it is better. How are you, Hannah? It's been a while since we talked.
It has. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Not bad. I've managed to get a temp job working full time. So I've got more money than, because I'm not going out even. So I've got more money than I've ever had. It's pretty good actually.
Good for you.
I know, right? Really, I like to brag about how I'm gaming this pandemic. One sec, Hannah. I'm going to see what it's like if I put a. No, do you know what? I'll save that for later in the show. How have you been? What have you been up to?
Not much. Really, not much.
How's your cat?
Well, I live with Sam now, so he's alright. He's my parent.
How's the other one? The little one? Oh no! Have I done something awful?
Ooh, you're very quiet.
Oh, am I quiet? How am I now? Do you have another cat, or have I done a very big faux pas? The cat's.
I had a cat that lived with my parents, and I had a cat that lived with me when I lived in Colchester. She lives with my nan now.
She's not dead?
I'm cat free.
I thought that cat had died, and then I was trying to bring it up.
No.
I was terrified because I thought, I was just in my head. It was like, I think that cat might be dead.
Oh no.
But no, the cat's all right. That's nice. Well, shall we get right into the meat and potatoes of why Hannah comes on the show? Well, actually, there's two elements. The first is that you are a real connoisseur of the Facebook conspiracy theory.
I love it.
And you've tapped into the source somehow.
Yeah, I found some real good ones.
So have you found anything good recently, Hannah?
I found a guy. So I watch a guy on YouTube called Surviving Life, and he does some really horrible, nasty, looking on the deep web, looking for paedophile type things. But off of that, I found one of his subscribers does a weird conspiracy-esque show.
One second. I'm very sorry. There is a thing where with the mixing desk where occasionally the guest will sound like a crackly robot. But Hannah, can you try speaking again?
Am I still roboty?
No, you find it's just it comes in and out in waves. Okay, Emmy, you know about this kind of thing. So if you could work out what that is and how I could prevent it, that would be mwah. Hannah, I'm so sorry. So pedophile hunter, YouTube, that was as far as we got into the bit.
Yes. So he did a joint YouTube video with someone, and one of the followers had an interview with the man Foley, who is just this old man that's going around putting leaflets in people's doors saying there's an underground group of people, we need to save them, they're being tortured. And of course, when the COVID business came out and there was a group of people saying that there's underground slaves living in New York, that really fired him up again. So I looked into it, and there's actually been reports of people living underground for years, like hundreds of years. They were recognised groups of people. So
Mole
I don't
people.
actually know how bonkers it is now.
Wait, so there are mole people?
Mole people.
So what? Really? Like, just like are they just homeless people that have taken to living underground? Because that
Yeah, so
right.
they were living in like catacombs and things like that. Anywhere that was really, I guess, out of the way and underground, dry, safe. And they just took to living underground, and populations were born under there. So all they really knew was this underground life. But wow,
That's
there's a
wonderful.
whole underground railroad that they would just travel through.
I fixed it. I fixed it. I put it through an orcs. Sorry, the mole people. So the the man who was trying to who was putting the leaflets through, was he pro or anti mole? Did he want
He
to
was
save them?
he he was, we need to save them. He'd got some
Oh,
very bizarre sounds of what he thought were machinery and screaming,
oh
and I've
right.
listened to them all very, very carefully. And it's just like nearby noise. You could hear a motorbike going by and some kids screaming in a park.
Uh,
Nothing out of the ordinary. But when you look into mole people,
mhm.
as I guess they're being known now, it doesn't seem that bizarre that if there are these groups of people living underground and they are, say, more easily led to be victims, then why wouldn't people be abusing them? Why wouldn't there be some evil person out there taking advantage of vulnerable people?
I think that I think that they are an obvious target, and I'd like to call
Yeah,
for justice for the mole people. Please stop stealing them
doesn't
outside.
seem to.
Do they like being above Earth, or can they no longer be above Earth? Is there some sort
I
of
don't really know. I think it,
is it
maybe the ones that were born under there will have
is
to
is
get accustomed to life.
is it like oh god, there's some terrible feedback. Where's the feedback coming from? Oh, I think it was due to the angling of a cable. I think it was due to the angling. Hannah? Oh no.
Hello.
Do you know what? It's fine. Guys, just imagine how much worse it was last time and just really relish. Um so are there any other conspiracy theories? Are there any like kind of like election specific ones? Uh do you have any kind of predictions for the upcoming election?
I haven't been following it. I think it's between a turd sandwich with one turd in or a turd sandwich with two turds in.
Well,
So I think Biden, if he doesn't get done for nonsense, being a president and free from being arrested is just gonna feed into that, isn't it?
he really is an almost unrepentant and open paedophile.
if he's that open now, and there's been videos on YouTube for years, one of his advisors would have shown him and gone, look, mate, seriously, when the kids come in, I know you like them, but do you think maybe put a bit of distance between yourselves, it'll do you some favours? And he's gone, no, it's not worth it,
Yeah,
not
no,
worth it.
I enjoy touching their hair so
I like the
much.
hair, and
I'm
what you don't get there, Mr. Underpaid and underappreciated guy, is that I really like that 6-year-old hair.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
So,
give that up. I have two wishes in this world, and it is to become president of the United States of America and to hold my friend's daughter too close at a wedding, such that I could smell the top of her hair. That's the two things. If I could get both of those, I could die a happy
wrap
man.
it all up in a pretty little bow. Well, that's it. That would just be the end of 2020, and
I know it's funny,
it
but oh, sorry, go on.
started off with a bang, and it's just gone downhill from there.
It's been good actually. I've enjoyed thinking about how I'm going to explain this to people who were born maybe 5 years from now, or people who were born now who don't. That eventually I will meet if the good Lord does give me another 20 years on Earth. Eventually, I will. Because I remember talking to adults about stuff in the early 90s. Do you know? And I had no idea because I was born in the mid 90s. I can't wait to do that with coronavirus. Be like, yeah, there was a big pandemic. You know, all the old people died.
Just look through it. Right, they'll write films about it,
Yep.
and there'll be a little quote that they can attach to it, like the ones for the Second World War, be printed on details.
It's gonna
Keep
be.
calm and keep clean or something.
I've seen plenty of the keep calm and corona. No, carry rona. Keep calm and carry corona. It's not funny when
Yeah,
you get it, but that's actually proven that wasn't a bit. I actually had to work that out. Um,
yeah.
so Hannah, I think. Oh God, that sound really is. There's nothing to be done though. There's nothing to be done. Simply I'd have to buy a gate. I'm not going to buy a gate. Well, I will one day, but I've spent quite a lot of money. I spent £14 in patisserie Valerie today. I haven't eaten that. Neither of you. We've got patisserie Valerie in the fridge.
Mm.
It's exciting, isn't it? What do you think of patisserie Valerie as a professional baker? Is it because
Uh,
it is good?
I mean, it's good compared to Greg's, but it is just
Greg's is
fancy.
terrible.
Greg's is alright if you're gonna stop by and get a £1.20 sausage roll, but
For sausage rolls, it's fantastic, and
yeah,
there is nothing else better that you can get. But
donuts,
the
donuts are good. So
donuts,
do do
I know.
donuts.
Well, I don't like the donut. Oh no, one second. Window capture off. Wait, no, that's that window capture. Window capture off. Nice. Oh wait, I do need to see it. I should have set this up beforehand, but that's all right. There we go. Oh wait, do you know what? I'll put it in the middle. No, that's not going to work, is it? That's fine. That'll do. All right. Well, Hannah, um, what have you been baking recently? What would you like to pick off your Instagram? How many followers have you got now? You've got 3,818 followers.
What? Yeah.
Is that by following
Oh,
people and then they followed you back?
and people just picked up my account and tagging me and stuff. Yes, people finally saw my true talent. To be honest.
That's nice. I am continually looking for. Oh God, that's horrible. Is that on that line? It is on that line. There's nothing that can be done. Nothing that can be done. Um, I would like it if lots of people followed me. I think I'd be very stressed all the time.
Yeah, it's very stressful.
But I think I'd be happy if I'm honest. I think I'd be happy. How do I full screen it? Is there any way to? Does that look fine? That looks fine. That looks like human shit. I'll be
It's not
honest.
shit.
It looks like human shit.
It's just easy chocolate mousse.
It looks delicious, but I feel like if I ate it, I wouldn't be able to get past the fact that it. Because I think I must have told you this, Hannah. I've got an aversion to eating anything that I think looks like it might be covered in cum. I
Right?
started with glazed donuts. I
Yeah.
saw my first glazed donut, and I thought that I think I'd maybe recently learnt what cum was or something, but I looked at it and I thought that looks like a man's cum over it. Also, some breakfast cereals. I thought that there would be a man that came in every box.
Interesting.
Um, and but I would eat that because I do like chocolate mousse.
It is good.
How would you make a chocolate mousse?
Normally, you melt chocolate and you add egg whites and you mix it together and you add cream and but this is just melted chocolate, whipped cream, cocoa powder, and icing sugar.
That sounds nice. Whipped cream, cocoa
Melted
powder,
chocolate.
melted chocolate, and icing sugar, and that's it. It's just whipped cream and chocolate.
Yeah.
Nice. I love dairy. We've been getting Polish sour cream
What's that?
recently. Smetana. It's good. It's better than our sour cream.
Much better.
We move along to this carrot cake. I think carrot cake might be my favourite cake.
It is a good cake.
I really like the butterscotch.
I think carrot cake is a winning cake.
If you make a carrot cake without putting the little carrots on in icing, are you thrown out of the baker's guild?
Yeah, that's pretty much a rule we've got. One, always use your own whisks, don't use someone else's. Two, if you don't put a carrot on a carrot cake, are you even a baker?
That's true. That's true. I mean, that is true, to be honest, because that's the little extra touch that makes you a professional baker. The fact that
That's
you wouldn't even think to just present a plain. Although I don't like icing, so it's
well,
all
that's
very
cream
good for
cheese
me.
frosting,
Is
and I
it?
made cream cheese frosting tonight, and it's banging.
Yeah, I
You
love
would like
cream. I
it.
love cream cheese frosting. I love it more than anything else. See, that's the thing. There's a real duality of man in me because I hate icing, but I love cream cheese frosting.
I don't like icing. I don't like thick buttercream, and I'm not a fan of fondant. But
I do like.
cream
What's
cheese
fondant?
frosting. Oh,
Is fondant what you get in corner shop cakes?
fondant, fondant really is very thick white icing, but
Mm-hmm.
it's it's what you use on a decorated cake. So if you ever got a cake from Asda and it's been covered in white icing,
Oh, it's
that's
horrible.
fondant.
I hate it. It's gross.
Awful, isn't it?
It's really gross. And I watch them on Bake Off
Awful.
every week and they put the fucking icing on. And I just think, please.
They stop, and that is why they are shit. This year I've been thoroughly underwhelmed.
Have you? Yeah, well, do you know
Yeah, the
what?
whole
I'm sorry. I've bought a new drum machine. I'm very excited. 15 minutes until what? Until the exit polls. Oh my god. Oh wow, we got 15 minutes till the exit polls. We're gonna have to have the exit polls theme tune, which is oh
oh,
that was the exit polls theme. There we go, lovely. Yeah, this year I don't know what because the nerdy one, the bullshit teenager. You know, like the one from Glasgow. No, Edinburgh. You can tell he's Edinburgh because he's posh. He is
the
bad
one
at
that looks
baking
like
and stupid.
is it the one that looks like a dummy or the one with a beard?
The one that looks like a dummy. The one that's got
Yeah,
dead eyes that I think even his mother looks into and still really can't see anything.
yeah, looks a bit like a shark, like dead-eyed. Spends a lot of time in his room doing
hmm
nothing but watching old Bake Off episodes.
Probably like in a relationship, not good. Do you know what I mean?
No,
Probably doesn't.
yeah,
Probably behind that smile, there's cruelty. So he's shit, and I like Lottie. I think
I don't.
I do fancy Lottie. I thought you'd hate her. I did
I
think
hate
you
her
hate her.
so
I
much.
did think that. Last night I thought Hannah's gonna hate her.
I
Hannah's gonna
hate
hate
her,
her.
and it's just I don't know if I've got posh girlitis and
Oh
I'm
yeah,
being
I
a bit
mean
biased, but just every time she looks at the camera and she's a bit quirky, no, fuck off, Lottie. Stick to your baking, love.
that is the thing. Although she is also quite good at baking.
Well, she's all right.
I was getting angry at her flirting with the Irish fella. I was
Yeah,
getting angry at it. I think he was territorial, but I didn't like him very much. He was annoying. He was almost funny, and that's the worst thing to be is like almost nearly funny. I liked Sarah, but she wasn't very good at baking.
Sarah has what every baker wants to be able to do, but needs to learn they can't. You need to follow a simple recipe to get the basics, and then you can add what you want. But you need to think about food science, and that woman did not think about food science. Watering down white chocolate, never heard of such madness.
Oh yeah, I forgot that she put water in it.
Just water into a bowl of melted white chocolate.
That's what I would have done as a teenager. It would have been horrible.
Yeah, if you wanted like a nice drink, but not in a cake.
All this bake chat has got someone hungry. Jack's put.
Oh,
I really want one of those as well. Okay, we'll skip along. You're making me hungry. Um. Oh, we've got these little tubs of what is that? It looks like coffee that taxi drivers or men in takeaways drink out of those big plastic pint glasses, where it's always that weird kind of milky coffee look. But that's not what that is. It's cremeur.
yes, it's a crema.
A
A
crema.
chocolate crema with a salted caramel sauce.
How do you make a crema?
So it's basically a thicker creme anglaise, which is a custard.
Is that all the creme anglaise is?
Sorry?
Is that all? Oh boy! Oh no! I clicked on the wrong thing. I thought I had free reign, but I don't. What am I doing? Go back. Is it creme anglaise? Is it just a custard? Is it not a special type? Is it like a thin custard because they're French
it is
and
a
weak?
thick custard.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So they've got creme patissier, which is a pastry cream, which is a thick custard, fancy, and then a creme anglaise, which is a thin custard, but still very silky. I just don't like the bird's eye instant powder custard.
Which is the best kind of custard. Oh, actually, the powder fucking sucks. Do you ever get the powder without sugar?
I make my custard from scratch.
Well, we can't all be blessed. Actually, we can. It's quite easy to make custard. But no, do you ever get the? I got that when I was a kid. I was at the shops with my mum and I bought the powdered custard without sugar. And I was like, oh my god, that represents so much custard. There's going to be, and then you get it home and you make it and it's fucking vile.
You have to add the sugar.
It was too complicated. I think it would still be too complicated. I think I'd still get angry.
There is a lot of mixing into one bowl and mixing into another and pouring it into one and back and into the saucepan. Yeah, there is a lot of steps to that.
Well, as the exit polls are coming up, I feel like we should round it off with what is your favourite thing that you've baked that is on your Instagram that everyone should follow. By the way, Nutty as a fruitcake bakes. Follow that. Get that number higher. What is your? Oh, actually, we got to show the fingers. These are very good. Oh no, have we lost?
My witch's fingers.
Yeah,
I saw 2 people after me have done that. Neither was
Really?
good.
You've been
I didn't want
robbed.
to say that neither was good.
Bullshit. You have always been a trendsetter.
And I found that I'm very good at icing blood, so maybe that's somewhere I should go into. School baking.
That would be cool. You should. That could be your trademark as a killer. Is that you splatter blood around, and then they
Never
think it's
stone at the scene of a crime.
yeah, and then they're like, oh, it's icing, and they like, and every time they find one of your killers, they get the blood on their finger and and then they're like, oh, it's icing, damn it, it's the bacon killer or something. I don't know what they call you. That's for them to decide, not you. You don't want to be like a BTK and come up with your own nickname. Don't work.
Oh no, a loser.
It sucks. So yes, what is if you pick one thing, and then we'll also go through the recipe because that is the most informative aspect of Radio Free Corona.
I think what I've picked recently, that panna cotta,
What's panna cotta?
it's next to the cake with all the meringue. So if you just go up.
That one? Yeah, all right, we got it. Oh, I also want to ask how you made the amaretti biscuits, so we'll do that after. Ooh, that's fancy. How do you get it to stay like that? Does it just do that normal?
Sorry?
How do you get it to stay like that? Like it's like a fake breast.
It is like a fake bread. It's a panna cotta. You set it in a mould.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I thought about that
It's
immediately.
on a little pastry base, so it's meant to be pumpkin pie. Looks fancy.
Is that whipped cream on top of it?
It is, and then pastry, swill, and a little leaf.
Looks like pastry pork scratchings.
It does.
And it looks like there's flying fish roe on top of it, but I doubt that as well.
Just a bit of ice and sugar.
No, what's the orange stuff?
Oh, that's where I egg wash the pastry, so it takes some colour.
I've never egg washed pastry. Actually, that's a lie. I have egg washed pastry. What's it sitting on? What's the orange?
That's a pastry base.
Isn't there some orange, or is that also the egg wash?
Oh, yeah.
That's also the egg wash. How would you make panna cotta?
You use cream and milk and your flavouring, gelatin, sugar, you boil it all up, and then you set it in the fridge.
So really, it's all thanks to cows' hooves.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks guys. Okay, well this is a real. Did you make these amaretti biscuits yourself? I love amaretti biscuits.
That's biscotti, but yeah, I did make them.
Has it got raisins in it?
It's got dried fruit.
What was your commitment to dead fruit? Never disgracing your bakes.
Sorry?
I thought you had a commitment to dead fruit, never disgracing your pot.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of dead fruit, and then Sam's mum started bringing around these banging fruit cakes that she made, and I'd eat them like an apple.
Oh, okay. Well, do you know what? I've also loosened.
I'll give it a go.
I've loosened on that.
North Carolina votes will be delayed.
For fuck's sakes. Actually, wait, what time do they usually... All right, we've got 5 minutes. All right, Hannah, how do you make a biscotti very quickly?
You mix your dough, and then you fold in your fruit, and you cook it once, and then you need to cut it, and then you bake it again so it dries out and it's very, very crunchy.
Oh. So you bake it twice?
Yeah.
And that's how you get it...
It's like a biscuit, and then you cut it so it's from a loaf, and you lay out your slices, and that dries out any additional moisture. Makes them nice and crunchy.
Do you know what? Every time we do this section, I learn something. And I mean that. It's the most informative part of my let's just say week. Thank you, Hannah,
Thank you.
for coming on again. It's been wonderful. Hannah Halliday everywhere. Nutty as a fruitcake bakes on Instagram. Right, well, let's jam back in. I'm just trying to... No, I can't play that. I found that's a Ghetto Tech remix of I'm a Flirt by... what's his name?
It's
R. Kelly. That song is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. That it's the lyrics are terrible. Oh God, what am I gonna play? Recently played. I'll just do from that. Yeah, go on then. Why not? This is a laugh.
For the United Digital Knowledge.
everybody for coming to my meeting. This is a meeting of men's anonymous. We've all come today just to talk about masculinity. We're just going to talk about various things that have happened to us that might have determined our masculine personalities, and in the safety of ourselves we can hopefully work through a few issues. Genuinely had that idea a few years ago during the Me Too, the first wave. I thought about that. Probably not the worst idea that anyone's ever had, but not a great one. Okay, Jack. What's the update? Okay, we're having a temporary break as our election analyst, wonk specialist, Jack Barrett, election fan, physiologist, and dedicated Democrat, Jack Barrett. We're going to call up Tim. I think we should call up Tim. Dedicated Democrat, Jack Barrett. It's funny because Jack is on Twitch using one of his many alt accounts he uses to harass pathetic people, he calls them. The weak. Tim? Oh, I still have Etienne de Cressy powering away. Tim? Oh, do you know what I've done? I've muted the Facebook tab. Tim?
Yes.
Oh, we've got liftoff. How are you doing, my little friend?
Well, I'm doing very well, my large friend.
I'm pretty big.
I'm thrilled for tonight. I've got so much misplaced energy.
For what is essentially nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I do. I feel like, it's the Olympics for something that I'm not, a sport that I'm not that invested in, but do happen to know quite a bit about.
I feel like I enjoy elections in the same way that I enjoy a good header in football. In that both are kind of aesthetically pleasing, but do lead to brain damage in old age. Oh, we've got breaking news, Tim. We've got breaking news. Jack Barrett, wonk specialist.
48% of people say that the effort to contain coronavirus is going well.
48% of people have said that the effort to contain coronavirus is going. Oh, actually, I do know what that means. Wait, 48% of. Oh, so that means that Trump's winning.
Well, 48% of people think it's going well.
Wait, so 48% of people, I guess. And if all of.
Half of people think it's going well.
That's nice. I do think that nobody should teach Americans where Vietnam is, how it's doing, anything like that. Maybe how Korea's doing, how Japan's doing. They should just don't let them know. Have you got skin in the game, Tim? Actually, we didn't check. What was the Atalanta score? Oh yeah, we need to check. We put £5 on Atalanta to win. Oh, they lost 5-0. They lost 5-0. Well, the first loss of the evening has gone to us for simply the simple crime of liking to back the underdog. What's your bet, Tim? What's your return?
I put money on Trump to win months ago when Biden won the primary, and I think I put on a tenner, and I'll get I don't know, like £26 or something from that. I think the odds, I should have waited, but obviously back then I didn't know quite how many hundreds of thousands of Americans would be dead.
You should have guessed that something would have got him.
Yeah, but I didn't think that it would they'd have died in such a way, like they'd have metabolized that, like those deaths necessarily as a problem. And from the stats, it sounds like maybe they haven't.
This is a good question. How could 100,000 Americans have died in such a way as it would have benefited Donald Trump?
I guess if like there'd been like a bomb in like a city, like if there'd been like a bomb go off in Miami or something.
If if ISIS had bombed every single Wendy's up and down the country.
I think it would. What you want is for them to kill, Democratic voters, but in such a way that angers right-wing voters, right?
That's a good idea. That's basically what happened in 9/11.
Yeah, exactly. So if they'd been like however many 9/11s, because I think I sat down and worked out at one point that we were going at a rate of like 0.8 of a 9/11 every day.
Yeah. That's nice going. I had the same thing. So 9/11 it's a nice round number. I think it's something like 2996.
Yeah,
It's
basically.
very good. I wonder if the
3,000.
terrorists were watching that, being like, ooh, 294, 295, ah. No, it's not good to look for.
I think the entire control team of that mission probably weren't paying too much attention at that point.
They were watching the ground come quite quickly towards them. But I put on £10 on my star tip, which is Biden to win. Is it 270 to 299? Which I've got 7-1 odds on.
Okay, that's good.
And I've got a countervailing bet, which I didn't realize at the time, but I'm now calling it hedging my bet. I've got £5 on Biden to win Texas. So now what I want Biden to win Texas, lose Michigan, Ohio, Florida, and New York. And then if Staten Island all marches at once. So that's my odds. I've got the ticket somewhere. I've lost it immediately. I quite enjoyed being in a betting shop though. I might get into that.
Yeah, did you actually go into a physical one?
Yeah. We went to the one up the road.
That's exciting.
There was a lady there. She was aggressive when I came in without ID. Did she yell at you for something else? Yeah, go on then. Yes, I'll just pass the mic over to Jack.
It's story time. I gave her my ID, and then she said it was good, and I walked off. And then she started yelling because she said you're 15. Because she did the math.
That's very funny. What did she think that you were? But I don't get how you would do that, given that it would be 2005. But I can see 1995, 1985 going in the head, but thinking that it was she stuck 10 years in the past, didn't she? Poor love. Did seem like that was when her better years were. Working in a William Hill during a coronavirus pandemic. I almost worked in William Hill, but I didn't bring my ID, and then they said that I couldn't come for the interview and that I had to leave the shop. But actually, I don't know why I was being mean about that lady. I think she's got a blessed life, and I bear her no ill will. What were we saying?
You went into a physical shop, which is cute. I hedged against myself by betting on Biden to win Pennsylvania. So the worst possible outcome for me would be if Biden wins but doesn't win Pennsylvania.
Well, I think that that's potentially going to happen.
Yeah, I'm worried that is likely to happen. But yeah, I don't know what news stream are you following? This is kind of a question for the
Wales
wonk. Sorry.
Jack's following. if you want a good tip for the election from our wonk tipster, it's Wales Online. Has the it's the 538 of 2014. Wait, 2012. Because he predicted it all right, didn't he? That's nice. Why? Is it because of queues? Oh, that makes sense. Biden looks so good in a mask.
Yeah.
I think he looks sexy in a mask. I'd fuck Biden, but only if he was wearing a mask. I like it because I can
I've been
imagine
on
that
the
he's
wagon
lost.
of how sexy Hunter Biden is for a very long time.
I've been meaning to look at the pictures, actually. Now, obviously, we can't show them on Twitch, but I can look at them myself. Whilst I usually have a rule about other people's nudes. I always look at them. I don't. I didn't look at any of the fappening ones, apart from I did end up seeing Mary Elizabeth Winstead's, and I felt terrible because I broke my curse. Hunter Biden naked photos. Hunter Biden naked. No, that's Hunter naked photos. That's just some sexy hunters. I might look at that later. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait. I've got it. You ready? Ready?
I love a naked hunter.
There we go. That's that's my woman.
I'm a woman.
There we go. That'll come back. I've got a good bit with that. Hunter Biden naked photos. Safe search is off already. Has Google spiked it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're you can find them if you're determined, but it's not convenient.
Hunter Biden naked with little children. Don't want to see that. Where's Biden? Where's the how do I get the Hunter Biden photos? I'm gonna search with DuckDuckGo. They haven't got to DuckDuckGo. They'll never take DuckDuckGo alive. What's one of your favourite ancient elections, Tim?
Ooh, there's I think the assembly that Alcibiades had in Athens in I think 404, where the assembly voted for its own abolition.
Oh, that's nice. Well done, lads.
Because they were it was a bunch of oligarchs taking over the democracy whilst all of the sailors were out at sea.
Oh yeah, what's your theory about how democracy is always intricately related to sailors?
Oh, but just because of the natural democracy on a boat, if you all gang up on a boat, it's very hard to create power structures on boats without them being democratic. The amount of violence that the British Navy had to do, and even then, they got people would mutiny a lot. You had to be nice to the sailors whilst they were at sea.
That must have been great.
End of the day, you can gang up on the captain and just throw him overboard.
I wouldn't. I would just tease that I was going to mutiny.
Yeah, and that's what democracy, a good functioning democracy, should have underneath it. The possibility at any moment that there's just a mutiny.
How do I find the Hunter Biden photos? I can't believe they spiked it. Citizenmedia.news. Come on, I trust in you. I believe in you. Yes! I've got it, and the naked bits are all covered up by a small picture of Joe Biden. Molly Obama. Oh, we've seen a debit card with Malia Obama and some cocaine. And we got Hunter having sex with a lady. I think that's the different lady, or Malia Obama. Ooh!
I don't think
we've seen pixelated man meat. Oh, we've seen a lady's behind, also pixelated. We've seen Hunter holding her hair. Do you know what? I don't... Oh! Hunter, she's backwards over him with a smiling Joe Biden in the middle, and that's where her nether area is hidden behind the picture of her private space. And for some reason, and I can't describe this, she's the other way round to him. So if you imagine, they're kind of arse to arse. You see, they're arse to arse. You can't see Hunter's arse, but we can assume. Why is she that way round? Could you imagine being like that? Could you imagine if there was somebody laid there and you were laid that way over him? Maybe if you wanted to grab something from the table over there. That's the only reason. And then he, in his enterprising,
confusing radio.
Because he's enterprising, he's been like, "Oh, I'll snap a pic," whilst she's over, and she's like, "Hunter, delete that," and then he didn't, did he? Is that a measuring? He's measuring. He's got himself with a measuring tape, and he's very clearly, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to make this comment, but he's very clearly wrapped it around so that he's getting some of the diameter into the measurement, and that is unacceptable. As a teenager, what's that? I know, right? That's sick. If can we get another emergency debate on? Your son's a liar. As a kid, I used to use iRuler.net to track the size of my penis over time, and I was very worried that it would never grow. And then it did, and I stopped bothering. And now I only use iRuler.net for legitimate measuring. We've
digressed.
We've digressed. Wait, I didn't mean
Sorry, Tim.
Can I like frame ask for a specific prediction?
Absolutely.
Right. What do you think Trump's first tweet today will be? Like, when he starts tweeting again, what's his first one going to be?
What upon winning or losing? Can I do one both for winning and losing?
I think, yeah, I guess the smart money is on some kind of hedge, but yeah, one for each.
I think he's really going to try the whole, like tampering, like the mail-in voter fraud. I think he's going to try that, and I think what we're going to see is the wonderful instance of sovereignty kind of get decided transcendentally in the shared brain of the American social body, as it kind of, because it's interesting watching the Amy Coney Barrett get sworn in just so easily. Just without even like a whimper from the Democrats as to whether or not, because if everyone just decides to say that he's a crank and that he can't, because he doesn't have to leave the building until January, so there's not going to be some formal dragging out process. So I think we're going to see in real time people decide whether or not we're going to let a powerful man lie to us because we love him. So that would be my bet.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not what is he going to tweet though?
He's going to tweet. He's going to tweet. No, I've got it. I've got a joke. It's going to come. He's going to tweet. I can only think about Hunter Biden's penis now. It's like the visualizer. It's just one man's penis.
I mean, I prompted that digression so that you'd be too distracted to answer the rest of my question.
I just can't. I've shut my eyes now and I've given myself over to it. It's flushing over me like being in a bath on acid and just making the waves go a little bit. Can you imagine being in a wave machine pool on acid?
No, I haven't. I think I'd find that stressful.
I think I wouldn't find the wave machine stressful, but I would find navigating the leisure centre on acid stressful.
Yeah, that would be the hard part. I think once I was in the water, I'd be happy.
Yeah, that would be, and then I'd be happy enough once I had once I'd left the park. But I don't think it's right to be on acid around kids.
No.
Trump's going to tweet. I think Trump will. He's going to tweet that he's actually going to lock up some of the pedophiles. He's gonna, and there's going to be some sort of like hegemonic conspiracy, manufactured consent with the QAnon people of like, who's your top one? Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I do think that there's a good chance that if he loses, he'll really lean into like the Q stuff.
That would be nice.
Because that will kind of serve his purpose of becoming like a TV presenter, prophet type figure.
It does work as a concept, and they really are like some of them. I'd like it if Bill went down. Can the president do the opposite of a pardon?
What, like?
Just arrest someone? No. I mean, yes.
Yeah.
De facto, not de jure. Any good tips for which states are most important for you?
For me personally, or for the election?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, ask your resident wonk, but like the most important states. I don't know. I mean, Florida, obviously, they're the first. Pennsylvania will be interesting, just because I want to see how the precedent of not counting the votes goes. That sounds fun.
Sorry, I was having fun with the 808. I've bought an 808. I'm really. It's wonderful. It's not a real one, obviously. I think the states that are going to be important: Nevada, Louisiana. It's a toss-up there. I've seen it went Democrat in 1990, and then it went back to being Republican in 1998. So it's a real fling. Democrats haven't won in Arkansas since 1973, but the polls are looking pretty good. I hear that we've got the Democrats have a 4-point lead in Arkansas. The race for Colorado is not yet over. Although is it? Yeah, no, it is. But the race in terms of who's going to win it, we don't know. But it's been Republican since the Nixon's southern plan to win up all of the former Democrats in the South and Colorado. That's my predictions.
Fair? No, that's. I mean, I don't know. I've been trying to think what I think the best outcome is. Like, and I've got no idea what I'm hoping for exactly. Like,
what's your do you because I think as a sort of Trotsky-o accelerationist, are you still pro-Trump, or have you been cooked by the university?
I'm not. I think I've been reasonably cooked by the university. I think it would be better. The ideal outcome is one that paralyzes the right things and frees up the right other things. But I don't think that's an outcome that's likely. I think one outcome that would be funny is the Democrats winning the Senate, but Trump winning the presidency.
That'd be a laugh.
And I think that would have benefits for it means that both people can keep on doing the thing that they love the most. So it would probably be the worst possible outcome.
That would make it almost like is it Lebanon, where the president has to be The president has to be sunny. No, the president has to be Shia. No, it's Christian. The president has to be Christian. The vice president has to be Shia. The vice president has to be sunny. The speaker has to be Shia. And the prime minister has to be sunny. There we go. I did it. I did it in one. Tim, something horrible's happened to your voice.
What's happened?
Tim, you've... Tim, it was in the previous section. And it happened just as when you weren't speaking and I was, and maybe I had time to kill. But that's by the by, because something terrible's happened, Tim.
What?
It's like you've become a chipmunk from Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yeah, I'll deal with that.
Tim, can you deal with it right now? Tim, please just promise if you do it, you deal with it in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know how I would deal with that.
No, Tim, you've gone too far. Tim, you've gone too far. Tim, just roll the bug. What's happened? Have you grown 4 sizes?
Yeah, quite possibly.
I think I've just stretched.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
So, I think it's finally nice to have some authority with my voice.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks. You got it all back to normal now.
Oh, thank God.
Wait, can I do my bit? Can I do my bit with the voice changer?
Go on.
All right.
I'm
okay.
Hello, I'm a woman. I am a woman voter, and I am voting for Joe Biden.
Hello, I am a man, and as such, I am voting for Donald Trump.
There we go. That was my bit. That was simple humour. What were you saying?
I have no idea. I've got genuinely no idea.
What's been the most disappointing election of your life?
Probably 2019, to be fair.
That was a ball buster. That ripped the stuffing out of us.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I've fully recovered.
It gave you a new lease of life loving the IRA, though.
It did, yeah. I do remember that.
I think 2015 might be more disappointing. Or honestly, just because I thought we were gonna win.
Yeah, well, and like in retrospect, like 2017 will probably be like the one I remember as disappointing because that seems like the one which we could have won.
It's true. No, but that was the best election I've ever. That was probably the happiest I've ever felt. Because I'd already moved in and I got way too high way too early on in the day, and I was sad and forlorn, and then those exit polls. I'm trying to work out what I want to happen now. I kind of want Trump to win because I'm scared of Joe Biden. He's been agitating for war in Venezuela and Cuba and Iran. And let me tell you, couldn't name 3 better countries in my opinion. Couldn't.
Yeah.
And I read a thing about who's messaging me? I gotta turn that. Oh wait, I can't. Molly messaged in.
She's messaged me saying that she really enjoyed your voice change bit.
Thank you. I see, because you're in the chat. Oh wait, yes please. Emmy has said that she can DM me a screenie of him getting a foot job and smoking crack. So yes please. Yes please. Yes please.
Yes, please. Please let me see Hunter Biden. Ooh, I should check my DMs. Ooh, Hunter Biden. Oh my god. I can't make out what's happening in that image. I can just see a man masturbating. I can't see anybody else.
What are you doing? Do you get off the computer? Get off it now! You're not allowed.
There we go. That was another bit. What were you saying, Tim?
I've got no idea.
Tim, do you want to hear my new DX patch?
Go on.
Jack, could you pass us the DX? It's sick. It's just down there. Yeah, it's plugged in already, I reckon. Oh, wait, if not, then the plugs. It's just the last one in the daisy chain plug. The beautiful daisy chain that you've got nothing but... Okay. You've got nothing but... You've got nothing but disdain for my solutions. My solutions to household issues, like we need more outlets for all of my newly acquired gadgets. A mixture of a slight increase in salary and Behringer doing very cheap copies of all my favourite synthesizers. Okay, thank you ever so much. How's the house?
What, this one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's lovely. I'm sort of mildly enjoying having it to myself. It means I can I feel I've got the freedom to dance around slightly more.
Oh, have you got the house to yourself?
I have briefly.
Oh, I thought that we'd be able to get the rest of the gang on the call. Well, there we go. We can do it. 'Cause actually, it seems like Microsoft, not Microsoft, Facebook works pretty well actually.
Yeah, it's all right. We could, if you wanted, we could play a game of chess whilst we're chatting. If that makes for reasonable streaming.
Yeah, it does. Oh wait, oh, damn it. Wait, what's the? 1 second, Tim. Actually, no, not 1 second, Tim. Please. Oh, I didn't plug it in. That'll do. Tim, just fill.
Oh yeah, no, I'm technically capable of doing that.
Have you got any new bits? Actually, you do it. You do it like a. Have you got any stand-up bits that you've written in lockdown, and I'll do some musical backing.
Some stand-up bits that I've written in lockdown.
Oh, 1 second. There's news.
I've
there's
done like
news.
a few
I'm sorry.
Tim.
Tim.
Yeah.
Tim.
Yes.
Tim, that's to tell you.
Ooh, what's the news?
CNN is reporting that the unemployment rate in Nevada is the highest in the country.
Well done, Nevada! As classical economists and Marxists, that means that the rate of profit will rise. We love the rate of profit. What were you saying, Tim?
I wasn't saying a lot. Oh, is there more news?
No, I'm just playing.
The sounds have to. Oh, I like that sound.
Yeah, I'm doing it all in F sharp. I made this myself. I made it straight from Init. Just because I learned. Tim, have you come up with any funny jokes over quarantine?
No, I don't. I think I've forgotten most of what I thought I knew about how to be funny in any way. I don't think I can remember any jokes whatsoever.
Have you got any harrowing stories?
Any harrowing stories? Oh, I have. Right, this is not a harrowing story. It's a story of like aesthetic longing. I saw a cigarette just like rolling down the drain in the rain earlier today, and it was really long and thin and had like a zebra striped pattern around the filter. And I've never wanted to own a full pack of a brand of cigarettes more. Like I desperately want to know what kind of cigarettes they are.
They are, well, they're definitely,
It's like really long and thin.
yeah, what are they called? What are those fags called? What are those fags called with the thin ones? Eastern Europeans are always smoking them. What are they called? Thin cigarettes? Do you know? Thin Vogues! That's called a Vogue, Tim. That's what you get for... You're going to play a different... It's a Vogue, Tim. So you get what black and white Vogues. Black and white. Let's make this little boy's dream come true. Black and white. Oh wait, Tim, can you ask me to go buy you cigarettes from the shop?
I mean, that would be really nice if you want to go get me a pack of... If you can find Vogues and buy me a lovely pack of Vogue.
Tim, you're a child! Tim, you're a child, you can't have cigarettes.
Oh, come on. I'll smoke the whole pack.
I'm gonna make you smoke the whole pack right in front of me now. You're not allowed. I'm gonna tell your dad. I know your dad, and I'll ask him if he really did send you to the shops for cigarettes for him, or whether or not you're smoking them.
Oh, so my dad's also staying up tonight, but he's doing it so he can make money on the currency market.
Oh, really? Actually, I feel like a fucking mug for putting money on the gambling, given that we've already lost £5 of it. For my Atalanta to win 5-0, that would have been a big return. What's going to go up? What's going to go down? I was thinking this with the. Do you reckon would Trump winning make it go up or down?
Anyone winning outright
would strengthen the dollar, and any dispute would weaken it, I think, is the conventional wisdom.
So, and is your dad going to bet on disputed outcome?
So I think he'll look which way he goes and either buy or sell dollars, depending.
That's how you do it. That's actually the tip to gambling: is don't have a strategy, because you do need to be responsive to the situation.
Yeah.
Timothy, I need to go to the bathroom, and also, I reckon we should get some beers, and also, I could do a takeaway at some point. Maybe a bit later, but I do want something horrible. I want something gross. We got these poke balls. Have you ever had a poke ball, Tim?
No.
Oh my fucking god! It's like, so it's. Are you eating fish at the moment?
I mean, not really, but on a special occasion.
Oh my god! So what it is it's like Hawaiian sushi where they just have like a bed of rice and then like edamame beans and mango and ginger and a bunch of other seaweed, and then on top of it they put just raw fish like sushi grade salmon, and then on top of that they just put a fuck ton of sriracha mayonnaise and soy sauce. It's potentially the best food I've ever eaten. You can eat 6 a week and you'd never die.
Cool.
Actually, do you want to get those? Yeah. I taught myself into it. I'm a natural salesman. Oh, that's nice. I'm not paying. To be fair, I bought sushi and I bought cake today. I'm worried Patisserie Valerie's going to go bust and then I'll never be able to go back. Oh, we got breaking news. Wait. 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 Wait, 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 we got breaking news, Jack.
Okay, so 1/3 of people said that the most important issue is the economy. Then 1 in 5 said racial inequality, and also 1 in 5 said coronavirus, and then 1 in 10 said crime and safety, and then a pathetic 1 in 10 said healthcare policy.
That sucks. That's the worst array of things it could have been. It's funny how I do have a feeling, and I do really need a wee, but I do have a feeling that coronavirus is going to be one of those things where I have a feeling it'll be litigated quite heavily. So I think that after it's done, there's going to be a bunch of lawsuits. And I think that in a court of law, they will have to probably say that the government is incredibly liable. So I have a feeling that it's like the Iraq War. It was very popular at the time, but then immediately afterwards was not popular. And I think that that's going to be the corona response. I think that after it's all done, people are going to think that it was an absolute shit show. And it's going to be like a big joke. That's my guess. Don't wear it out. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Are you gonna go?
take?
Gonna go to the loo?
Did you have a take? Did you have a take?
Oh, did I have a take?
Yeah, I said that very
What?
nectarine. Tim?
I can only vaguely hear you.
Oh, really? Oh, is the mic down? Wait.
Oh no, I heard that fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just shouting at you.
I think you're just you're not consistently talking into it.
Oh, my mic. One of the things that I realised with this microphone is that I will get better mic technique as I continue to use it. All right. Well, let's pop a song on. I want to go to the bathroom. I want to go buy some beers. Is that everything that we need? And then that's been sorted out. All right. Okay. Yeah, let's take a 50. Oh, is that when polls close? Okay, is it in 15 minutes? Polls are closing. So, do you have any 50-minute long songs you like, Tim?
Any 50-minute long songs?
15.
No, not really. Oh, 15.
15 minutes, there or thereabouts.
No.
All right. Well,
no, I on principle, I only like short songs.
Then we'll listen to some of this Austrian computer jazz that I've been listening to recently.
The chat's begging for Dead Flag Blues.
Who is that? Who's begging for it? Wait, which chat? The one on...
Oh wait, no, wrong chat. They've just messaged me.
Oh.
So well, I'm gonna give that the authority of my request.
All right, Dead Flag Blues. I do love that song. I went to go see them live. It was probably the only time during the first year of university I wasn't stoned. It was a real disappointment. Dead Flag Blues. Tim, we'll catch you in 15 minutes for some post analysis. Bye.
The car is on fire, and there's no driver at the wheel. And the sewers are all muddied with 1,000 lonely suicides. And a dark wind blows. The government is corrupt. And we're on so many drugs with the radio on and the curtain is drawn. We're trapped in the belly of this horrible machine. And the machine is bleeding to death. The sun has fallen down. And the billboards are all leering. And the flags are all dead at the top of their poles. It went like this. The buildings toppled in on themselves. Mothers clutching babies picked through the rubble and pulled out their hair. On fire. All twisted metal stretching upwards. Everything washed in a thin orange haze. I said, kiss me, you're beautiful. These are truly the last days. You grabbed my hand, and we fell into it, like a daydream or a fever.
having a little break, and then we're going to announce the exit polls. Actually, fuck, are the exit polls out? Are the exit polls out? Oh, Christ. I noticed someone cheeky put it on a phaser, didn't they? I noticed that when I was on the way to the shop. It's lovely. We're very happy about it. That was Dead Flag Blues, chopped and screwed Radio Free Corona version. Breaking news. Has the polls come out? Wait. I need to plug it back in because I unplugged it because I thought that we wouldn't have any more breaking news. Okay, just gotta pop the DX in. Get up the custom. Did you unplug it? Well, you can use something else, can't you? Wait, can you pass us the? I've lost the. Yeah, you got it. Oh, it's caught. No, I don't think that's the right one. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Oh wait, it can't be. That is the right one. Can you pass it? I didn't lie to you. I just didn't tell the whole truth. Jake, you still there? Jake, if you could just tap in the chat if you're still there, just to announce. Wait, where's the? Oh wait, I forgot that I had to put the DX in. DX in on init patch. It's called init patch, but it's not the init patch. Oh wait, turn it up.
Voters are split on the state of the economy. Half think it's good, half think it's bad.
Which half is right? We'll find out tonight on Radio Free Corona. Yeah, we're just waiting for the exit polls. 6 p.m. Indiana and Kentucky, the polls are closing, but they haven't. I don't know. I don't know how it works, to be honest. It's easy with British politics because it's just 10 o'clock, bang on. You know whether or not you're going to have to make some welfare checks on your friends. Or whether or not you're going to take study drugs in the Cowley Club because you didn't expect to win. Oh, wait, that's the receipt. Oh, I need to keep that. It's the receipt for the audio jack. What's your favourite election that you've had? My mum cried in 2008. Yeah, did you enjoy it? What were you doing for 2016?
I wasn't doing anything because I thought Hillary would win.
Yeah.
And
yes.
And then she didn't. So that was kind of cool. I remember I was scared when I fell asleep. But now I want Donald Trump to win because I'm the Joker.
Were you pro Hillary in 2016?
Not really, but I was scared of Trump.
Did you vote for Hillary? Oh no, you voted for Jill Stein.
Yeah, I voted for Jill Stein.
Nice. Nice. That's like when I voted for Tusk, which is the Trade Union Socialist Coalition. A temporary alliance between the Socialist Workers' Party and the Militant Tendency. Let's get Tim back on the line. Actually, one sec. Molly, you up for a bit. Tim, you back. There we go. All the admin done. In 2016, I thought Hillary was going to win. So I thought I was going to go to bed early. And it was about midnight our time when the polls came in, the exit polls came in, and it showed that it was going to be very close. And so I took about half a gram of MDMA that I had just lying around in the house, and I got fucked. And then the next day, I invited my ex-girlfriend over, and she was my ex-girlfriend at that point as well. just because, well, I think she wanted to come around, and invited her over, and then I was like, oh, really want to smoke weed because I was on an MD come down, and I just did it to stay up, so I found my friend Dre, and I had to borrow a £10 offer to get the weed, and then he gave me the worst bag of weed I've ever received, just the tiniest little, and I had to nick £10 off my ex-girlfriend. It was my last £10 in the world to get this 20 bag, and it was the worst little fucking, like morsel of weed. And he said, "Oh, it's Northern Lights," and I waited for him to leave the building, and I screamed. Just screamed at like a hellish gasp, and then I fell silent for an hour as I because I'd been kind of fine with it. And then I fell silent for an hour of just being kind of like inconsolably angry and upset about the weed. And then after an hour, my ex-girlfriend said, "Why don't you just roll a joint with it? Because you've got it now, and it's not very much, but you do have it." And I rolled the joint, and I smoked it, and it was the best weed I've ever smoked. 100% quick turnabout on me not enjoying that weed. Let's see, what did the people think about that? We'll just ask the people. What did you think about that anecdote? Everybody is saying... one second. Everybody is saying... Oh, they're so happy! Oh, they're so happy! They're so happy with me for the anecdote that I did about when I brought that weed off my friend Joe. Do another one! Do another anecdote! I spent ages because Jack undid the fucking daisy chain. Jack undid the fucking daisy chain. It took me so long. It took me so long to get the fucking tree in. 3 or 4 years. And that's why you had that break in your entertainment. That is why. It's Jack's fault. Well, look, you don't go around spending upwards of £600 on synthesizers that you don't need if you can't force people to listen to them on your internet radio show. Have we got any? We've got Donald Trump from 1 minute ago says we're looking really good all over the country. That's nice. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe he's talking about all of the beautiful livestock that America has, or the beautiful women, or the beautiful men. Polls remain open in every major battleground state, so stay tuned. Apparently, I don't know. It's quite hard to because there is that thing that Trump did do a ground game, whereas Biden didn't, and that I think that's got to mean something. Although actually Corbyn had a ground game, and what did that result in? Fuck all, I'll tell you. Well, I'm G'd up after that. I know that the initial intro 808 bit was quite long, but having the 303 was fun. I do enjoy synthesis. I enjoy electronic music. Right, let's get Molly on. Has it been 15 minutes since I initially asked? I might. Shall I pop another little song on? No, wait, Molly's ready. I'll probably get Molly to fill whilst I go and get a beer. Nice. Okay, we're in for Molly. Are we ready? Are you steady? We need to get the Molly bit open. Molly. Melinda Ullman. Do you know what I've done? Oh no, I can't have muted it because. Do you want me to get these synthesizers out of the way for you, Jack? Shall I? 1 second. Let me just pop that away. Let's get the MIDI cable out of that one. I love MIDI. I like 5-pin. I like mini. It's inconvenient, but the aesthetic beauty is undeniable. Alright, I'll just pop that down there. Molly, where are you? Molly, no. Molly, can you hear me? And can I hear? Why can't I hear you? Molly, can you hear me? Ugh. Have you got any more news? I plugged the daisy chain back in, you cheeky little beggar. That's what I left them on. I plugged the daisy. Look, we're getting a new extension cable on Thursday.
I'm not talking about this thing. That thing.
No, I had to. But look, I
Scary, but okay.
look. Sometimes in life, you've got to daisy chain. Actually, that makes me laugh. Do you remember at the old house that we had when Vinny didn't want to ask us to use our outlet, so he daisy chained 4 or 5, probably like 10-meter long extension cables up the house. And before, I didn't know that daisy chaining was as dangerous as some Americans in this house like to to throw their weight about. Hello, Molly Ullman, Melinda Ullman, as I called you earlier. Is that correct?
Hello.
Is that the name that's on your birth certificate?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Is it?
Hello. No. How's it going?
Yeah, it's not bad. I've got a mixing desk and it's wonderful. I love my
I've
mixing
heard
desk.
you've been having a lot of fun with voice effects. I've been
Yeah.
enjoying that a great deal.
Do you
It's a
wanna-
good way to undermine your guests, isn't
Do you
it?
want to sound more like a woman?
Yeah, I did. I liked you being a woman, and
Right,
I
no,
liked
do you
that
want-
when
do
you
you-
did
would
an
you like
impression of
to
a
sound
man,
more like
you
a
didn't
money?
use your own voice.
No, I'm in the middle.
You deepened it. Yeah, exactly.
I'm perfectly middle. I'll show you. 1 second, I'll show you. So this is me normal.
Yeah.
This is me normal. This is me regular. And then this
Yeah.
is me in the process of masculization. I'm sprouting hairs all over my body.
and my testicles have dropped.
You
And
don't have
then-
to talk us through the whole puberty process.
Oh, Jacob's here as well.
Oh, hi,
Yeah.
Jacob. Hello, Jacob. I feel
It's
lonely
very nice to
today.
speak to you.
I feel
Mr.
sad.
Cook.
I feel sad because people don't understand me. I
It's
have,
time to talk, Liam.
I have all these urges. And I don't know who to turn
I think
to.
you should confess them to a close friend in private and then experiment with each other.
We have been experimenting already using my chemistry set.
Oh, yeah.
That's not the kind of experimenting I mean, Liam.
You're down a
What
dangerous
kind
path
of-
there, son.
What kind of... I know, right? Because me and Jack have been thinking about converting to Islam recently, so we're going to have to cut out all the jokes about anything that could be explosive.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pack that
that's
shit in
very
because they're
important.
fine with it when you're just saying that for a laugh. But the minute it looks like
Yeah, the minute
You know
I
what I
grow
mean?
out the beard, but I don't shave the moustache. No, I do shave the moustache.
Good luck for you.
Oh no! Oh no!
Something strange. The gender version of Benjamin Button is happening to me. But instead of over the course of a lifetime, it's happening right now.
I'm a girl.
hello, how are you doing?
Hello, it's Williamina.
Wilhelmina.
William.
You sound very gentle. You sound like a gentle
You
woman.
sound like a little rabbit girl.
My proclivities are purely pleasant.
That's good to hear.
I like to put up bunting. I like having long chats with Mama. And I am a girl.
Ponies, horses,
I love them.
little dolls.
I love them as well.
You know what this is like? It's like someone's made a fictional alien in a film and it's trying to communicate, but it doesn't quite understand human culture. And we're trying to sort of empathise with this extraterrestrial creature who is insisting that it's a human girl.
That's exactly what it's like.
Do you know, Liam? I don't know many little girls that just sort of appear on the radio late at night and say, "I'm a girl."
My parents don't have enough oversight, and I can get away with doing anything I want late at night on the computer.
That's just a story from my own teenage experience.
Oh, back to
After the divorce, they'd stopped
gone back
caring
the other way.
about
He's not settled in the middle again.
what kind of movies I watched, and that opened me up to difficult experiences. No.
This has been a lot of fun. Oh, he's fallen down a well.
Oh no, I didn't realise he was going to be doomed.
Yeah, well, that's why you shouldn't walk out. It's foolish.
Needlessly risky.
I didn't take enough care to not expose myself to upsetting things on the internet. And I'm lost forever.
Oh, they've gone beyond.
I've gone beyond.
Oh, that's a shame.
Do you remember Goatsy?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
What was Goatsy?
Oh, it was, you know, like...
Was it like Blue Waffle?
Yeah,
Was it the
yeah.
same vibe?
It's like, I can't remember even what it was. I don't know if I saw it, but...
You
I
heard
was-
of it.
I was in that
You
part
never
of the
saw
internet.
Goatsy?
Hmm?
Jacob, you never saw Goatsy?
No, I made a point
Do you
never
want
to
me to
look
show
at
you-
any
I'm
of
gonna
them
show
because
you
I'm a
Goatsy.
sensitive soul.
I'm going to send you Goatsy.
I'm not going to look at my phone.
Are you 15?
Ghostie's great. I have never.
Can you describe it?
Yes. A man.
Yeah.
Stretches his
Right.
His
personal
his
area.
lady area, his front bottom, to an enormous degree.
Oh.
To a frankly impressive degree.
Yeah.
It's massive.
You would consider the word like gaping.
Yeah.
Really?
Gaping almost feels too cavernous. Is cavernous.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's
Wait,
quite
this is if you were to fall inside the anus of the guy from Goatsy, do you know what it would sound like?
Do you know what, Liam? I have to say, I think this little sound desk is the best thing to happen to you in years. I think it's going to revolutionise your creative output.
I did it today. As soon as I went, because I had the idea of just buying a cheap, shitty microphone, a Stag microphone, because it's made me very reminiscent. What's the word?
Nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Thank you. Of
right.
open mic. You're welcome. It's made me very nostalgic for open mics in Leeds in the early 2010s, where they would always have these shitty mics. Anyway, so this is what would happen if after you've fallen into the Goatsy ass, you were now just sat, and you were just. Hello. Can anyone help me? Please. I'm lost. To do was look inside. That's the.
I think that's pretty much spot on.
Yeah, I take your word for it, to be honest. I think that's incredibly accurate.
Was Goatsy the first one of those images you can remember? Because I can't remember one that came before it.
I think I saw piss. No, not piss. The Tub Girl.
Piss.
Full stop. Piss.
I think I saw Tub Girl first. No, I saw Lemon Party first because I was on a
Lemon Party.
I was on a.
Was that that really Old Men?
Yeah, it was Old Men.
Yeah,
it's actually one of the
I've
most
heard of that
beautiful
one.
pictures I've ever seen. I saw that because I was on a camping site in the Highlands of Scotland as a child, and I remember somebody at the play area of the campsite told me to go to lemonparty.com. And then I remembered that, and I went back home from Scotland, and I was like, yeah. Lemonparty.com.
So you were tricked into seeing adult images by a naughty Scot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he must have been laughing all the way to the bank. I realised that was the wrong phrase.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense, but I enjoyed
sort
it.
of had to carry on with it because I couldn't think of anything else.
Do you know what? I was once in Scotland on a campsite, and a kid said, "Do you want to see a dead mouse?"
Right.
And so I followed the kid down the path, and then the kid was like, "Do you want to see a dead person?" And then I ran away, and my mum was like, "You did the right thing."
That sounds like the setup to someone revealing that they've killed the musician Dead Mouse.
Hey, that's what it was.
Because I did see the dead mouse.
Oh,
that's terrifying.
Can't trust children.
I would flee if that happened to me.
If someone said, "Do you want to see a dead body, a dead person?"
I would be disturbed.
Yeah, why has that child got access to corpses?
Yeah, exactly.
Unless it's like a mortuary child.
I would
There
love
must
that.
be kids who grew up around mortuaries in the same way, like pub kids.
Well, had the film My Girl. It's about Dan Aykroyd plays
It's
an
about
undertaker,
and he's got a little mortuary
and he's
child.
got a little kid who falls in love with a girl.
Oh,
and I
she
think at the end of it,
dies.
the girl dies because she
Is
gets.
it Macaulay Culkin?
Might be Macaulay Culkin,
Yeah.
but she gets stung to death by bees.
Yeah, that's it.
That was the last film I watched with my ex-girlfriend.
You were laughing too hard when she was getting...
It's bizarre. It's so weird. I'd watch that film again, actually. I do remember enjoying it. Thinking, this is absolutely insane. Because I don't know, I can't remember if it was relevant that the dad was an undertaker, but he was, and it felt
is
like
if
such
she
a
died.
weird choice.
Did he let his son see the corpse in the... I would.
Yeah, you'd hope
What,
so.
the bees, the corpse has been absolutely ruined by bees. Come and see the first love of your life, darling. She's bloated.
And like the kid was so young as well. They were like around 10.
I think it's Macaulay Culkin because I think I've heard about that film from my mum, who
I wanna
earnestly
find out.
told me it was one of the saddest films she's ever seen.
I mean, it is. It is objectively sad, but it is also funny.
When I was a kid, 2 weeks, because Dad never allowed pets. So the week that my mum left my dad, she just ran straight to the pet shop, bought fish.
Incredible.
And but then we was foolish because we saw the fish with the big fuck off big cheeks. You know,
Yeah.
you know the goldfish with the big fuck off big cheeks, like the proper. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I can see them.
So we bought them, not realizing they're the most difficult ones to look after. We just bought like a regular bowl, and they need a special bowl or something. And also, I don't think we filtered the water. And they just pretty much within a week, the bubble was pierced on one side. They were like floating. they were like, it was fucked. And then they
That
died.
sounds terrible.
Whilst I was with my dad. My dad let me have half a bottle of cream liqueur. Looking around, and then I went home, and my mum, who obviously was like only about a week and a half out of like divorcing her husband, had killed the fish because it was in too much pain by putting it in the freezer, and then showed me.
Oh my god!
Showed me the fish body. When I got home. Which
With
I
your
feel
first
like,
ever pet.
Yeah, Frankie.
Oh
God!
god!
There were Frankie and Benny, and then sorry,
That's cute.
I am wrong. Frankie and Benny, and then Benny died, and so then I got another goldfish immediately after, which put straight back in the same tank, and we called that one Russell. After
Moved
Russell
on
Howard.
quickly.
Because of Frankie Boyle and Russell Howard was at that time very much in favour on Mock the Week.
Yeah.
And then Russell ate Frankie.
Oh. Wow, which is sort of what happened on Mock the Week as well, you know.
Very true, actually.
He was ostracised and Russell Howard became a regular.
A superstar.
Didn't back him up. Well, I think what it was that Frankie was obviously quite sick at that point, and then Russell came in the tank healthy, and then he used the position of strength to kill Frankie, and then Russell himself died of the same illness that that Benny died of, because Frankie died of being pecked.
So Russell died too?
Yeah.
And then did you just give up on goldfish? Were you like, I'm cursed?
Never want to see another fish in my life. They really upset me now. I went to Brighton Aquarium, got quite actually emotional about it. Didn't like it. I don't like fish now. I like eating
You
them.
just can't look at them.
Can't look them in the eyes. Because I respect them too much.
I'm sorry for laughing at your trauma, Liam.
It
But
was
in my
traumatic.
defence, it's quite funny.
It was traumatic. Can you imagine that? A week after your parents got,
I know, it seems like a lot to pile on top of you. It's a lot to go through.
I know.
I feel for you, mate.
And then a girl got knocked off her horse, and me and my dad had to, same weekend, a girl gets knocked off her horse, and then me and my dad had to corner the horse down a country road.
What?
What?
Yeah, it was. And I've had to do this multiple times.
You've had to corner a horse.
Yeah, with my dad. It's like a bonding experience.
That does sound like it would really bond you, actually.
I think it would. I bonded with my dad navigating home from a garage in rural France in a broken car.
Oh, wow.
That sounds like something that's a good father-son bonding experience, I think. Map work.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, horse breaking. That's classic manly shit, isn't it?
Wait, I've got it. Let's see if I can...
Go on.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
There we go. I wouldn't enjoy either of those experiences.
There we go.
Because you're a girl.
Because I am a girl.
What would you like to do with your dad? What was her name?
Wilhelmina.
Wilhelmina.
I would like me and my father to...
This is horrifying.
I would like to sit in my bedroom whilst my dad doesn't understand me.
Oh, that's very perceptive, Wilhelmina.
Wilhelmina, you understand so much about the world.
How are you so jaded so young?
It's going to be okay, Wilhelmina.
I know my
Write
role.
in your journal.
Right, I need to get a beer.
All right.
Oh yeah, in order. Well, I just want something from a pizza shop.
Okay.
You want nuggets?
Where does that leave us?
What did you say? Nuggets? McDonald's. Yeah, I'll do McDonald's.
It's theme appropriate, isn't it?
Yeah,
McDonald's.
America. Yeah, it's what they love. You do love it, don't you? You do love it. All right. Well, Molly and Jacob.
Yeah.
Could you recommend a short song just for a little interlude?
Can I recommend Malayan Jelutong by Half Man Half Biscuit?
Malayan Genu. I've never heard that one.
It's very good. It's on the end of this Leaden Pal.
Is that a new one?
No, it's from the early 1990s.
I've never listened to those properly, so I'll look forward to it. All right. Don't go off the call. Just mute Facebook.
I have no shire horse to pull my narrow boat. I'll go and see the carpenter, see what he suggests. Have you tried tick and talk, the robotic and pair? They're not enthusiasts, but of course the law is on your side. Singing a song, just singing a song. When my grave's waist deep in meadow grass, no more strawberry jam for the gills. Will they still say whenever bobsleigh's on? Hey, I would love to have a go with that. Strom's God set under fives, did the offie by us. I spoke to Farmer Coombs, had other things on his mind. Them Massey Fergusons rubbed me up the wrong way. And have you seen my son? Wears his baseball cap the wrong way round. Singing a song, just singing a song.
was lovely. What a lovely
It's a
song.
good. It's a good song, isn't it?
Nice little song, isn't it? What's a jelly tongue?
I think from my research, it's a kind of wood.
That's nice.
I don't know why that's the name of the song. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with that, but that is one of their things.
Can I give you my top 2 favourite woods?
You go on.
Mahogany and balsa.
Why balsa?
I like how thin it is.
I like how flexible it is.
That's it. I
Oh, is that the flexible wood?
Yeah, it's like.
Is that the one they use on Grand Designs when they want to do like wood steam bending?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I loved that steam bent house. That was fantastic.
That was very good.
Liam, I've seen some news.
Oh yeah, we've had news in.
What?
Wait, I can't plug in the DX for news. So you
Oh.
have to do it. What's the news?
This isn't news about anything specific, but I don't know if you saw the thing about loads of, like, millions of voters have received automated robocalls telling them to stay home today, and the FBI are investigating it, apparently.
Oh, that's cool. I hope that was the Ruskies.
The Ruskies?
Yeah, the Ruskies.
I mean, it could be.
It's a gang.
But it said one of the calls reportedly says, "Hello, this is just a test call. Time to stay home. Stay safe and stay home," which sounds like a Trump tweet.
It does actually. I think
The repetition.
I support that. All's fair in love and war.
But this is neither of those things.
I'm a Schmittian. Politics is only war, but not as bad.
I can verify as well.
That's a quote for the ages.
Jelly tong is a kind of wood that comes from either Malaysia or Thailand.
What have you done?
Oh, and Borneo and Sumatra.
No! One sec. Sorry. I just need to get the correct.
Yeah, come on, Liam.
Let's see what that is. No! Oh wait, sorry.
This does.
Wait.
Are you trying to be a siren?
Or is that just the wood news reaction noise?
No, it's not the wood. It's because the McDonald's is shut.
Oh no!
That's news.
We've been there many.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Surely there must be an open McDonald's in London. What's the point of the place otherwise?
It's very true. We took the bike down, so we took the Boris bikes down to the Brixton McDonald's. Scary as fuck. Genuinely upsetting. It was. It was fun though.
A little bit of exhilaration. The Leeds McDonald's would be open now. All 3 of them would.
Yeah.
Why are you rubbing it in?
Because I think living in London.
But we're not even in Leeds.
Terrible error.
I like London actually. We live
It's a
proper
dump.
near.
It's a sewer.
You sound so much like Alan Partridge. It's ridiculous.
London folk and the city itself are the worst thing about this country.
That's just not. You're being such a dickhead. He doesn't think that he's trying to be edgy.
I just want to be naughty.
It's not going to wash.
I want to be naughty on your London radio show.
This is actually going out on LBC.
Can you put me in touch with James O'Brien?
Yeah. I can get you.
I wanna just
O'Brien.
pull his hair a bit.
I want to blow raspberries down the phone for 20 minutes.
He does that.
On the phone in. That would be what I'd
Broadcast
do.
it and then try and make a pithy point.
Yeah, he would.
He does
He'd broadcast the whole thing.
No, that really is symbolic of the Brexit divide. Is that satire?
Oh dear. I'm sorry, I made myself laugh.
I do hate him. He's probably my least favourite.
Is that the end of that sentence? Your least favourite?
I give up on sentences a lot. I feel like I would say up to 40% of sentences I say I give up on.
It's a very high percentage. It's almost half of all the things
I'm bottling it.
I feel like you
It's going
should be...
nowhere. I'm pulling out.
Oh, the phone's come back. I can do another. Oh, do I get the quarter pounder or do I get the triple cheeseburger?
triple cheeseburger, they're outstanding.
I kind of like the quarter pounder though.
I think they're disappointing.
Did you say?
What's your favourite thing on the menu?
Quarter pounder.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
What?
Yeah, I'm getting.
Are you insane?
What's wrong with a fucking quarter pounder?
There's nothing wrong with it.
It's not the best thing on the menu.
It's about as middle of the road as it's possible to
I
get.
just like it. It's a classic.
Yeah, but it's middle of the road. There's no chicken legend.
Well,
This is so LBC now.
I'm getting. Yeah, I'm gonna turn your mic down.
There's no platforming us.
I
This
should have.
isn't fair.
I should have saved the burp because it sounds good with reverb.
I'm gonna graffiti things on your walls.
Is that what they do to LBC? I should start doing that. Sounds like fun.
I'm surprised you haven't.
Where's the fucking chicken?
I want the Mackies.
Yeah, I know. This is like
I'm getting 5 chicken.
really
Whoa, that's so
specific
much more
targeted
expensive.
advertising.
Oh no, it's not. It's because that was a meal.
You can't get a Mackey's here.
No, I know.
What dip should I get for the select?
What dip? Sweet chili.
Don't like it.
Garlic and the sour cream.
Yeah, that's what I've got. But should I get 2?
No, well, I don't know. I've never had the barbecue.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get sour cream. 2 times sour cream.
That's the spirit.
All right, there we go. I've selected quarter pounder and 5 chicken selects. Where are you? That you can't get McDonald's. Space.
Yeah, we're on the moon. I'm slurping up all that free water before the fucking Americans can get there and steal it.
Put a big straw in the moon.
No, we're in Cleethorpes, which is as remote as space.
Can you not get McDonald's in Cleethorpes?
You can, but you probably couldn't get it delivered at this time
just
of night.
checked and you can't.
There's like one
Oh.
Wasn't Lincoln?
on the seafront.
Didn't
I
Lincoln
think.
not have a McDonald's for a long time or something like that?
I mean, I wouldn't know
Oh,
because I don't give a shit about Lincoln, to be honest.
yeah, because you're in Yorkshire.
I know that's harsh.
Well, it's shit, in it? It's like, what's the other place? Leicester.
Oh, fuck Leicester.
I quite like Leicester. That's where all my family's from on my mum's side.
From Leicester?
That's disappointing.
I know. And then that's where all the disabled people lived. And then my granddad, who had a big hunchback.
Oh yeah, the legend.
He decided to move to South Africa for cheap labour.
Wow.
So that he lived the disabled person's dream, which is paying native Africans a pittance to pick stuff up for you.
Is that the dream?
Yeah. We're actually very reactionary.
Okay, well it's good to have that nailed down.
No, that's why I don't like Leicester. Although I do actually like Leicester a lot. We had a nice
I
time
think you
in
should
Leicester.
sort out your position on Leicester.
Yeah.
Because it's all over the fucking
It's
shop.
changed 3 times in the last 40 seconds.
We had a nice time in Leicester, ish.
I fucking didn't.
I wasn't in Leicester, and Molly's reports were mixed.
But that's
There
not.
were
That's
some
not
nice
our fault.
bits. I'm not going to go into them on the radio.
Tim and Molly have unilaterally said Leicester is one of the worst cities they've
How
ever
shit
been.
was the cathedral? Do you remember how shit the
Oh my
cathedral
God, I
was?
fucking hated the cathedral so
We were
much.
fuming.
I fucking hated that cathedral. If anybody listening is in Leicester, don't go to the cathedral.
It's terrible.
Except to piss on it. To sacrilege.
Liam, I'm going for a wee.
All right.
So,
Pop down to Leicester.
yeah, I'm going for a...
Yeah, go and piss on Leicester Cathedral. That was terrible. There was a point when we genuinely thought Tim was having a fight
Yeah, with the vicar. Yeah.
with the vicar. We thought he'd gone off to punch the vicar.
It definitely is not Henry VIII that they dug up. It was some other cripple.
It wasn't Henry VIII. They haven't claimed that it was. It was Richard III.
Oh yeah.
We know where Henry VIII is.
Really? Where is he?
I assume Westminster Abbey. That's where they stick him, innit?
That's well near. What's he doing there? Does he just have to is it just pay to see him or something? I guess you'd have to get a meeting.
What?
I'm joking. I like Leicester. Leicester's got a fun, bad energy. It's got Baskin
I mean, that's
Robbins.
you all over, innit?
It's got that Canadian chain.
Oh God, fucking Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons, that's it. Yeah, Tim Hortons. That was awful.
That became our rendezvous point.
Yeah, we went there so many times, even though I always hated it every time. Do you remember when we was well hungover and somehow I wanted to order milky coffees and they came back with 7 Americanos topped with whipped cream?
Oh my God, yeah, and none of us could drink them.
Yeah.
And it was so hot, and we were
Yeah.
all just sweating.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it
What
was
a time.
great. That was amazing.
Have you got any election news? Has anything happened?
Nah, fuck all's happened. There's supposed to be some fucking polls. We are moments away from the first polls closing in the crucial swing state of Florida. Oh wait, we did have some election news, didn't we? What was it? Kentucky. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Indiana. Is Indiana safe Republican?
I've got no idea. I'm really
Fuck, I missed
in
it
terms
again.
of political contributions, I've got absolutely nothing to offer.
Yeah,
But I'm just
me
happy to
neither.
be involved, you know.
I don't really know. I don't. I think I am. I am pro Trump winning. Oh, what's it? I got another burp. Shit! I didn't have the effects up on the. Alright, I'll
Majestic.
I'll save the. I've put the effects up on the track, so when I next feel a burp, I just have to press the effects on. I'm drinking Guinness. You know the original. Have you had
The
that?
original.
Yeah, they do Guinness now, where it's like the original, and it's not like the smooth kind. It's actually better than. I said that they had it right. Didn't need
What
to change
kind? So it's like lumpy.
Yeah.
It's got bits in it.
Yeah, it's pulp. It's got all they don't take the pulp out. No, it's just like it's like old. It's almost like it's more like normal beer, and less like you know the way like John Smith and stuff. Actually, I found out it's nitrogen.
Nitrogen.
Yeah, in like Boddingtons and stuff. You know all of the cans that come with the weird stopper at the bottom.
Yeah.
They have nitrogen in them, and I think it's just a version of Guinness that doesn't have the nitrogen in it, and it's really nice.
Interesting.
And it's good
Well,
for
I'm
burping.
thrilled for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if Biden wins, they're definitely going to invade a country.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you don't win either way, really.
No, because Trump hasn't invaded any countries. He had a bit of a to do with Iran.
A bit of a to do.
But that ended up fine. And he sacked John Bolton, and that was the guy that was edging towards that. Oh,
Whereas
breaking news.
Biden will do it calmly.
Right, are we ready? Breaking news. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
They've counted 26 votes in New Hampshire, and Donald Trump is leading by 6 votes.
Well, there we
Okay.
go. That's a big tip. Big tip off. Everyone go vote for... Put bets on Trump to win, because he's winning already. If the odds haven't changed already. Quick, before the bookies notice. We went down the bookies. I don't know if I've told you that already. It was great.
Oh, that you went to. I heard you talking about it
Yeah, that
earlier
was amazing.
on the, on the stream.
I love the bookies.
I don't think I've never put a bet on in the bookies.
It's worth doing, and I do want to do it with my cards. I don't want to do it with cash because I think they fuck you on like the. I think that they can tell that you've been gambling, and they. But I could really recommend it. And the thing with odds is that because if it's less likely, they'll give you more money.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter which side you bet on. Because if you bet on the winner and the people who are probably going to win it, then you don't win that much money. But if you bet on the underdog, then you win more money.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It's an ingenious system when you think about it.
You just put money on whoever, and then you hope you get lucky.
What did you like? What bet did you place?
I put £5 on Atalanta to beat Liverpool.
Right.
Atalanta lost 5-0.
Oh, shame.
I put £5 on Biden to win Texas.
Right.
Based on nothing, but I stood at the betting machine. And I picked the one with the best odds. And then I put £10 on Biden to win 270 to 299 electoral college seats, which I think is my gamble is that Biden's going to win, but not by much, and that he's going to lose some big states.
Okay.
But win. And
Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you. You never
Yeah.
put a bet on. The only time before this I put a bet on was when I needed change. So I ran into a bookie with a £5 note and said, "Can I put £1 on a dog?" And then they said, "Yeah, all right." And then they said, "Your dog lost." I don't know if I even paid.
Do you remember the name of the dog?
No, I genuinely don't think I picked one. I think they just took the pound.
Liam, I need to go to bed because I've got a job to do in the morning.
So have I, you coward.
Yeah, well,
Actually, we got
I get
similar
paid
jobs.
more than you, so I've got to take it more seriously.
How much do you get paid?
I get paid 25 grand a year.
What's that in hour? What's the hourly?
Probably about 12 quid, don't they?
Yeah, I think I'm about that because I was a grade.
Oh, fuck you, you little rat! I worked hard to get where I am. You're a chancer.
Do you know what? I got this job. I got this job despite the fact that I was very depressed when I left my last job. And so when they sent me over the details for this one, I barely applied. I applied 5 days late. And then on the day of the interview, I just didn't pick up the phone all day. So the interview was in the morning, and I phoned her back at 5:30, and I went on Zoom, and she was just smoking a fag, and she was like, "Do you want this job or not?"
Oh my God!
What's the job?
It's basically I'm like it's just like admin bullshit, like temp admin work at the PhDs. Like the
That's pretty good. That's what I do.
It's
that's
actually
pretty
really
much Jacob's
nice.
job.
I really like it. It's just like basically I man the mailbox, and I do little admin bits and bobs with.
That sounds good.
spreadsheets. It's really nice actually because the last job I had was like, oh my god, they got me. They said they tried to get me to go through every job listing that included the word strategy, so they could try to sell one of their new strategy-based knowledge transfer partnerships. Because
that makes me want to be sick.
who was advertising for strategy must be in need of a strategy.
What does that even mean?
And
That's
then
so confusing.
I asked the South African
My head's
man
spinning.
who had ordered me to do the task. He said, "Can you find me a contact at each of the companies?" And I said, "Oh, what do you want? What job description do you want?" And he said, "Oh, just anything strategy." So he wanted me to find a strategy person at a company that was hiring someone for strategy, so that we could sell them. No wonder that the only money that the University of Kingston makes is by being funded by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia this is genuinely true, so that the video games department can develop an AI for guns.
Oh,
wow!
'Cause it turns out they're quite similar, video games in real life, except
Wow. That's amazing.
only one of them can be used to kill Houthis in Yemen. Is it Houthis? What's their names? What's the name of the what? Hooters? No, the people in Yemen. Houthis.
Hutus in Rwanda.
Hutus in Rwanda, Houthis in Yemen, and the Saudis want to kill at least one of them. I think.
And they're using the video game department to do that.
Whereas this job is much more straightforward.
Yeah. Well, I'm absolutely thrilled for you, to be honest. I mean, this is a tangent.
Look, I'm going.
All right, Jacob, you don't have to make yourself known that hard. That would have been better if it had any sense to it.
Sorry, have fun.
I've still got the picture of Hunter Biden up. I can't tell what's happening. Is that a foot? Is that somebody else's foot? That's somebody else's foot.
I've only heard your descriptions of this image.
No, that was a different image.
Oh.
So this is an image of, it's very blurry. He is in repose, spread-eagled, and there is a ghostly appendage that is coming from off screen, and it seems to be pleasuring him. And we have to assume that it is a foot.
Nice
A
one.
ghostly appendage.
So
Well, I mean, whatever. Fair play to him.
yeah, good on the lad.
Good on the lad. Get it where you can.
I like
Oh, dear me.
I support corruption. I think you can only be corrupt if there's something that you're corrupt from. Like Rishi Sunak. Do you know the fact that oh fuck. So close. Oh wait. There we go.
That was astounding. that was fully worth it.
It worked. Yeah, do you know the fact that not Rishi Sunak, although I think he worked at the same company, but who was the one before Sajid Javid, the Chancellor?
Yeah.
He was the person who placed the dodgy bet, which was the thing that caused the Northern Rock crash, I think.
What?
Yeah, he was a banker. So Rishi Sunak is the richest member of parliament, and I think he's got like $500 million in banking money. Oh yeah, it was at Deutsche Bank. But the Sajid Javid was the person who pressed the button that led to the sale of mortgage securities in the 2008 crisis that technically caused the crisis. It was that was the thing that caused the stock market to crash. Obviously, it was already going that way. But it's fascinating, isn't it?
That's insane that can be linked back to a single. Do you know what I mean? Like a single button
Single
press.
executive, and then that person becomes the fucking chancellor.
Yeah. Sort of mad, isn't it?
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
I don't know what that was. I'm sorry.
Did you watch any of
man.
the new Spitting Image?
I keep getting advertisements for it. I didn't realise that it wasn't BBC. It's a BritBox exclusive, which is so pathetic. But yeah, I keep getting ads with Graham Norton telling me to watch it, and I'm like, I'm not going to fucking watch it. I'm just not. It looks absolutely abysmal.
The puppets are good.
I never called the puppet making into question, mate. I respect the puppeteers as apolitical entities, but look at the writing team. Matt Ford.
I would like it if someone beheaded Matt Ford. If I woke up and you know that thing where you wake up, you're bleary-eyed, you scroll over to look at your phone, you've got maybe 3 Guardian breaking news notifications. Matt Ford is caught up in an incident. Comedian Matt Ford caught up in an incident. 1 dead at terror attack in London, and then the 3rd notification is just Matt Ford beheaded.
Oh yeah.
Matt Ford beheaded by Corbynite extremist and Muslim convert from Vauxhall in London.
Are you saying it sounds like you want to? I'm not gonna entrap
There's
you
more
into...
than one people with my description in Vauxhall. It could be any of them.
Oh, I'm sure there's many, but you'd like to witness it. I think.
I wouldn't like to kill him because that would be a lot of hassle, and I don't want to have any role orchestrating his death because I don't want it ever to come back to me. I just want the man dead.
And it would be beneficial if it were to happen to you. You would appreciate and enjoy it, but you will not be instrumental.
Wait, that's not churchy. Oh God. God in heaven, I do not ask you for very much. I come with a request for a time in need. Dear Jesus, the comedian Matt Ford has too long, his neck has maintained its own integrity and has not caused his head to sever from his body. Oh Lord, please may you kill Marvel.
If it's a godly beheading, do you just want his head to just fall off his shoulders one day?
Yeah.
That would be incredible,
And
wouldn't it?
I want the blood to run down the street and spell out, I was wrong about Jeremy Corbyn. This is what will
It's funny to
happen.
Twitter search him and the words Tony Blair to see how much he tweets about Tony Blair. It's absolutely pathetic.
We should try to do all of the... Can you, from Matt Ford... What's Matt Ford's Twitter account, Twitter address? If you can name any of the... You don't have to name... You don't have to say the slur. But if you could just say the X word, and we'll see. Okay, have you got any
What?
words? Just any slurs? Just put gypsy. See what gypsy comes up with. Nothing. Bitch. He called Wes Streeting a bitch and Paul McCaffrey. He just said you bitch. Any other slurs?
You want me to offer you slurs?
Yep.
I
just say the X word.
The P word.
Okay.
The F word.
I tried the F word. Nothing for the P word.
Oh. I mean, the N word's probably a no-go anyway.
I'll try it. Nothing. Nor the other variant. Oh, good one. Nothing. He's been good. Damn him. He's always a step ahead.
Breaking news. Biden won Vermont. Everyone knew that would happen. And Trump won Kentucky, and everyone knew that. But exciting news. 20% of votes in Florida are counted, and Trump is leading by a slow margin. 3%.
What's actually, this is the interesting one. Is there any way to check what the Kentucky result is versus 2016? Get on it, wonk. That feels like it should be a slur. Anything else? Gay. Just go for gay. David Cameron deserves huge credit for gay marriage.
Ugh.
Despite what many Tory haters will have you believe, he's clearly a social liberal.
Ugh.
Even if you're annoyed, this is February the 5th, 2013. Even if you're annoyed with the 139 Tory MPs who voted against it, be glad that David Cameron stuck to his beliefs and secured gay marriage.
Ugh. Yeah, that's a man whose head must roll.
Yeah.
Liam,
Literally.
it's been a blast, but I must leave you now.
It was wonderful to have you on.
I've literally not spoken to you for ages, so it's been nice just for that. I don't know if it was good radio, but I've had a lovely time.
It was. All right, I'll get Tim on.
All right.
Bye.
I'll speak to you later. Godspeed.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Bye. All right, let's have a song. Biden's leading in Florida. Oh, wow. What is it? Nice. Oh. Well, I'm broadcasting, so I can't go get McDonald's. Jack. Oh, Karen already got it. All right. Well, let's pop a song on. What do we listen to? I think we should listen to... I keep going through my Spotify, and I need to go for, recently played...
I think the funniest bit is that over 800 people have voted for Don Blankenson of the Constitution Party.
Really? 100 people? 800 people?
People have voted for Don Blankenson. Blankenship.
Wow. Well, that's crazy. All right, let's pop on just a random song from this album because I like it. Oh, actually, this is a nice song.
There's one last
Sorry. We've got a McDonald's, and I've got an indigestion problem where if I, for some reason when I eat now, it just hurts in where my esophagus is, which is towards the left. I don't know. It's just it's a nightmare. I'm pretty sure it's how I'm gonna die. Because I now need to drink so much water to get food down me. But it just wouldn't be fun if I was trying to host a radio show whilst trying to eat a quarter pounder. So I just decided to take a little break. And this song's very nice. We got 4 listeners. We lost listeners. But this song's really good. After this song, I'll come back. No surrender.
You
Are we gonna
There we go. It was 3 songs in a row by Sid Rim, Austrian computer jazz band I like. Go into them. It's CIDRIM, like Sid, like CD-ROM, but with an I in the middle, and Rim, like the sexual act. Seems like Trump's going to win. Breaking news.
New York Times reporting that Trump is going to win Florida. And so goes Florida, so goes the nation.
Can you keep talking because I'm eating a select?
I'm also eating, so
Bitch. I never used to use that word in anger before I met you.
I didn't really use that word, do I?
When you're putting on a funny voice, sometimes when you're talking about, those without penises. Trump's gonna win. Trump's gonna win. I think I'm pretty happy about that. I am. I think that the God, sorry. I think I am happy about it only because it'll teach him a lesson, won't it? We won't necessarily learn it, but it will teach him a lesson. Don't try to put a man with syphilis up against a stallion. A beautiful man. He's kind of attractive. Mm-hmm. He's got his charms. I can see it. That's why Melania loves him so much. That's why she came all the way from happily being settled in Slovenia, and she was like, "No, I want this man. He's so beautiful. He's so beautiful. I must leave my country and travel to America, for he will be my man." Well, it's pretty good. I'm kind of, we got 6 viewers. That's because I reposted it. It's a lot of fun, guys. Let's get Tim back on the line. Let's get Tim back on the line. Come on. Tim O'Connell. You can fill space whilst I eat chicken select. We're calling Tim. We're calling Tim. Oh, yes, we're calling Tim. Unmute the site. I'll just take this as an opportunity to eat a select.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm eating a chicken select.
Delicious. Are you having a good McDonald's?
When was the last time you ate chicken, Tim?
I've actually never eaten chicken.
You've never eaten chicken? What do you mean?
I mean, I've never eaten chicken.
Oh,
I don't really eat meat, and chicken's never tempted me to try it.
But you never had it kind of accidentally?
I mean, probably. I quite like not having eaten the thing that food gets compared to.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't really know what anything tastes like.
Yes, you do. It just tastes like other things for you. Like
that's true. True. Your well-born wisdom.
Thank you. I like chicken selects from McDonald's.
That's good.
This section is brought to you by Chicken Selects from McDonald's. They're finger licking good. So, Tim, Trump's won in Florida.
Yeah, so it looks like. It's very close.
Is that a surprise? No.
Not really. Like, it's not a shock. I think anyone who thought that like the polls had overcorrected and that Biden was going to win a big victory, like Florida will push that back.
It's actually grist for the mill for 270 to 299.
It is, yeah.
Come on, I was wrong about Atlanta. I might be right about Texas, actually. What I would like to see, this is exactly what I wanted and why I put my bets the way I did. I wanted to see Texas go blue and Florida and California and New York to go Trump. That's my that's my wish.
That does seem like a fun idea.
That's what I wanted to happen. And when you bet, you make something happen in the world.
Yeah.
That's how betting works. Just kind of.
I think I could never be a gambler because, like, I only bet when I get some kind of like unwise, like, emotional investment in what I'm betting on. Like I bet purely for the thrill, and I don't think that makes for a good professional gambler.
Having put a bet on and lost, I don't like losing money. I dislike losing very much. And I have gone back to my previous position on gambling, which is that if you don't gamble, then it's impossible for you to lose any money.
Yeah. Well, like I think of gambling as like buying a treat, like buying a box of cigarettes. Mm-hmm. Like I think of it at the moment that I make the bet, I've lost the money. Like I'm just throwing money down a hole. And then like I sit around the hole for a bit to see if it throws money back, but it probably won't.
When was the last time you bought cigarettes?
I bought tobacco I think last week. I haven't bought like a pack of straights in ages. I'm still looking. I will buy some Vogue cigarettes though, because they looked amazing.
They are very nice. I've just been smoking a lot more weed. The deals in London are shit. It's better weed, but you have to pay so much more for it. I hate it.
That's awful.
I know. But my dealer's called McQueen. And I felt like I was disappointing him every time I wasn't buying weed. So eventually I'm broke. I had to buy more.
It's looking like Biden might win Georgia, though.
Georgia?
Yeah.
5% reported. What's the scores? Right, you take the mic for a bit. I'm going to go get another beer.
New York Times has said Florida is Trump. And they're saying no votes yet in North Carolina. But they're also giving it to Biden. It's the lying media. And Georgia's 5%, and they're giving a slight edge to Trump right now.
Bit of professional broadcasting responsibility, Jack. It's not right of you to just repeat the word that you said immediately after you've said it every time you say a word. It's not fair of you to Tim. It's not fair of you to the audience. If you just repeat at the end of every word. If you just say things once. Do you want to practice that right now, Jack? Just try to say something once and don't dick about. See, there you are. You can't even laugh normal. You're actually allowed to repeat your laugh, but the way that you did it was flagrant. Is that not right, Jack?
Yes.
Rude! Rude boy. Not a rude boy. No. I've been really getting into. Oh, Tim, can I tell you about a cool thing?
Yeah, go on. I love cool
one sec. I need to blow my nose, so I want to do it with a tremolo. Should we see what that sounds like? Okay, we got a tremolo going. Just pop the effects on. It wasn't much, but it's fun still. I found out about what's it called? The rhythm. It's gotta be the N. N rhythm. No, that's not gonna happen.
You were going to tell me about something cool, and I think we've lost that thread.
No, I'm on the thread. I'm just trying to find it. Fuck. Okay, I know how to get there. I just have to search "making dub with computers," which is one of my favorite websites that I recommend everybody. It's studio.dubroom.org. And then you go next chapter. That's on different tracks. This is on BPM settings. This is on 4 basic reggae rhythms. And this is it. What's it called? Ah, no shit. Oh yeah, it's called the Nyabingi rhythm. And Nyabingi is the name of a woman who was really good at possessing people, and she would host these parties called Nyabingi parties, and Nyabingi in like sort of East African. It's funny because all of the on Wikipedia it's like this is Tanzanian slash wait, where is it? Oh fuck. Anyway, the point is it's East African and it doesn't fit into nation states. She would host these parties where everyone got fucked up and was playing these drums and they would like lose themselves. And then when she died, everyone decided that she was a god. And then a whole movement set up to try to venerate her and to channel her. And then for some reason, somebody launched a coup against an emperor, and that birthed the anti-colonial struggle in Africa, and that was somebody who was like a Nyabingi channeler. And then it went to Jamaica, and it's where a lot of Rastafari culture comes from. And it went to South Africa, and they had these Nyabingi clubs, and their only message was death to all white farmers. And Jimmy Cliff is a fan. So I like Nyabingi. That's what I got into today was Nyabingi. She's cool.
Okay.
I can't remember what the point of that was.
Is cool.
No, there's lots of points to it. Everyone should look into Nyabingi. So the drum rhythm is it's called the Nyabingi rhythm. Almost like that'll be fun. This is me licking a sour cream and chive lid, but with there we go. That was fun. The Nyabingi, the rhythm is the sort of Tanzanian East African language for death to all white and black oppressors, which is a message for the ages.
Do you want to play some chess?
Yeah, go on then. Go on then, Tim. Go on then. Right, I'll pop it up on the stream. How many viewers have we got? We've got 5 viewers. It's not bad. Hello. Right. Lee Chess. I will get it up on the that's that one. And then that is.
Oh, so Trump is doing significantly worse among Latino voters.
Oh, that's not a surprise. I thought that was kind of bollocks, to be honest. The thing that he was going to be, like, that he was searching among. It seems so. It was so recent that Bernie did so well in Nevada and stuff that I didn't think it was. I like Latinos. I don't want them lost to being foolish with their actions. Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't want them voting for anybody. I want them being like all those good Latinos, the indigenous. And none of the disgusting settlers, like Mexicans. That's a funny idea, isn't it? Somebody that's like really racist against settling ideologies, so they're kind of doing like anti-Mexican, but it's actually it's come around the other way. All right, Tim. What time do you want it to be on?
I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
No. Quicker.
Quicker?
Yeah.
I feel like quicker favours you, but go on then.
Practicing it. Yeah, but you beat me at games too often.
Yeah, but I've played no chess over the past year, whereas I feel like you have.
I've played a lot of chess, but on a very slow and steady decline. Let's do 5 and 2.
Alright then.
A great time signal. 5 and 2. It's cheeky, isn't it? It's like 5 and 3, but a bit special. Pace.
Well, so we get 2 minutes every move?
Yeah, 2 seconds every move. Right, I sent you the Lee chess link.
Every move, okay. Alright.
They're cold. Call them up. Call them up. They're cold. You can't sell someone cold chips. It's illegal. I don't think any of us ordered chips. Did you? Are you going to fry them up again? What are you doing with them? You put it in the oven. You put crazy. Craziness. That's what South African people would say. Craziness. All right. Oh, we're going. All right, Tim. Do you know what? I'll give you an advantage because I'm going to play my move, and then I'm going to fill up a glass of Guinness. Oh, I should put a bed underneath. I'll play the Nyabingi reggae compilation I found. I loved it.
That sounds good.
It was really nice, actually. Is that the one? Yeah, there we go. That one's funny, and so therefore not respectful. Okay, oh wait, and then I still have to pour my Guinness. It's too loud. I'm gonna have to, and I'll let that settle. Oh, that's a nice level, isn't it? Let that settle for just a while. I feel like I have a genuine connection to Rastafari culture because I've smoked weed pretty much every day for the past 7 years now. And I genuinely feel like I have I can understand it in a way that others simply can't. Sorry, should have had an effect on there. I feel like I'm already in a worse position. I'm so bad at chess. Cool. See you in a bit, Ski. I'm so bad at chess and it causes me great shame. I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, I never really know what to do in chess. I come in with a plan and then it just goes out the window.
Ooh. Chaos. At first I thought I was interested into whether or not like there was a mass Rastafari movement to go to Ethiopia during the Derg, whether or not there was any kind of like serious anti-communism among Rastafarians. Because I was interested because I read this article on the LSE blog about how Haile Selassie was no great hero to black people and how the Rastafari always say that like Marcus Garvey foretold of the divinity of Haile Selassie, but if you actually look into it, all Marcus Garvey said about Haile Selassie was that it was disgusting that he kept slaves, which I think he did. Oh god, I fucked this already. Jesus Christ. Oh, this sucks. I hate this. And so then I looked into whether or not there was any sort of like mass Rastafari excursion to help Haile Selassie when he was like, you know, actively deposed by a communist regime. And I looked into it, and no, there was a colony of up to 400 Rastafari that moved to Ethiopia. I think during the 50s, but it never grew larger than 400, and they never assimilated. And so it turns out Rastafaris just kind of say the Haile Selassie stuff just because it sounds cool, I guess. And at first I was like, oh, does that look badly upon them? And I was like, no, that's the best thing they could do. Don't get involved with some stupid foreign war over essentially, you know, somewhat symbolic support for an African king. And no, they didn't. They just like him. And that is the correct thing for them to do. Don't get involved in some sort of geopolitical dispute that you don't really understand. So respect.
Yeah, that is respectable.
I feel like if I was a Rastafari in the 70s and the Derg were rising up against Haile Selassie and his kingdom, then I would probably have done something stupid. But no. No. I don't know what that was. What? I just put it in my mouth. Probably shouldn't have done. I'll spit it out over there. I'll find that later. It's a lovely mixtape, this. Shite. Shit. I should put the that's better. Tell that one. Yeah, that's nicer. Always drop pieces. I always drop pieces. No, I like this. Oh Christ! Oh gold! Oh gold! Yeah, it's a bit complicated. Oh, Tim, we should talk about the ancient world at some point.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about Sun Rattel again. We're already gone on about it. Oh, Tim's only a point up now. And I've got those nice doubled rocks on the open file. I'll give you some more time, Tim. Don't worry. Yeah, I like the Lady Nyabingi. I think she invented like raves. It seems quite similar to like Pentecostal stuff, like speaking in tongues, kind of going crazy. But they still have these cults to Nyabingi, and they just kind of like do these like very slow bongo sessions with each other. You can see them on YouTube. It's kind of amazing, to be honest. It's just really slow bongos. Like you've got there's no like, oh, I couldn't do that. You could easily do it. It seems, but you know, you're not doing it. Our Rastafari's Zionists. They do like Zion. Call a rose by another name. Does it smell so sweet? Yes. Of course it does.
Just renaming roses does help.
Yeah. If you want to name them after something better. Like the car battery rose. That's lovely name. You want call a rose now? Equal on points. A climb back.
Yeah, not looking so great for me.
I'll give you some more time. Give you more. Oh, I forgot that that's hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 3 points up now. I'm not very good at the opening, I think. That's my issue. What are we doing?
Hold on, that's not my button.
Oh, you didn't want to do that.
Not fair.
I don't know if that was the right move. Well, see, I'm up on points, so you kind of want to just trade down pieces at that point. Unfortunate. Oh no, wait, it's not quite as bad a move as I thought. Oh, actually, no, it is because it's pinned.
Yeah, that's.
Pins.
Oh yeah, doubly pinned.
Oh, that was a mistake though, because I dropped the rook. Oh no, I can't believe I did it.
You still should win this, really.
I should. Ah, good God. Any news? I wonder.
Florida's looking very close.
Do you think Trump could win it?
I do think he could.
I think he could.
He can't lose Florida.
Oh, if he loses Florida, is that game over?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh no. Tim, don't make her queen. Not with that pawn. Give it a rest, Tim.
I resign.
Oh, well, yeah, you can resign. There's not. You winning on time. Nice.
No, I'm pretty sure we're done.
Should we have another one?
Yeah, go on then. I'm having fun.
I think we're similar levels, I reckon.
I think you're a lot better than me.
I'm not. I'm really.
Seriously.
I'm like very gaff prone. I'm the Joe Biden of chess. It looks nice with the text overlaid on it. Let's have a little look into the news. There's been lots of news. Oh, Trump's won South Carolina.
Yeah.
I think that has already been announced. Is there a more accurate debate checker?
I'm just like sitting on CNN at the moment. It's not because it's accurate. It's just because they keep shoveling the flow.
True. Do you know what? I'm gonna 1 second. I need to separate you in the mix from the music. It's not fair having you drowned out by the dulcet tones of Rastafari.
I'm quite enjoying it.
I know. I just want you. I've got this 10-channel mixer.
Wow.
I know. Right, just give me 1 second. So you just entertain.
Yeah. I'm mildly surprised that Biden's leading in Florida. I wasn't. I didn't really have him down to win Florida, but I had Florida down as sort of indicative. If he wins Florida, then tonight might be a short night.
If Trump wins Florida, or if Biden.
If Biden wins Florida, then it'll be it's relatively safe for Biden.
That was my thought. I should have put Trump to win Florida because then that kind of gives it a good betting sort of flourish. I quite like Democrats to win Oh, we've dropped to 3 viewers. That's alright. We'll get them back. We'll get 'em back.
I mean, I'm not. This isn't my top content, to be honest. But
Oh,
I'm having
Paul. But we're only for the long haul.
Oh, yeah.
This is the endurance streaming. We should put some TV up on the.
Natural lull.
Oh, actually, that's what we should do. We need to do it with another computer, unless we do it with the TV remote. Do you have the TV? Ah, there it is. What? Why is it? Ah, fucking Jack! Jack being overzealous with the fucking daisy chain. Does he not know that telling me that I can't do something, all that does is inspire the beast in my belly? I'm going to daisy chain extension cables all across the flat, and I'm going to line it with the sawdust and powdered sugar and other things that catch fire easily.
That sounds lovely.
Did I just get you with sawdust and powdered sugar? You'd have loved the Weimar Republic.
I love the smell of sawdust and powdered sugar.
Yeah, me too. What does it remind you of?
My attic at home.
Yeah, is that where you would eat your sugar?
I mean, I definitely would, I did used to, sneak spoonfuls of sugar from the sugar bowl when I was a kid.
Oh, constantly. My dad tells a story about how his mum used to prepare him a mixture of cocoa and sugar in a cigarette tin, and he would just eat that.
I've realised recently that I had an austere upbringing, and I wasn't really aware of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I assumed that sugar and porridge is a treat.
Well, did you have it Scottish style with salt?
Yeah, made with water and with salt.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't like.
The weekends.
I would have it. I would, because this is how decadent I was. I would have 6 Weetabix for breakfast, and I would put a tablespoon of salt per 2 Weetabix. No, a tablespoon of sugar per 2 Weetabix. Just an insane amount of sugar, and it was delicious. I can still taste it now. It was absolutely wonderful. All right, 1 second. What I'm doing, Tim, just to keep you and the audience in the know, is to separate you in the mix. I am making music duties come to my phone, where I shall. Oh, I don't want to see Anthony Joshua supporting local businesses. Okay, right. Let's see if we can just straight up 1-to-1 switch these out in the mix. I'll see if it can be done. I know. Like that. USB line. Oh wait, no. That's not it. Yeah, that is it. Come on. Ah.
Yeah.
There we go. And now.
Not working.
And now, Tim.
Yes.
You have your own little delicate place in the mix.
That's very nice.
We've carved you out a nice little hole for you to stay in.
Oh,
That's what you've
I'll
always
stay
wanted.
here for hours now. You remember when I used to sleep in a little cupboard?
Yeah, I remember because that was my bedroom to begin with.
And then I realised that I wanted to sleep in a little cupboard way more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a nice little cupboard. And I remember, because actually I remember very well because I stayed in your bedroom for those 3 months when I moved out.
I just had a cupboard that was
Yeah.
just filled with one mattress.
And
I
that
love
was-
that.
that was you.
I sort of miss my cupboard sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine you do. You were really... I would see you every morning because I would come down slightly earlier to sit on the sofa and I'd watch you arise from your cupboard. It was wonderful. Right, I'm going to pop to the loo. Oh, do you know what? My mic's been placed slightly to the right for an awful long time now. All the audio files
you're not
listening.
clear.
Am I not? Are we clear now?
Yes, clearer.
Nice. All right. Well, I say let's take a teensy break for me to go to the bathroom, and then we'll play some more chess. Amy McGrath ain't shit. She is a shit eater now.
Yeah. Like all our veterans.
Yeah, I was about to say, makes a break from her forcing Iraqis to eat her shit. To eat shit to Mitch McConnell. She was a airline pilot, wasn't she?
Yeah.
So she literally dropped a big deuce on Afghanistan. I'm a single issue foreign policy voter. I was getting really angry walking around the sports centre I work at, thinking about my mum's friend who's a liberal. And I was just thinking about shouting at her, being like, did you support the war in Iraq? Did you support the war in Syria? Did you support the war in Libya? Did you support the deposition of Gaddafi? Did you? That's what I want to ask all of them. Where do you find the CNN breaking news? What are you watching for breaking news?
I've been watching CNN. I don't.
Yeah. There's ABC has the live news. Let's go with ABC. Actually, I don't like ABC.
No. The constant turnaround on Florida is quite exciting. It's like a little race.
What's what website are you using for the Florida numbers?
I'm using CNN. They've got a big map and everything.
CNN election tracker. Who was the first CPologist?
CPologist?
Yeah, the like science of elections.
It's a good question. I want to know when they started like doing it, because you don't really get that many polls like before the 90s. And I think the idea that it was something that needed to be established as early as possible. Like, that seems very much an email age issue.
I agree. I was interested. So do you remember, I kind of got back into the Axial Age stuff.
That's good. Yeah, I come and go from it.
I think I've become very taken by this argument that all abstract thought requires the money form. And it does kind of rests on Pythagoras having introduced coinage to Crete. Which sounds kind of implausible.
Yeah, really?
That's what he says. Check it out with him.
I mean, that's kind of my neck of the woods, and I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Does Pythagoras say that, or does someone else?
I think somebody else says that. Let me find it. Is it Crete? He was from Crete, wasn't he?
I'm not sure.
I'll find the quote.
That would surprise me, because Crete was kind of its own vibe, and he was Ionian.
Oh, I think it was Ionian. So, but the interesting thing is that he ties all of this kind of like intellectual development in abstract thought to the development of the money form, which he calls the social synthesis, is the moment where abstract ideas become actually played out in the world. And I think it's interesting, but I think that the invention of writing probably has more to do with it. But then it seems like writing was initially just debt tokens.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I think you don't really get the money form before writing, because even like Chinese knife money is still printed with like writing saying take this seriously. But obviously, it's in the shape of knives, so you're gonna have to take it seriously.
So what Sun Ratal says is that the importance of the money form is that it can be exchanged if the notes or if the coins get degraded, which kind of marks it as well. He says that is it the Delian League was the Athenian?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Delian League was it was because they had coinage, or the Athenians had coinage, which could be replaced on request. And that was the real marker of. So I guess it is like the state form as well arises at the same point. I think it's right. I don't think it's right to privilege any particular element.
Yeah.
But I can see why you would.
Yeah, like just as an easier way of explaining it. Otherwise, you could spend far too long trying to explain that concept if you don't just arbitrarily pick something and double down on it.
Oh, so Pythagoras, who first used mathematical thought in its deductive character, I don't know if that's true, followed after the first spread of coinage in the 7th and 6th centuries BC, and is now believed to have himself been instrumental in instituting a system of coinage in Croton, where he emigrated from Samos around 540 BC.
Oh, so southern Italy then?
Oh, is that where Croton is? Interesting. It's an interesting book. I recommend it. Intellectual Manual Labour by Alfred Sun Ratal. It's worth looking into, even if it's wrong, I think.
Oh yeah, no, it sounds like fun.
I think it's kind of similar to Class Struggle in the Ancient World. I think he actually quotes that fella. What's his name?
Steve Coy.
Yeah.
My kind of natural ancestor.
I think he does. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Do you want to play chess?
Oh, yeah.
Go on then. Right, I'll pop it back up.
Mild news is that with 25% reporting Joe Biden is a sliver ahead in Texas.
Oh, really? So that's... Wait, let me check my... What was my odds? 12 to 5, I think, and I put £5 on. Wait, was that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, wait, so that's... I get £12 back off that. Alright. I think I could be in to win both of my... predictions.
It would be funny if you hedge against yourself, but
Win
win both.
Mixed up with the £5 I lost in Atalanta.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's get... Right, chess is up. I'm white. Let's go. It's so nice having you on a different channel to the music. It's very convenient. Just playing a simple London, nothing fancy. Oh. Ooh, oh no. There we go. This mix is called The Mystic Sounds of Nyabingi. I'd recommend it to anyone with an interest. Catchy, innit? It's catchy, innit? Oh. Risky. Oh, fuck you. Two viewers. Oh, Jake has come back in for the breaking news. Breaking news, Tim?
Yeah, go on.
I don't know what it is. I was asking you.
Oh, breaking news?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm trying. Yeah, I don't know.
Texas
What's going on in
is-
Florida? Does anyone know?
Oh yeah, we should. Was it? I'll search for like live vote counter. Is that what I want?
Probably, yeah.
Election tracker. It's the best election tracker. I guess 538 probably got a good one. I mean, by good, I mean annoying. New York Times? Election live updates and tracker? Oh yeah, New York Times is alright. What are we saying for Florida? Jesus Christ.
What?
Florida is... Oh, Trump is edging ahead.
Yeah, that looks pretty... That
looks
with
pretty Trumpy.
89%, that looks decisive to
Yeah,
me.
2 million votes. Biden's ahead by 6%. I'm getting the bet! I'm getting the bet! I'm getting the bet! Biden's winning Texas and losing Florida, and that means he gets a modest win of 270 to 299. Yes! Guess who's buying a Monotron tomorrow? Or saving towards a better sim? What do I do in this situation? Oh, fuck. No, actually, that's fine. I hope nobody minds listening to burps on the radio. I guess quite a lot of people do because we've lost a lot of views.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
people do hate that.
It seems like the sort of people that are like into Foley will either love or hate it.
See, I like it. I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, it looks like Florida's going Trump.
It's exciting.
I think there's been some decisions.
Oh my god. Oh, so Trump's winning Tennessee. Not too surprising. He's winning Oklahoma. Is that surprising?
No.
I love these Nyabingi rhythms. I feel like I've lost control of this game. Kind of let my concentration fall.
Yeah, I can't keep track of what I should be concentrating
No,
on.
I know exactly what you mean. Oh, Cory Booker's back. I like Cory Booker.
Ooh. I hate that.
Yeah, it's a mean move. I'm trying to think what I'd do. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I would do. I think I actually drop a piece. I think that was a good move. Yeah, I do drop a piece. And that's the only way that I don't drop a piece. Eesh. Yeah, there we go. Eesh. That wasn't a good move.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're doing, but it's fine, I guess. Oh dear, I'm running out of time.
Yeah, you're a pawns actually. Oh, Trump's winning Georgia. Georgia was kind of a swing, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think realistically Biden he doesn't need to win anything.
No.
At this stage, does he? I think, you know, Biden may care least.
Yeah,
of almost anyone
I
in
agree.
the world.
Ah, God, was that checkmate? Yeah. Yeah, it was checkmate. Well done. GG.
Thank you. Good little end game there.
Yeah, it was fun. I find with chess is that I despair incredibly quickly. But actually, it's quite a fluid game. It goes ebbs and flows.
Yeah, like you until I think you made like one mistake. I think that like spooky queen attack.
Yeah, he was actually wrong.
Yeah.
Should we check the analysis board? Let's have a look and see how bad our moves were. I don't do this enough anymore. Ah, bugger! I need to sign in, but on a different thing so I don't lose the game.
I quite enjoy flicking through the game. That's great.
Yeah, we'll do it with the analysis. That's the real. Oh, I should probably not. I guess you can't see what password I'm putting in. So.
Yeah, no, I've got no.
You can just see. Well, not you. The unwashed hordes that are watching the stream. All two of them. All right, here we go.
At this stage, it's probably just the CIA. Like. It's good for jobs.
Yeah, I liked what we called it the last time, which is that it's a digital black bloc. I was going to call it digital blackface. That's a completely different thing. Digital black bloc, just like sending out noise. Right. Okay. Did we? No mistakes until you made an inaccuracy in playing knight to c6 because you should have pushed the pawn.
Okay.
And then that is an inaccuracy to play the knight out. And I should play the move that I always should play, which is h4, and just push up on the queen side, on the king side. But I didn't do that, and that was a terrible move. Defending the you're right, defending because I take there, and then what do? I guess you take back, and then I just go back, and then we're pretty much equals to equals. I see. No, that was a mistake. But then you played the wrong move because you let me have the open file. Did I play the wrong move? Yeah, I played the wrong move. And then you blundered, but I didn't notice that you'd blundered your pawn. So then it went from me being 0.2 ahead to being equal again. And then... Oh, terrible. I fucked up a point lead. Oh, now I'm doing awfully. Oh, I should have been pinning that knight. Didn't even think about that. This is terrible. Now you're just winning.
Yeah.
And yet that move was awful. Look at that. Look, I lose a whole 2 points. It looked scary, but and now look at that. I'm just dead in the water. Dead in the water. So it really was that queen move, but there was a series of. Let's go back and see what my real mistakes were.
It is interesting. Like, you were completely ahead until you, like, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing down your like king bishop file with this idea with the queen or something. Like.
Oh wait, what move's that?
Like around move, like, so like up to move 9, I am losing badly.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's not too far off equal.
And then,
but yeah,
like, there's like you could have dropped this. You could have like got your queen out on this pawn, but you moved your pawn up instead.
That was terrible. Well, I'll tell you, my thought was that I didn't see that the pawn was hanging. And if you don't see it, then you never make the move. And then I was like, oh, I guess I kind of want to castle queenside and then just sort out my pawns. But I find this is an amateur chess thing. I'm like well too focused on my pawn structure looking nice.
Yeah, and I mean it tends to serve you well in our games. Like you usually beat me.
But in this instance, I've just stopped analysing my games out of shame, and I've become a lot worse at chess because I'm not going to practice. So that was the real point. Actually, I did. That was our mistake, and then the next mistake was bringing out the knight rather than the queen, and then the real error.
But yeah, I made like 3 game-losing blunders.
And I didn't see any of them.
Yeah. But shall we play again?
Yeah, go on.
Whilst we're still waiting for Florida to make up his mind in the end.
It seems like Trump is winning. Come on! I can't believe that my bet. Wait, what's my stake? I've lost £5. Wait, where's my betting ticket? I should fucking lose that. Shit. Oh, okay, so I'm getting awful close to knocking fucking Guinness all over my fancy new mixing desk. So I lost that £5 stake to Atlanta, but I'm on 7-1 on Biden to win 299. So that'll be £70 out, and then I'm looking at £100.
That's pretty good. That's sort of thanks to, that's assuming Biden wins Texas though, isn't it?
It's assuming Biden wins Texas and loses Florida.
Yeah, I mean you're on track for that right now. Yeah. Like, there's still quite a lot to call in Texas though. We don't know what order the votes are coming in.
It's true.
If it's like, if the urban votes are coming in faster, then
yeah.
But sometimes they come in slower because they're in bigger counties, so it takes longer for the county to count them all. So who even knows?
Trump wins Arkansas.
Fair.
Right, go on then. Let's have another game. Wait, I'll invite you to a different one. Should we do 10 minutes, no increment? Nice.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense for me.
Yeah, I like that. Right, I'll send it your messenger. My lungs have been terrible recently. I was worried it was COVID, but it turns out that shortness of breath is no longer a COVID symptom.
What?
Yeah, it's fever, cough, and loss of smell. That's
okay.
the real big news. Right, can I embarrass myself less than last time? Ooh, I think that's a Benoni? I think that's what that's called. I'm one of those people that knows more about chess than how to play chess.
I mean, I don't really know much of either.
I quite like watching the professional games.
Yeah, like I'll watch a fun game, but that's because I like the human drama of it. I just like the television form of two people staring at each other over a table for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's I really wish it was more televised. I think it would be a good sport to have, like, regularly on TV. It's quite good on YouTube.
Yeah.
They have like fun commentary and stuff.
Yeah, chess YouTube seems like it's quite good.
Yeah, I can recommend Eric Rosen is the streamer that's the nicest. Ben Feigl. Correct. Oh, I made the wrong move there. Actually, no. I remember learning in the book what the correct move is there. The correct move is to play the queen out, and then if we trade queens, then I get the rook on the open file.
That makes sense.
No, I didn't do that. It will be funny if Trump wins again.
It will be quite funny. Yeah.
I'm like, it's fair because I was pro Brexit on Brexit, right? I was kind of apathetic last American election. Now I'm kind of moderate pro Trump. That's my position. Did I finish off those slots? I think I did. Oh, sorry? Was that really? I don't want it. Do you want to? Eesh. Eesh. I don't really know who's winning this position. I am, but not by much. I've got to smoke some weed soon. Necessity. I don't know if that was a good move, actually. I should have spent more time on that. Yeah, I think that was. Eesh. Yeah, that is a good move. That's a real humdinger of a move. God, this sucks. I was in a really nice position before that as well. Purely subjectively.
I don't really know what I'm doing with this, that's the problem.
Yeah, it does seem to fizzle. I mean, I can't castle, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's enough, innit?
It's a benefit. Yeah, bad move. I'm not spending enough time thinking. Eesh! Ooh. Ooh, that's tricky. Oh no. Oh no. That's alright. What effect can I use on a sneeze? Don't know if that didn't. Have you had to sneeze on public transport yet?
I haven't. I'm close enough to uni to have to be able to walk whenever I need to like go into the library. So I literally haven't been on a bus in months.
Well, I have to go quite a lot just 'cause it's London. How often do you have to go to the library?
More than you'd think, because they're like, we can still get books from like you can click and collect. They've started checking the ID though, which is annoying because I was planning like a major book heist.
Oh really? What, under a fake name?
But they're really clamping down on that.
I've just straight stolen a book from Kingston. They're never getting it back. I want it too much. And it's a shame, because I probably think somebody else could get good use out of it. The thing is, if you steal from libraries, that means that the books that you like don't get scholarship.
That's true.
But still, it's worth it.
That's annoying. I didn't see that at all.
Ugh. I actually don't think it was good. I regret it.
It makes everything feel dangerous.
But I think that there's a pretty easy move to. Yeah, that also works. Yeah, that was the. Weirdly enough, that little scaring move has opened up new possibilities for me. Sometimes it's wrong to tickle. It's so tempting, Jess.
Yeah, it's done well for you on this occasion. Yeah, unfortunate.
This feels like one of those situations where you have like a minor advantage that you just can't make anything of.
Yeah, like I feel like I could blunder at any moment and lose the game, but I also feel like I'm quite close to winning.
Yeah. I'm just like very sure. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, that's checkmate. That's checkmate.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the game. Oh, it was only till right at the end. It was dead. I was winning for a bit. I was waiting for the analysis to come back. Oh, actually, you were winning for ages, and then there was a couple of big blunders on both sides. Oh, right, I'm gonna smoke a big bong.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna roll myself a joint.
Nice. Let's have a weed break. I might change the reggae for something more upbeat.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
High tempo.
Yeah. If you want, we could play Age of Empires.
Oh yeah, actually, I haven't got Age of Empires installed on this computer, but I will.
That's fair.
I'll get fucking ragged. I'm tired. I can't remember all the rules, but that'll be fun. That'll be fun for the. Right, I'll get Steam downloaded. But in the meantime, I'll pop that. What's more high energy? Right, let's pop out for a song. I can just straight fade you down. You don't have to go anywhere, which is nice.
That is nice.
What's high energy? I feel like the Italo earlier was pretty good, but nah, disregard. Something a bit more, just a bit more fucking pounding. Oh, that'd be nice. Oh, wait. Off the phone because of the innovative system of inputs that I have in place. Well, it's not even, it's 2. What's that? That's fucking note for me. I'm strong, like the ox. I can stay up for 1,000,000 years. Alright, let's go. come back. There's 2 songs. It's too short. This song rocks actually. It's kind of a shame that I'm talking through this. Hello. And the urban areas have reported. Is that the case? The urban areas have reported. Well, I say we just power through. We just leave the Mr. Fingers on in the background because I like it. This is the Chuck D mix. It's interesting. Yeah. What's Chuck D doing with Mr. Fingers? No. No, he's Wax Lips. Oh, yeah. That's odd. I have had loads of... We have cola bottles. No, they're not really. No. You don't get wax bottles. You get Wax Lips, though. I'm surprised that she's not had Wax Lips. What's the... What, do I swallow it like tablets? Yes, of course I chew on it. Jack! No, you let me... what I am imagining... What I am imagining is some sort of just like pink lip-shaped gross... Oh no! Wait, I don't need the wax lips. No, I don't think we do have it. Yeah, what? It's the candy product made of coloured and flavoured food-grade paraffin wax. Okay, yeah. I've never had literally wax lips. I think I've had like waxy... No! That's crazy. Yeah. That's funny. Did you get... How many people have we got listening in? We have two. Oh, Jake! Yeah, let's get Jake on. Alright, we're calling Jake. I think it is saying Jack is the one who can bring everyone together. It was like Jack in. Like Jack in the house. It could be you though, Jack. Can you feel it? Martin Luther King mix. Oh yeah, because they put speeches on in the background. That's what it is. Oh, I see. So that's probably a Chuck D speech. Okay, we're gonna put on introduction. Sorry, this is bad DJ. Just to cut this one out halfway through. Jake, you on? Oh, I think I might have muted Messenger. No? Do you know what I've done? No. I didn't put you up on the mixing desk. I've got a mixing desk. It's a fantastic purchase. Jake Wood, my brother.
Hello there. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very loud and clear.
All right, fantastic. Sorry, I have to bop off for 2 minutes. I just need to make sure that I'm not going to wake my mother up.
That's nice. That's nice. Good work. Good work, lad. Don't upset your mother. Sacrosanct. You've got Mr. Fingers in the background. I hope you don't mind. Let's have a look at the news. Election tracker. Florida says 51% for Biden. Texas says Biden on 49.3, Trump on 49.2. It's pretty close. New Mexico's gone to swing state Illinois. Surprising, but Biden's got that. Nibs. The
It's,
very important Todd McGowan vote has seemingly gone to Biden. What a surprise!
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I feel like in the last couple of days, I've just been kind of warming myself into the idea that Biden might win this, and now I'm a lot less sure of that. To be fair,
I actually, to be honest, I really have, and I can hold this as a certainty. Because I haven't cared about this election, I have been thinking that Trump's probably going to win it. Because I think that Biden is like it's such a clearly stupid mistake. Like, you can't show your ass that clearly. Like, you can't goatsy and win. You know, you can't. You can. And in fact, actually, I think goatsy would have won, and I think that's because Trump much more represents the pride of goats. Do you know what I mean? He's holding his ass apart, whereas it's more like the difference between Donald Trump and the Democrats is what's that anus? What's that type of anus in pornography? The distended anus. You know, it's not gaping. It's like it prolapse. The difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is Donald Trump is a porn star prolapsing for money in like a sort of grotesque display, whereas the Democratic Party that's just prolapsing on the street, prolapsing at Waitrose. You don't want it to happen. Everyone can see. They're looking at you. Yeah, what's your take on the election, Jake?
What's my take on the election? I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's the most uninspiring thing that I've ever seen. To be honest, like I have like really loved it. It's just been two men who cannot speak in coherent sentences, like yelling at each other. It's been quite amusing.
It's how you want a family engagement to turn out. Two men that you're not related to directly, like within one or two jumps, just shouting at each other about nothing. They're really angry.
Yeah.
What's your take
Also,
on the...
if,
Sorry,
I feel if Biden does win, as soon as he turns on Twitter, you're going to see so many, like, smug centrists just yamming at anybody who's, like, vaguely on the left.
Well, I think that this is, like... I think if he wins, I guess that is the issue, is he might win by a landslide. And then you get this weird kind of, like backwards Blair. Because it would make sense. Does that make sense, Jack? That Biden could still win by a landslide from this position? If he wins... I mean, you don't think so? So Michigan is looking Trump.
Is it? How many electoral college votes did they get?
How many electoral colleges are there? 16. It's a chunk.
That's not too many, to be fair.
16. Well, it's if Trump wins Michigan, that's huge. You heard it here first. Well, I have this very... Because, Jake, be honest with me. You know, brother to brother. Did you want Brexit to win on the night of Brexit?
Bit, yes. A little bit.
It's you couldn't not, I feel. It was, and I will be fair, I had the same feeling when that Israeli lady was winning Eurovision. I was just like, it's funny for Israel to win Eurovision. I'm sorry. It is funny that Israel won Eurovision. My favorite, can I tell that story about your mother? It's my favorite. Yeah, so Katerina's mother desperately didn't want the Israeli lady to win Eurovision. Not because she's pro-Palestinian. She's in fact very fervently pro-Israel in her foreign policy, but it's because the Israeli lady was fat. And being anti-fat people outweighed her pro-Israeli sentiment, and she wanted us to lose. That's very funny. Well, what do you think about the Labour Party at the moment? Talking about a whole different type of politics.
I mean, it's just one big car crash, isn't it? It's.
Yep. I reckon they're going to let him back in, aren't they? It's going to be some weird tail between the legs. Like this was like a.
Well, I mean, this is the irony of it. Really, is that the whole furore was about the need for this independent disciplinary process. He's been suspended, presumably with some involvement from the leader's office, not really as the result of an actual complaint, but just as a result of a political intervention.
Yeah.
And now it looks like there's backdoor kind of talks between people in kind of Team Starmer and people from Unite, who kind of are close to Corbyn, trying to negotiate his kind of re-entry into the party to present some kind of, to prevent some kind of civil war. It's very ironic, given the whole crux of the thing was the need to not sort these things out through backdoor deals and have it through an independent process. It's like they've just, I guess they've just.
Well, they've done what we should have done, but I guess we're just too. I don't know what it was but like I guess because the left kind of did a thing of just taking over the NEC. Like it did what it could see in its head as like eventualities to be like, okay, we'll take control of these like major outposts in the party and control the youth movement so that the next 20 years is kind of at least flavored with your politics. What we didn't do in charge was to like expel David Miliband, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, David Blunkett, anybody who said British jobs for British workers, anybody who imposed anybody who basically brought concentration camps back to the UK in the detention centres. Like all of those people are expelled and also have jihad. They are like, what is it? What's that? Was it takfir? Takfir. They're announced to be takfir, which is Muslims that you can kill because they have strayed from the path. I was misquoting Kutub, but please download his books on the internet and do it with gay abandon because no one will be watching. Dance like no one's watching. Download Islamist tracks. Oh!
Are you still a member of the Labour Party, Liam?
I am.
Yeah. I mean, interesting thinking about the local elections that will be coming up next year, because like in terms of financially, I think all the stuff that's gone on has hit them really hard, because you've had, I don't know if you know, Unite have actually like reduced their affiliation to Labour, so they're going to be donating a lot less each year, and then you've got like members leaving in droves, but you've also got a thing that started happening within trade unions, which is that you can opt out of your trade union's political fund, and people didn't really know that, and since that's become kind of common knowledge, it's become much more common of people ringing up their union saying, look, I don't want my subs being used to fund Labour. So I think that's, even though Starmer can obviously crawl up the asses of donors and stuff, it's like they're probably going to go into the next council elections with really not a lot of money to campaign on.
Yeah, does seem it. Well, that's the thing, is that like I think it's interesting because our most recent lived experience has been that door-to-door campaigning is fucking kind of useless. But it's not. I think it's one of the. This is my hot tip for the election, is that I've been seeing the stuff around like Biden having absolutely zero kind of like door-to-door campaigning, whereas Trump at least having group of people who don't give a fuck about COVID going door to door to like convince people to vote. And it seems like this is the outcome. When your opposition doesn't campaign and you do, then this is kind of the election you get. Whereas if the opposition decides to send the dogs of hell against you in the form of their own psychotic desire to kill being up to, it was a very master-slavey thing, the 2019 election. They wanted to die more. We were too scared to die. So we were like, a second referendum, I guess it's a compromise position. They had no fear. Jeremy Corbyn is a racist. He's a racist. He's a racist. He's actually a racist. He's a racist man. He's racist.
By the way, who am I on call with at the minute? I can only hear you.
I know, I've only got the one microphone. Which
I see. So who else is on at the minute?
So I've got Jack, who's my housemate, who's a left communist from Maine. I've actually been wanting to. I might hand the mic over, as I feel like you've got some truths to talk to each other. And there's Katarina, who is
hello.
Playing a phone game where you feed different. Is it foods to animals? It looks pretty fun. It looks like one of those ones you lose 4 days to, and I think this is day 4. So we'll keep you updated on that as the show goes on. What was I saying? Oh yeah, let's get the big fight.
What's the big fight?
Well, so Jack, see, similar to your name, hates Gramsci. Mainly considers himself opposed to the Gramscian tradition, and aligns with Bordiger, and can kind of just be, I think, because I'm not a good Bordigerist. I am a Bordigerist and I like Bordiger, but there's actual there's actually taking the position, whereas I will always fall back on social democracy due to my Stalinist. I've kind of become this very sort of critical Stalinist now, where I realise that there are certain character flaws in my personality that prevent me from being a true left communist. But what's your take on Gramsci? Do you still use Gramsci? Oh yeah, Gramsci and Keynes. Those are the two people, because Jack also defines himself as being primarily opposed to Keynes.
Okay.
What's your positions on Gramsci and Keynes?
Mine, or I wouldn't say I have a position on philosophers and political economists per se. I mean, in terms of Gramsci, I think I very much like Gramsci. And do you know what? Actually, my position is that I very much like both Gramsci and Keynes. I think they're two very important thinkers. They both have a lot to say. It's kind of difficult to put forward a position because obviously they're at completely different ends of the spectrum. They're both dealing with completely different questions. I wouldn't say I believe in either of their underlying worldviews, but like they both provide concepts that are useful in academic research. You know, with Gramsci that's hegemony, with Keynes that's underperformance of aggregate demand. You know, these are very useful conceptual maps for understanding the world, I think. It's not to say that I necessarily
I was actually
not to say.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. No, I'll carry on.
Yeah, go on.
What is the underperformance of aggregate demand? So is that
right? Okay.
So is that because I was trying to explain this, but I didn't have the right words the other day. But did Keynes kind of invent something that's kind of true, and that without Keynes there would be like some element of knowledge that was locked off? And what is the underperformance of aggregate demand?
I mean, I think Keynes provided a lot of these things. To be fair, a lot of like kind of conceptual tools that he provided a lot of tools that regardless of whether you're a kind of socialist or a liberal or an anarchist or a Marxist, you're gonna end up using them because they're just so kind of present, and they're, you know, a lot of the time, here's how to put it, right? If a lot of the time, if you were to ask maybe like a third year undergrad, oh yeah, give me your description of like Marxist political economy, they would most likely give you some kind of description of Marxist understanding of capitalism that is in some way kind of filtered through Keynes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it was for me for sure. Absolutely.
Like, you know, the essential underlying idea of the general theory in Keynes is that, you know, economic crisis tends to come more from, if anything, well, to put it in the most crude, simple terms, a failure of kind of incomes to keep pace with capital accumulation, as opposed to the supply side view that capital accumulation doesn't quite keep pace with the growth of incomes. That is to put it in the most butchered and kind of simplified terms possible, but I think most useful terms possible.
Thank you, because that's the level that I'm most knowledgeable at. Well, I'm going to try to formulate what Jack would think, because he's playing chess.
Okay.
And that is that I think that there were two things. The first one that I can remember is that, like, because this is what Paul Mattick says, I think, in the butchering of Paul Mattick, is that wages have to fall because, in a very kind of orthodox Marxist sense, like, that's the whole surplus population stuff, that, like, you can't have wages rising along with productivity. Because, you know, there's that bit in Capital where...
Hang on.
Hello?
Hang on. The important point here about Keynes is that we're talking about money wage, not the real wage, right? So in Keynes, labour bargains over the nominal money wage, not the real wage, right?
So is the real wage including stuff like NHS, council tax, council tax?
No. So we're talking like inflationary, deflationary dynamics, right?
Okay, right. Yeah, I get that. So real wages compared to inflation. Right. And what Labour doesn't bargain over that.
No, generally speaking, like, it's impossible to, from the perspective of, say, a trade union, it's basically impossible to bargain over the real wage because most likely your employer doesn't have control over the entire macro dynamics of the economy in the way that a government does, right? So you have to bargain over the nominal money wage as opposed to the real wage.
Okay, so if you have something like hyperinflation,
sorry, just to get back to
that doesn't have anything to do
kind
with
of bring it
Labour.
into what you were saying. Yes, even in Keynes, for economic recovery from crisis, wages do have to fall, but they fall in real terms whilst you inflate the economy, right? So you increase the economy in terms of nominal growth, but in terms of real wages, you have a kind of shrinking process, right? And that's where your recovery comes from in the kind of Keynesian policy kind of angle.
I see.
So it's kind of like a more fair and equal alternative to austerity, right? Where austerity kind of discriminates, an inflationary-based recovery kind of disperses it more equally. Particularly, it puts much of the burden on financial institutions, because obviously inflation lowers the rate of profit in finance, depending on what interest rates do.
Well, Jack, no pressure. Would you like to come in on the chat? Right, I need to box the loose. That's fantastic.
I think Liam has sort of overstated to the extent to which I am opposed to Keynes. I think I am sort of just skeptical of the Gramscian model of revolution. I feel like that.
Hang on, I'm losing you a little bit.
Oh, can you hear me?
Intermittently, but yes.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I think I am more just skeptical of Gramsci's model. and I don't find a lot of the like slow kind of growth of like counter hegemony that compelling. Which isn't to say that I don't think Gramsci is interesting, but I don't think he's a place to go to for a kind of way out of capitalism. I think he kind of just offers a good description of how capitalism functions. And then I guess with Keynes, my skepticism is more around, I guess, where he locates crisis. I don't actually know this stuff all that well, I have to admit. But I know that... no, I don't know it that well. But I guess my kind of skepticism is that I think Keynes sort of is still an economist, and in that he kind of does think that capitalism can survive forever. Like, I think that he thinks that growth is still the norm to some extent. And I don't know. I feel like the stuff about the rate of profit falling within production itself, and that's kind of just this like thing that can't really be dodged.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of a it's often a kind of Marxist reply to say to look at kind of Keynes, post-Keynesianism, and kind of say, well, here's this kind of financialized understanding of crisis, but what about, you know, the real productive processes? I think my point to that, and I think the point that you really get across in the second volume of Das Kapital, is that this is actually really an artificial distinction, right?
Yeah.
The kind of the speculative moment, the debt creation moment, this is a moment in the circuit of accumulation. It's irremovable, and it's as much a part of what we come to know as the circuit of capitalism as, you know, the production of labor or the intervention of the state to ensure the power of capital over labor in various political forms, right? It's, you know, you can't take M out of MC, M prime, you know, this kind of, you know, this kind of idea that there's the real capitalism, and then which is, you know, industry and the factory floor, and then there's this kind of artificial thing on top, which is kind of finance, right? I mean, obviously there's a basic level at which that is true, because obviously, you know, when we're talking about finance, we are talking about pieces of paper that are essentially made up, right? But at the same time, if you look at the entire history of capitalism, the development of speculation, of debt, has always been a fundamental driving force of the concentration of industry, of the actual emergence of the kind of capitalist mode of production. It's not something that was kind of added on top afterwards, right?
Sure.
And
I guess,
to talk about crisis as emerging within, to talk about crisis as emerging within the productive system, you know, within the productive relations. I mean, yes. I mean, I think if you look at the vast majority of crises over time, I think generally you can identify something going on within financial systems as a kind of trigger point, right? If you look at the 2008 financial crisis, that's things like leverage in the mortgage market. If you look at the economic crisis that went on in the late 1970s, that's kind of the collapse of the Bretton Woods monetary system. Obviously, there's always things like falling rates of profit, changes in the kind of wage relationship, and kind of things like that. And, you know, your kind of classic kind of Phillips curve stuff. Well, obviously, all of that's going on. All of that is going on. But I mean, yeah, the process by which these things, this kind of financial world and the kind of underlying productive relationships, tend to kind of separate from each other, and the world of finance tends to like whirl off in its own motions to the point where it's seemingly completely disaggregated from the, if you like, underlying industrial base underneath it. That has always been part of the development of capitalism. It's not something that came around kind of post-war. It's not something that came around kind of in the kind of first era of globalization in the late 1900s. It's always been an intrinsic part of that circuit. So I do think when people say, you know, when you get a kind of Marxist argument that tries tries to make this kind of arbitrary distinction between financial capital and productive capital, as if one is a kind of historical kind of post-period on the other. I think I'm very skeptical of it, and for that reason, I think the Keynesians and the post-Keynesians, kind of thinkers like Hyman Minsky, all the kind of economists writing around the kind of Cambridge School at that time, I think they're very useful, and they say a lot of interesting things.
Yeah,
They are ultimately liberals, though.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to the readings that really defend, I guess what is kind of contentious, which is that you can identify. I don't disagree with any of that really. I just that there's kind of a form of crisis that Keynes can't really account for, which is a crisis as the result of a rising organic composition of capital. And just that. Sorry, I'm exhausted. That machines will just replace workers, and that you kind of hit a point where things become so productive that you can no longer extract so much profit out of certain industries, and that is a kind of general trend. And I think that potentially there are like counter tendencies that can outweigh that, but I think it's quite important.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of standard thing that you get in Volume 3, right, of Capital, that the crisis fundamentally originates from the kind of competitive mechanism where capitalists are kind of compelled to invest more and more in the productive process, so that they can basically get more out of their investment, get more goods out of X amount of labor, and eventually, you get the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. And it's kind of driven by this kind of over-investment period. I mean, I think if you look at kind of capitalism since 2008, one thing that you have to say is we're not in any danger of a situation where capitalism becomes too productive, right? Like, productivity basically hasn't risen since 2007. We're one of the major debates in academic economics at the minute, particularly across Europe, is the so-called productivity puzzle. Why has aggregate productivity just basically flatlined in kind of post-capitalism? And I don't know if you're familiar with the kind of neo-Marxist development theory of the kind of 50s and 60s, the kind of Barron and Sweezy people who talk about this compulsion of capitalism towards secular stagnation. I think to understand the kind of crisis that we're in today, I think it looks a lot more like that kind of variant of the kind of Marxist kind of theory of crisis, this kind of tendency towards secular stagnation, and the idea that we're becoming so fundamentally efficient that we're going to be replaced by robots is, yeah.
Well, I don't think I believe that, but I don't know. Like I think I am influenced this especially because where I grew up in the U.S., Maine, the largest industry or the largest profession is trucking, and I knew this guy in Silicon Valley who was working on automated trucking, so I was specifically a bit bothered by that. No, I don't know these debates that well. I'm still kind of dipping my toes into it, and it's all interesting. But no, I'm coming from just straight sociology rather than economics kind of background.
I'm actually losing you a little bit.
Oh. Well, I'm exhausted anyway. I don't want to talk anymore.
That's fair enough.
I was interested. I wanted to say lots of things, but I was very good, and I didn't shout out when it wasn't my place to. I'll do that in voice.
I was very good.
There we go. Have you heard of a guy called? This is from something you were saying a while back, and then I had another thing to say, but let's see if it comes organically. Have you ever heard of someone called? I think I've seen it, Jairus Banaji.
No.
He's really cool. He's like he's a. What is he? Kind of a political economist, I guess. At SOAS, he's an Indian guy, and The Brenner debate. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a Brenner guy. Oh, he's anti-Brenner. He's a. But he has a really cool thing on. It's kind of both agrees with what you're saying and disagrees with it. Because he has the thing about how Marx uses fictitious capital to mean finance. In I think it's in volume 3. Yeah, yes. And he said, but he also says about how like Marx was actually very closely covering all of the finance kind of innovations and kind of scandals around his time. And if you go through his record at the New York Daily Post, which is the newspaper he wrote for, it's like quite often it's about these financial scandals, and it makes sense because like the terror in the French Revolution was really about an Austrian Girondin financial scandal, and that's why they ended up all getting killed. So it's kind of common at the time just to follow it. But he talks about how like I think one of the things that Marx mentions that Bernanke kind of builds upon is the fact that during the slave trade, even though the slaves were, especially towards the end, just being transported between Africa and the Caribbean or Africa and America, so technically Britain wasn't really involved in it at all, except for the fact that everybody was banking at the City of London, and so there were... Bernanke says that about 50% of all of the money in the slave trade left the French or whoever it was his hands and went to the British banks just purely in the form of like regulations and fees and taxes and fees mainly, I guess. And it kind of shows about the... Well, Bernanke's quite interesting because he also... he is a very long-term view on when capital began, and in is it Theory is History? Theory is History. He has an essay about how it was the first banking systems, like the ways of like essentially having, is it like the ledger books where you have in and out annually rather than just having how much more
double
or
entry
less
bookkeeping.
yeah. And he kind of explains about how so it's kind of like the financial stuff. He's a good history of how the financial side of capital is birthed kind of almost before and at the same time. It's a good book, I would recommend. And he's like a Trotskyist, Indian post-Trotskyist. It's pretty cool actually. He's a cool guy.
Interesting.
And then the second thing is on this. I see what you mean about this thing, because this is the thing in Marx that I never quite get, which is that like it's implied that if you replace your workers with robots, because robots don't provide surplus value, then you get fucked. And it kind of confused me, because it really says that you need to. It only makes sense to oppress humans. But given that capital is a social relation between humans, I can kind of believe that. It's like it's sustained by exploiting humans. If you're just using machines, then it doesn't. And so I guess, I think, and the other side is that when you talk about whenever anybody talks in the Keynesian mode, that it like inevitably falls back onto like saving capitalism. It's like if you want to save capitalism in a more fair way than just having austerity, then you redistribute slowly, and like that's the thing, is that wages, like the worker still gets fucked, wages still drop. Just there's
I mean, I don't think that's, I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? So if you think, like, I think there's this thinking that as soon as we're talking in the language of economics, we're already kind of reifying capitalism. Like, there's an extent to which that's necessarily true, but I mean, if you think about, if you put yourself in the shoes of, say, Lenin in 1918, what's your major concern, right?
Grain, whites. The damned
Actually, sorry, yes. In 1918, it's whites, but when you get to about 1922, right, it's the scissors crisis. It's this imbalance between the supply, between the prices of agricultural and industrial goods, right? And
wait, explain that again.
So this, you know about the scissors crisis?
No, actually. Is it the Polish button
Okay.
crisis?
No, the Polish button crisis is something later. Basically, the so basically the scissor crisis is after the Russian Revolution. The price of industrial goods kind of skyrockets and the price of grain kind of collapses. And this is kind of the exact opposite of what the communists need, because they want to they want to kind of turn the peasantry into a kind of industrial proletariat. And to do that, they need to mechanize agriculture, which means that they need, they need industrial prices to fall so that things like tractors and stuff will be affordable, which will then bring, if you like, replace the workers with robots so they can move into the cities and make more things. They need to drive this kind of process of urbanization, right? And if you look at many of the kind of policy, much of the discussions that went on between, say, like Lenin, Bukharin, and Kautsky and everyone, you'll find stuff that's almost proto-Keynesian. They're not dealing with it in terms of, they're not just referencing the tendency of the rate of profit default to answer these problems. There's a really interesting quote, and I can't remember who it's by, but it was like a Soviet leader, and he was saying, when we have an economic problem in the Soviet Union, what do you think we do? Do you think we get out Das Kapital and we consult the Elder Scrolls? No, we do it like Western economists do. We get out the mathematical models, we do stats and all of that, right? It's, to think in the, I think people are on the Marxist end of things. If your training is primarily in kind of philosophy, sociology, you might tend to equate any kind of economic logic with Keynesianism, right? Might conflate those two things a bit. But the discipline of economics is necessary unless someone has some kind of blueprint for a kind of immediate anarchism.
It's long distance, unmediated exchange. That's what will replace economics. You need some way so that you can get goods to travel from one end of the earth to the other without being exchanged. And yet, at both ends, there does need to be enough of the right stuff. I had a quick thing about how I think that there's like a real similarity. I think you're right about how like the Marxism of the Second International, by founding itself on the kind of scientific paradigms of the 20s, it does end up mirroring Keynes in a lot of like productivist. There's the centrality of growth, like a lot of the kind of it is good to work. We need to have an economy that is perpetually improving, and the idea that what was most important is that peasant economies primitively accumulate themselves as fast as possible into consumer capitalist economies. And I guess that then
And
at
just
that point
on,
you
a,
can
on
then
a kind of historical level, right? Kind of what we might think of as like Keynesian social democracy, or in the US you might call it like New Deal politics or whatever. That and kind of, the kind of Marxist kind of Soviet model. These things, they rise at a similar time.
Yeah.
Their development is intrinsically bound to one another, and they begin to collapse at the same time, right? The collapse of Keynesianism in the West and the collapse of the Soviet Union are intrinsically linked to one another. You tend to, particularly when you do the kind of mainstream history of the Cold War, they'll talk about it as two worlds, like the capitalist West and the communist East. But these, the reality is that the Soviet Union was always very heavily integrated with the rest of Europe, right?
You could always get a larder.
Particularly.
My dad would always have larders.
Have what, sorry?
Larders. You know a larder, don't you?
Larders?
Carrying on as what a larder is.
What's
a larder is
what,
a Soviet car.
That you keep butter in?
No, it's a Soviet car. It's a charming old Soviet car, and you would it's used in a sentence. It's been 15 years, and I'm still on the waiting list for my larder. That'll be a Bulgarian lady. I guess the... Wait, I had an actual genuine point. What was he saying just before that? What were you saying? Something.
Oh, me, I can't remember. To be honest, man, I'm really flagging at this point.
Me too. Well, we can get Tim back on in a sec. I had one point, and I will find it. Oh yeah, the Keynesianism is all at the same time. Oh Christ! Come on. I can do it. No, I can do it. This can be done. Right, all at the same time. Every economic system's kind of related. No, it's gone. I can't even try to replace it with anything because it won't be as good. It was a good thought, and I was trying to I even turned my ring around. I guess to say that he was a eugenicist. What's Kalesky like? Is he good? Should we read Kalesky?
Who?
Kalesky. Yeah. Oh no, I had it.
Very,
it was
very
a.
good.
I had a thing. Did you know that the Chancellor of Germany preceded the Nazi Chancellor was a Hayekian? Paul Mason told me this, and the Nazi Chancellor who had essentially the Keynesian answer to the crisis, to the depression. And is like a kind of like contemporary of Keynes, but yeah, that was the Nazis Chancellor, whoever that was. That was my fact. I remembered it. Kalesky's good. We should read Kalesky. What's good? What should we read? Is there like a thing, or is he hard?
Well, in terms of, I mean, if you want to get started with Kalesky, look at his profit equation.
Okay.
And his theory of business cycles.
All right. Well, that's.
I'm not going to lie. He strongly stands up to Marx as a potential contester for how socialists should understand capitalism as working.
It's very interesting.
Like, at least on the pure kind of level of macroeconomics, I'd say it's far more sophisticated than Marx.
Well, that sounds revisionist to me.
No, he just understood things that Marx didn't, I'm afraid.
That sounds even more revisionist.
What? Marx didn't really have good maths, mate. His maths is incredibly poor.
That sounds... You're so revisionist. You couldn't say anything more revisionist than that. No, it was lovely to chat. I had a really nice time with that one. I feel like I learned stuff about Keynes and that. And I just want to say earlier, and I don't want to drop this, but Jack said that I misrepresented his position about how much he hates Keynes. I've heard him say these words: I hate Keynes. I really hate Keynes. God, I hate Keynes. Oh my God, I hate Keynes. I hate Keynes so much. Oh my God, I hate Keynes so much. I've heard all of these things many times in this house. So I just wanted to make that point clear for the record. Well, Jack, it was lovely to have
you. To be fair,
Jake,
before I go, Keynes is a liberal and not actually a friend of socialists. So that's fine. It's essentially fine that you hate Keynes. Also, do read Kalesky, because everything that's useful in Keynes that Keynes, discovered about capitalism, he basically plagiarized it from Kalesky. Kalesky never really sought credit for it. But also, not only did Kalesky discover it first, he also created these things in a framework that's based on like class analysis and kind of capitalism as an exploitative thing, rather than Keynes's kind of liberal probabilism.
I like, actually, me and Jack like and dislike Kalesky for the same reason, which is that Kalesky gave up his career at the University of Chicago to go work on the Polish planned economy.
Yeah.
And I respect that. I think that's so cool. I think it's just be like, all right, I'll give it a go. And also he had this theory that I saw from a lecture that all that was needed was a socialist World Bank. But what the World Bank did was he said that all money is underpinned by a value, and capitalist value. I watched one lecture 2 years ago. No, 1 year ago. Capitalist value is underpinned by accumulation, and what we need is to have value underpinned by something else, like being nice to each other. And I was like, that guy's got something. Well, Jake, it was wonderful to have you on.
I'll leave it there.
And I hope to come up to York at some point when everything's not, like it is.
All messed up.
But yeah, happy Trump Day. Victory to Trump.
Alright, take care of yourself, guys. Lovely to chat to you.
See ya. It was Jake Wood. Jake's full name is Jake Elroy Wood, and that's so that his name shortens to Jake L. Wood, like Jake and Elwood from the Blues Brothers. Here you go. That's something you probably didn't know. A fact about my friend Jake. Okay, let's we got three people. That's nice. Okay, let's drop out for a little bit. Let's pop a different type of music on, even though actually this song's a good song. Why would I change things? Why would I change it when it's working? Let's drop out for a bit and then come back. We're gonna have Tim back with Molly. Nice. I used to be so scared when we were just using OBS as a mixing desk.
Trump is leading in Wisconsin and Michigan. I actually messed up the first one on purpose, and I was like, shit, how do I mesh up Michigan in a believable sounding way? I did a good job. I went where I went, basically. The bloody same place. Trump is leading in Texas. Fuck you! Oh, you're not using the mic anymore. Oh, Christ.
Jesus!
Hello,
Could you
hello,
hear me
hello.
for any of that? Could you hear me shouting? At least I was shouting.
I can hear you shouting, yeah.
Okay. Look, I'm
now,
on my.
now I can hear you.
I
You're
mean,
fine.
I picked up the microphone. It was on the floor.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. I guess
I
I'm
felt like
used.
I was just bugging a conversation between you and Jack.
No, I was desperately trying to speak to you, and I was getting confused by the fact that I was having to shout because I had I have the headphones on, so I can hear myself speaking. So usually that's what kind of keeps me in check, not shouting too much. But then I was confused. I was like, I can't hear myself very loudly. I better shout.
It seems that tentatively it looks like 2016's happening again.
I love it. I love it. It's 2016 again. I'm badly dealing up with a breakup for the first time in my life. At the moment, the landlord at my seaside flat in Brighton has taken out the entire front wall, in order to replace it with a bay window that didn't come till a month later, and it was cold. It's nippy at the moment, isn't it? You imagine that with the fucking ice wind of Brighton seafront whipping down. The lowest I've ever been, 2016. So this is actually, I feel pretty great.
Yeah.
To be fair, I've had a good 4 years.
I long to relive my lowest moments because I feel like I do so much better now.
I know. Right now, I'm doing it great. I'm drinking Lech.
Yeah. I'm on the whiskey tonight.
Oh yeah, you love a bit of whiskey.
Do.
Yes, you're weed and whiskey. That's your two vices. That's nice. We should drink more. We should drink more whiskey. You don't. I don't. I'm not. I guess you drink like floral. No, I'm not a gin guy. I like whiskey because you can drink it in short glasses. That's my favorite thing about it. You can just sip it for ages. Oh, I might start getting into whiskey. All right. Fuck my liver.
I like sipping things that have such a strong taste that like it feels like I'm getting a lot of like flavor for my trouble. Like
no, I know exactly. When I was a kid, my dad's a big whiskey head, and I would sip squash as a short. It's nice actually. I can recommend that. Just taking a. When eventually I quit drinking due to the grand intervention of all my family, I think I will just become a person that has Ribena in little tumblers, very like diamond tumblers. It's a nice life. So what's happening? I've got so much. I used to have no information, and I felt like I was lost. And now I've got like 2 different trackers up and Sky News, and fucking still no idea what's going on.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, because of the effects of like different demographic voting and not knowing like whether early votes are getting counted early or early votes are getting counted late, and it changing depending on where it is. Like, it really is easy to overstate how much we know about states like Ohio and.
Oh really? So
like,
that's it.
And Texas as well, and sort of Michigan, Wisconsin. We really don't know what's going on there. Pennsylvania, so some really important states. We really don't know very much. But there's still hope for you in Texas.
Really? I thought I was fucked.
If they're counting some of the mail-in ballots later, because that they're so partisan.
Did they not do that?
I thought they started with the mail-in in Texas.
Actually, I think you might be right. I think Texas is one of the ones that did that. But in the north, it's the other way around, isn't it? They count the mail-in ballots later, or like some of them.
Oh, what's the best election map? Oh, does it have a map? Does it have a map? What's the map? The Guardian is nice. Oh yeah, I think I've got it.
Yeah, the map's good on the Guardian. I will give them that.
They are. They do have some. The graphic design on the Guardian's not the worst in the world. It could be worse.
Yeah.
It just spat me out a bloody wall, paywall.
I do think it is always fun to see a good high, like third-party candidate percentage vote.
Is it really? Is that so? Who's getting it? Is it Joe Jorgensen?
It's not very high this year. Anywhere.
No. Oh, breaking news.
This guy said that the Legal Marijuana Now party is taking a lot of votes from Democrats in Minnesota.
That's funny. It's funny that the
does seem
Democrats
like
can
that.
legalize marijuana and still pretty much objectively not be the party of legalizing marijuana. Only they could fuck up that league. Would you like it if there was legalized marijuana in this country?
What, in this country?
I feel like I'd do too much. I feel like it would.
I don't know. It
would
would be nice to be
embolden
able
me.
to get like good weed.
That's true. Although you get good weed. Actually, you don't get good weed in London. It's a myth. You get strong weed. But
Yeah,
it's not necessarily pleasant.
I don't know. I don't think that there's the market around here could get any more efficient.
Well, that's it in Leeds. It's almost beautiful to watch them apply. All the different intersecting drug deals just happening in such a short space of time, such a small area. Beautiful. I've had weed thrown to me from a Porsche Cayenne.
Yeah. I had a tiny little bag stapled to a lighter, with a number on it, thrown at me from a tricycle.
A tiny
That was
bag. Someone's giving out free samples.
Just as a sample, I assume.
That's nice. What kind of people? I've actually Leeds is the only place where I've got samples of cocaine. Someone at a pub has been like, if you want to buy cocaine in the future, why not try some now? And actually, to be fair, we got that kind of service off Andy Glasses. His number does not work anymore, unfortunately. We met a man called Andy Glasses in Lambeth, where we eventually moved, and he gave us £40 worth of cocaine for £20. And he said that he had to get away from his family because they didn't understand him because he loved cocaine so much. So they just don't understand like that cocaine is just like it's my way of life. It's my raison d'etre. It's my esprit de corps. Don't know what that one means. Who's the next man?
I've never gotten into cocaine, but I think I would love it.
I think you might like it. There's a few drugs that I'm like desperate that you never try.
Yeah, I think I'd like it too much.
I think I'm worried that you'll ever take Xanax.
You see, I've only taken it once, and that was to like escape off the back of an acid trip.
Yeah, well, which I've done that a few times, and it's like fantastic as like a work-a-day drug.
Yeah.
But I think you'd like it too much. You're a Xanax man, aren't you? No, they're the two best ones.
I have some breaking news.
Oh yeah.
Like, so my dad says that the market seemed to be repositioning for a Trump win.
Whoa! Ooh. That's very exciting.
That's based on Nasdaq futures.
Nasdaq futures. Let's look up the Nasdaq. Nasdaq futures. What does that mean? I wish I was your dad. Go on, tell some funny stories about your dad. Tell us about the AKs that he definitely doesn't have in his allotment.
Yeah, he keeps guns buried in his allotment.
For him coming, you know.
He's also growing weed on that allotment now.
Oh, is he really? Is that for sale?
I don't think he's finished growing it yet. Also, he's gone really into smoking weed from now he's working from home.
Oh, really? That's so cool.
He's an accountant for an international knockoff sunglass company.
Oh, is that because he scams the Chinese? Well, we say scam. I mean, does a service for the Chinese state.
No, he doesn't. He's not. He really wanted to do that, but he's not on that racket.
Oh, really? What's the racket?
Well, the company he works for, they make, they manufacture in Italy, making sunglasses that are they're meant to look they're sort of designer sunglasses, but not really.
Oh yeah, that's a good. I'd like to wear those. Can you get me some?
Yeah, they're pretty good sunglasses. He's always trying to give me some.
Oh, can you get me some? I'll pay for them. Market price, not market price. Sorry, cost price, obviously.
Yeah, no, that's. I wouldn't pay market price. They're too expensive. But yeah, no, I do like them. They're very 70s generally.
There's something about nice sunglasses that can't be beat. You know, just when you go out and it's properly polarized, and you're like, fuck, I can still see. I've not been impeded. It's a wonderful feeling. I remember going to Denver and having to get sunglasses because of the sun reflecting off the snow. That was a moment. What was I gonna? Breaking news. I wish you get the DX back actually.
It looks like Trump is gonna lose Arizona.
Is that sad for Team Trump? Is it really?
Yeah, he'll struggle to win without Arizona.
Oh, really? Michigan. Didn't he win Michigan last time? Michigan was where Biden almost attacked that worker who wasn't even critical of him, if I remember correctly. I had to think, your dad, he's always on rackets. He's got interesting. What's your dad's position on Keynes?
I think my dad likes Keynes.
Yeah.
I think he likes a rogue.
He likes what?
I think he just likes Keynes as an individual. I think he's just charmed by him.
He's quite charming.
I think for similar reasons that he's charmed by me, I think.
Yeah, I can see that. I like the fact that Keynes was gay up until he was I think he was 34, and then he just married a Russian ballerina.
Yeah.
Seems like the ideal life. I really can't do. Actually, I want to say, is it Russian ballerina? I want to see how wrong I am on that anecdote as to how much I can use it in the future. Because I've used it a few times, and I've been I should look that up because I think it could be a lie. But I might be right. Your dad. I like your dad's position on money. That it only exists when it's spent. I agree with that. Because you can lose a lot of money. You can lose a lot of money without spending it.
Yeah. Yeah, he really doesn't. He has no time for saving money whatsoever.
I was 100% correct. He married Lydia Lupakova, a well-known Russian ballerina. I was correct about the thing I was doubting myself on. What were you saying again about your dad?
I'm trying to think of other weird things about him. So during during the lockdown, he's built he's living with his new girlfriend, who's a physiotherapist.
Good job.
Proud. Well, because he, as part of his ongoing plan to live forever.
Yeah.
And he's put like carpet down the stairs to make a little dry ski slope, so he can ski down the stairs.
That's nice. Wait, what? He can ski down the stairs?
Yeah, he's like laid like thick carpet down the stairway, so that he can like do a tiny thin little ski run.
Does it work?
I've seen videos of him sort of gently sliding down. It's not impressive, but it does work. Yeah.
I'd be impressed by that. I remember when I was a kid, I went to my friend's house, and no, my dad's friend's house, and he was one of those tech guys, and he had, oh god, where's it coming out from? No. What have I done wrong? I was trying to do it so surreptitiously that nobody would notice, but I know what I've done wrong. There we go. That's fine. He had those climbing things all over his house. You know do you know what I mean? The fucking, you know, where you go to a climbing wall. You know those things? Those things. He had those all over his house. And you can climb all up and down the stairs. Yeah, you would be into it. You'd fucking love that. Yeah, it was nice. It's good things to do, I think. How old's your dad?
He must be, what, 62 by now?
62. Hard smoker? Or just enough for pleasure?
Yeah, I would say he probably smokes a little bit less than I do, like all over.
Do you know what?
But he definitely used to smoke more.
There's no better feeling than having a cigarette with your dad.
Yeah,
I've never done it myself.
I'm very used to it because I think he always uses hanging out with me as an excuse to smoke.
That's wonderful. Hey Tim, why don't you tell your story about your time you took acid and went skiing with your father?
Oh yeah, that was pretty fun. Yeah, I sort of smuggled some acid into France to have fun with my dad, because I get anxious when I'm on a holiday with him for a whole week. Like, it's a lot, it's quite intense. So I thought I'd lean into that and take acid, and I found actually that skiing whilst on acid really nullified the effects of acid.
Yeah, I can imagine, because it's all about like, you need to not have stimuli for hallucinogens.
Yeah, and the kind of the adrenaline and the constantly having to refocus your eyes anyway because you're moving quickly. Like, it really took the edge off feeling really that much of the acid. Like, when we stopped, when we went up the chairlifts, it was intense.
Yeah, that sounds overpowering and amazing.
Yeah, no, it was actually really nice because you're much safer in chairlifts, than you feel safe once you're comfortable in them. And actually, the slight air of tension just meant that it just kept me using, my eyes gently. It really was. I do remember it very well. But then I took it twice in the week because later on, when I wasn't on acid, I did manage to break my arm.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
So then I just tripped at home on my own with a broken arm.
And then, didn't you take it when you went on the plane?
Yeah, that was when we were on the way home. So I spent the whole trip home tripping, which was actually really nice because we took an overnight train.
Oh, so you just go? Well, I've done that. I've never done it, but I've always wanted to take a National Express on acid. And just
I found, going through the passport stuff, because it was only France. We were still in the EU. And I've done that journey once before. I find there's something kind of restful and trippy about international travel anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
Just kind of shuttling through the big machines, and it like I don't. It's one of the sort of interactions. It's probably the only interaction with authority where I feel any sense of calm, because usually I am a nervous person.
Oh well, I mean that didn't happen when you went to Greece, did it? When
Yeah, no.
You
it
stood
was
up
not,
for
it was
the
not
men.
calm, but I was calm.
you stood up. Tim got frauded, got identity frauded. Some people stole his passport or something, and used it to enter.
It wasn't entirely not my fault.
Didn't you? Did you lose a passport and didn't?
Yeah, I didn't declare that I'd lost the passport.
And it
and
got
apparently
robbed.
it was being used by someone else.
But what Tim did, and to Tim's eternal credit, is Tim didn't dob on him. Tim said answers.
My instinct was to insist that my passport was my passport,
and
that I didn't know anything about this stealing thing. Also because I found that I can kind of leverage myself. Like I can pass for a very simple boy.
Yes.
And I really leveraged that sort of. I look like just a harmless dummy when I'm walking through airports. I just look like a dopey hippie that has no idea where I am, because that's essentially true.
Well, I'm proud of you for just supporting crime in all of its aspects. I feel like I'd just immediately be like, oh, somebody else did a crime, it wasn't me. But no, you were saying, I don't know where I've been. I don't have to tell you.
I always find that, like, once you've lied once, you should stick to the lie.
That's very true.
And then if you're wrong, you're wrong, and like.
Tim has a good habit of systematically misspelling his address and phone number and email address on all official documents, such as to create no potential web.
I think you could probably, like, with I reckon with some technology, you could probably like have some like fuzz of data about roughly where I am and what I'm doing, like. But yeah, it is just like student loan people, I think, have genuinely lost me. That's what I'm hoping for. That would be the best possible outcome for me, because I owe them a lot of money.
I mean, Jack could do with a bit of a hand on that. Right, we are adding to the call a third member. Should work. Did it work? Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Molly's back.
Hello.
Molly. How's Cleethorpes? Anything changed since you last said anything?
Oh, it's popping off, mate.
It's getting
quality.
In the time that I've been gone, it's just become a party town. It's absolutely crazy, truly.
That's wonderful. Does it actually? Is there anywhere open at the moment in Cleethorpes? Is there any sort of a 24-hour like petrol station or?
The Tesco's 24-hour, and that has a petrol station, I think.
Although it will be shut now. No, it's not a Saturday. I've got work tomorrow. That's pretty cool. 24-hour Tesco's. You're always talking shit about Cleethorpes, but actually,
it was truly
nice.
the place to be when you're 16 and there's literally nowhere else to go, but you really want oven chips at 2 in the morning.
I have this.
Not even on drugs. We were hungry.
Yeah, you were mad. You were mad on chips.
We were just
You were
desperate for
fiending
chips.
for
The most
potatoes.
tragic bit about that story is we walked 40 minutes there and 40 minutes back to the 24-hour Tesco to get oven chips, and then we undercooked them, so they were shit.
No.
It was horrible. It was truly tragic.
That's a nightmare.
No, it was genuine.
We used to do that. I used to break out when I was like 16, maybe 15. I used to sneak out the house so that we could go to the 24-hour Asda in Bradford. And I was always terrified. What if our parents catch us walking a quarter of a mile to a shop and then back again?
I think I've been to that Asda.
Wait, there really?
I think I have. I think my My gran took me there when we were in Bradford because she was showing off how multicultural it was because they had lots of Asian ice cream in there.
Yeah. That'll be it.
And we'd never seen the like before.
It's I've been just getting into to Indian and Pakistani desserts that for a long time I was against. Formally against. I did
Any
like
reasoning
them.
behind that, or is it just racism?
Actually, it's yes, I suppose. I had a
Taking him to
racist
task.
palate. But I since decolonized my taste buds, and I love gulab jamun. It's the one where it's like kind of halfway between ice cream and like almost cake, where it's like a cake that's been like infused with cold cream or warm cream. Actually,
I know exactly what you mean. That is my favourite.
Fucking
That
good.
sounds amazing.
It's fucking good. And for years I was against it, but now I'm because it has cardamom in it. I'm not too much of a fan of cardamom, but now I can set that aside for the delicious syrup.
I'm proud of you.
Cream.
You've grown as a person, clearly.
Yeah, I've probably become. No, I was gonna say I might have become more racist since then, but just in different areas, just
Because you
different.
feel like because you're eating foreign desserts, you
Yeah.
can sort of get away with more racism in
Yeah.
your personal life.
I feel like it's just a series of small fires. Like once you put one out, another one started.
I mean, yeah. Hello, Tim, by the way.
Yeah, hello. Hello, how are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm still pumped.
You
I'm still excited. Yeah. The race is really closed up.
It's really it's this is a good one. This is a real good one. This is a good one. Often they're shit, but this is that is true actually, and I think the electoral college is a big part of that. I think it's good. I think it's good.
Is that your final hot take of the night? The electoral college is good.
I don't think it's the final. It is fun. It has a lot of
The
kind of like.
takes are gonna chop and change as the night goes on. There's no final take.
I like the way that it just kind of like. It just kind of like it adds a kind of arbitrary, but very definite as well. It's the good mixture of like winner takes
Arbitrary
all.
but definite.
It makes for good TV.
It
that's
does.
It's for drama.
But that's and I think that once you get out of your head the idea that there's any form of democracy that's better than this. Like there's this somehow because this is the big fucking cause celeb of the liberals at the moment is the like we're under proportional representation, then your vote would matter, but unfortunately we need to get a Labour government in power, and it's like fuck off. PR, like the way they've got it in Germany, where you vote and then like a week later they're done doing the stupid fucking math systems and their complicated voting systems where they don't they don't even have MPs, do they? They just have like lists and you just vote down the list and it's just a big bunch of cunts and then a big bunch of cunts on the other side. And you just kind of
So you prefer the system where they don't count all the votes?
Yes, absolutely. Because it reminds the electorate that they are not.
That they're scum.
That they're scum. Yeah, that
Scum
we
and their
hate
voice doesn't
them.
matter.
I don't want them to be like, oh, actually, we like you very much. We will wait a whole week for counting of your voting system. It's like, fuck you. One night, you're a cunt. That's what I want them to say.
Okay.
I'm hearing the racism now as well.
Can I pitch you different electoral?
You can't be
systems
racist
later?
against Germans. None of the Axis powers. It is true. You can't be. Well, look, we've had this one. I feel like in South Africa they were listed as honorary whites. It was the most pathetic because they were the most racist, like East Asian people. They were like, all right, well, I guess you get to be white, even though you do look. It's truth. That's history. It's history. I'm not bringing you anything else. Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. Boo! Biden's on TV.
There's who?
Biden. Boo! List some electoral systems and see if I.
Okay, so what I was talking about earlier is called mixed member proportional representation. So everyone gets 2 votes.
Okay.
You vote once for a local representative who's elected on first past the post locally, and you vote once for a national PR, and so your house is divided in half, and half of them are the local reps, and half of them are the proportional representatives.
Yeah, that sounds alright. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that better or worse than because the Germans go full list grouping, which I agree is more boring, and is also more it is more bureaucratic. You never know no one really understands who represents them.
I think that's kind of the. I mean, I think I quite like the system of local Soviets model of democracy. So, local representation is important. But I think I don't want it to be any more fair. I don't want it to be like. I don't want there to be like these dreadful coalitions that build up, where the left is like. Because the problem with the left is, as we learnt from. Who's the French man? It's the Mitterrand.
Literally 90% of the people you talk about.
Mitterrand. He got the communists in power under one of their, kooky French electoral systems. And what did they do? They fucked it. They embarrassed themselves. They were at the bed. You can't let communists in power unless they're doing it full. They're really going for it. You know what I mean? They're taking it. So I don't want one of these electoral systems that ends up in the communists have 6 seats. No. Communists have all the seats. That's my position. So no, I don't like that one.
Yeah. Okay, fair. And yeah, I'm trying to sort of design what is the most unrepresentative. Probably the electoral college is the most unrepresentative system used. It is. There's so many people that just don't get any meaningful vote whatsoever.
I think it is interesting because I just in defense of democracy, which I didn't want to do, but is that I do think that there is a certain wager to all democratic systems really, which is that if the vast majority of people come forward to say one thing, it's not democratic unless there is a true wager, which is why Putin's not democratic, because it's pretty clear that if anybody did actually come to oppose him in a meaningful sense with a mass movement, then democracy would just cease to exist. Whereas there is a kind of understanding that you do have to really risk something. Otherwise, and that's the kind of criterion of democracy, is whether or not there is true risk. And I think that there is kind of a case for... it's the weird thing that, why I think Bernie getting fucked was so important was because it was the Democratic Party just kind of coming together and realizing that, if they got him to... if they tried to do a Corbyn where they kind of essentially fail and let them become the leader of the party, then they maybe were wagering too much to just try to run third party or attack him somehow. I don't know what my point was. I want there to be a large element of risk. I think I want elections to essentially be coin tosses. And I want them to be chaotic. Does that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I like an element of. I do think that democracy should feel dangerous. Like, I think if people are like if everyone is calm, then democracy it's probably not very democratic.
Do we want a democracy?
Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah, I kind
What
of.
would you pitch instead, Liam?
Well, I was thinking this because Bordig has this nice idea of democratic. No, not democratic. Organic centralism against democratic centralism. So democratic centralism is like the kind of like classic Leninist Trotskyist model where it's like everybody votes on a policy and then that's everybody's opinion. So it's like hard democratic, hard authoritarian. Obviously in practice never really works out, but that's kind of the idea. Whereas for Bordiger it's this thing of being like, no, if something needs to get done, you should just do it. Like you don't have to elect on it. You just do it. If it's the right thing to do, then obviously you just do it. And I'm very kind of taken by that because I think it solves a lot of bullshit proceduralism in like so much of being in a left-wing party is like managing elections, like very petty minor elections that maybe have 6 or 7 people voting. You still have to like constantly run these like very stupid campaigns. I'm sure I can get backed up with Tim on this. So what I think you should have organic centralism for 5 years, and then once every 5 years you just have some sort of festival that is like loosely tied to the idea of voting for like some sort of sovereign, but maybe it's also about sacrificing animals or something. Like you definitely have more kind of festival elements.
I do think that we should have all our elections on the leap day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that's it. Yeah, and it's like upside down world.
So that it's tied to a lunar calendar.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And then when we have the extra day on that day, they should be the massive general election.
That is exactly
everyone.
And
everyone everywhere.
It's for all positions in society. Yeah, that's it. It's for all positions. Literally every single one from the bottom up is elected on that day. And it's like
you go to your local ballot and you have to fill out an enormous list of every
so
official
long.
you
It's
have
like
a say in, from like local like police and crime commissioner all the way up to world president.
Yeah. They're literally, and they're all given exactly, and you can vote on any. The only thing that you're not allowed to vote on is your job. That's the one thing that you are forbidden from voting on. But the rest, Djibouti dog catcher, you can vote on it. If you wish, you can vote on it. And that happens every 5 years. Or 4
Again,
years.
it has to be 4 years to be tied to the leap day.
And then that's the joke, is that whichever position you get at the end of the great reversal is kind of a joke, because then as soon as it goes back to being regular, then we just do whatever we want to do anyway.
Yeah.
But with the broad, it's like if you're like, oh, you've got to look after the dolphins now, it's like, oh fuck, all right, I better go move near the seaside. Has anyone got a boat?
I live in Middlesbrough. I'm in charge of dolphins.
Look, to be fair, the system's always right. Can't argue with the system.
Yeah, I mean it's not perfect, but it's the best. It's the best.
It's the best we got. It's the best we got.
Don't blame me. I voted for someone else to be dolphin commissioner.
Oh man,
that's what I want. There we go. I think we sorted it. I didn't think we would when I started the sentence.
Yeah.
But by the time I'd finished.
I know this is like my like ancient history like nerd coming out, but I do like election by lottery. I do think
No,
that it's
I
both
do as well.
dramatic and democratic.
No, I agree. Rancière, is the only. Yeah, Rancière is really good on democracy by lot. He likes it a lot. He's got a really good bit on it. Is it in Hatred of Democracy? He's got the essay on. I can't remember, but he's because I also remember Tim. And if you could send me that, do you remember the essay or the paper that you read about like the Danish? Was it a Danish guy who just worked out a second house by lot? Like he worked out a policy proposal essentially for a second house by lot, where you have like the first house is the elected sort of local representatives, and the second house is like a jury service of people where it's like, okay, well you're gonna learn about fishing quotas now, so you get to decide the fishing quotas thing. Hope you're up for it. I like that idea. I think that's what communism is basically.
And it means that you get to a small chance of just having a decent job for 4 years. Like,
well, I have my. Oh, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say, Tim, was there a thing where people got elected king and then they got killed at the end of it? Was that a thing? Told me about before, or is it only if they fuck about then they get killed?
It's a story in Aristotle about I think he's talking about Ethiopians or something. So it might not be historically true, but it's true that he believed that it was true.
Yeah.
That there was some tribes people who selected who was going to be king randomly, and then they got to be king for the year, and then the priests killed them ritually.
Absolute perfect system, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
No one should be king, and if you're going to be king, you should pay the ultimate price.
I agree.
Yeah, and also, having a king, even though no one should be king, does mean that no one can steal it artificially. The place is filled.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had they had a ceremony where they everyone ate a bean and one of the beans was hard, and then so if you ate the hard bean, you were king.
I love that.
So that presumably the priests had a hand in handing out the beans. So it was
true.
probably
always bean tampering, isn't there?
Yeah,
Russian bean tampering. Well, I was thinking
it doesn't matter.
I was enjoying the idea that I would get the hard bean, but I'd know what to do. And I would get the bean, and then I would get sworn in, and I'd be like, all right, first rule, we no longer kill the king. And then I'd just see all the cultists kind of swarming me with daggers. And it's a bit do you remember the episode of The Queen's Nose where one of the kids rubs the Queen's nose and asks for 1,000 wishes, and then the Queen's nose just starts zapping them with electric forces?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
That was one of my favourite episodes of The Queen's Nose. Because for years I'd been saying I would rub the Queen's nose and ask for 1,000 wishes. I wouldn't stick with the measly 3 that the Queen's nose gives me. And then what happens? They address it in the show in a satisfying way.
Not satisfied with having a magic 50p. Always pushing it to the fucking extremes. Bloody hell.
I was just I don't know why you wouldn't do that. I don't know why
Can't you
the
just
first
be
wish.
satisfied with having 3 wishes?
I would rub the Queen's nose and think, I hope my ferret comes to life, which is another one that someone did.
I mean, was the ferret dead?
No, the ferret was already alive, but I think it was always that the ferret could speak, actually. But then there was a very charming scene where it went up and down a gutter, but it was saying, I love going up and down gutters. Wait, I'll do it. Wait, just give me a second. 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 I love going up and down the gutter. Wait, that's distortion.
Oh my god,
not loving that.
I love going up and down the gutter. 'Cause I am a ferret.
Lovely.
Did you have ferrets going up and down the gutter when you was a kid? Did a ferret man come round your house often to put the ferret up the gutter? Did ever you see a ferret going down the gutter and your dad would stop you in the street and say, watch?
No, it's never happened.
Did that never happen?
No.
I feel like Nottingham and Grimsby would be two places where that would happen.
We had the flood van. Did you have a flood van?
No, we didn't have a flood van. What's a flood van?
It was just a van that would go around to practice for when there might be a flood, with a big thing on top that was like flood warning, flood warning. But it was just a shitty little car with a little tiny speaker on top.
We didn't get that, but we did get flooded.
Really?
How'd you get flooded? Nottingham's inland.
You didn't have the flood van.
Yeah, the Trent Valley is extremely low and floodable. They've built big flood defences now. It was like the perennial local politics issue when I was growing up was where exactly they were going to build this big wall to stop the whole town from flooding, because it caused a war between two different kinds of rich Tory. Because they had to build this flood defence over the cricket club, but like not building it was bringing down the value of local expensive houses.
Right, but building it would ruin the cricket club.
Yeah. So the influential local Tory party was completely divided on the issue.
I'm assuming they got built in the end.
It did get built in the end. You can't beat City Hall, and also it's stupid not to build flood defences.
The cricket ground, which would end up flooded if there was a flood.
Yeah, people's houses and the cricket club itself was being flooded. But they did manage to delay the construction of the wall for several years.
That's literally insane.
The cricket club really outmaneuvered them by finding they got some naturalists to go and find rare species of plant.
Shady.
That they said would be destroyed by the flood defense. What are we listening to, Liam?
Oh, Liam went to the bathroom. I don't know what this is. I can't tell if it's actually music or if it's some kind of a notification. It sort of sounds like a notification. Is this music or is this a notification?
Oh, this is music. This is one of my favourite albums, actually. This is Tu es magnifique by Jacques. Which is, I really love it. You made it when you were in France. No, I like this. What were you saying about a flood defense?
He told the whole story.
Yeah, just that it was my sort of introduction to very petty, the kind of right-wing politics that splits right-wingers.
Is it the NIMBYs and the YIMBYs?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, although everyone was a NIMBY, it's just that the thing they didn't want in their backyard was either a flood defense or water. And it turns out the people that objected to their houses being flooded won, mostly because they had more money than the cricket club. But yeah, it now means that when things do flood, they've built the flood defences around the cricket club, but left the cricket club on the floodable side.
So they just have to deal with being flooded.
I think it is out of spite. I think spite is the genuine reason. I don't know. I can't think of another reason why they wouldn't just put the wall the other side.
Is it because they delayed it and fucked about for so long that it's fuck yes, flood?
Yeah. So they've had to build the cricket clubhouse on stilts.
That's what they have to do. They do have to do that.
Because it's Allenby Nature Reserve, it floods every year.
Maybe they should just move it.
I guess it's the only sort of flat place that no one cares about. I don't know.
No, all of the cricket grounds were built before 1930, and if they were built after that, then you can't play it.
there's been a banning of new cricket clubs.
It's because they didn't want the sport to get too popular.
Bounce right.
Yeah.
It's
very specific greenbelt legislation.
It has to be old grass.
It's fucking.
It has to have lived.
It's close. I used to walk my dog around a dead cricket ground. It was fucking lovely. There were Spitfires that would fly overhead because it was next to a military base. Former military base. RAF church fencing.
Spitfires.
Yeah, because they used to fly all the old planes. Like Lancaster bombers.
That's very cool.
It was cool because I ended up being able to differentiate, you know, like the kids in the war could, where they could like differentiate the German from the British planes. I could do that, but only
I
because
don't
I used
know
to.
if that's just a kids in the war thing.
It's what, yeah, it's
They
what they.
literally have stickers on.
Oh yeah,
to
it's
tell
true.
you who's
It's
who.
true, actually, they do. One's
Not
like
to
that
diminish
cross.
your achievements, obviously.
But what was I saying about cricket? It's alright. I used to watch it with the Indian fellows at my work. We would watch cricket together, and then we'd form chicken club in the early to late evening, where we'd sit in a circle. We'd form a circle, the nearest circle possible, given all of our headsets were wired to the computer. But we would form a circle nonetheless, and we would discuss all of the chicken restaurants in Leeds. And our main bone of contention, which we'd all independently discovered, was that there is a distinction between the spicy chicken burger, in which the chicken itself is spicy, which can be discovered by the fact that it is red.
Yeah.
And the chicken spicy burger, where they use the regular white chicken fillet burger, and they just put spicy chicken on top. And at Chicken Club, we did not support that. So essentially, it was a way of cataloguing the chicken shops in Leeds that did indeed have the red spicy chicken.
Yeah, I've had some of that pinky red chicken before.
It's good, isn't it?
It was a revelation.
It's good. Because it's not even that spicy. The problem with the spicy sauces, they put too much on to overcompensate for the failures of the restaurant, and then it's too spicy. It's fucking close, 118 to 114.
Jesus Christ.
Lindsey Graham to retain Senate seat despite homosexuality allegations. That's what the news says.
What?
He is
Lindsey
actually.
Graham is not gay. He's just a little elf man.
I mean, he may not be gay, but he certainly did send that money to that rent boy. So.
No, yeah, but that was
He
for
did.
elf-related purposes.
He did, and the boy came out with very good, accurate. Oh yeah, that was it. He paid to suck his dick. And who's gonna lie about that?
That's elf stuff.
It is elf stuff, to be fair. I agree he's an elf. I just also think. Do you know what? When I was a kid, when I was in A-level politics, I quite liked Lindsey Graham because he was in favour of judicial activism. So he's in favour of the idea that if you're a judge, then of course you would just vote based on like what political position you were from. And I like that a lot. So he's quite famous because he's in all of the Senate hearings, and he just asks people, so you've registered as a Republican and you've campaigned for the Republican Party, does that mean that you're pro-life? And they always have to say like, no, the original Constitution, whatever. And he's, but he is also a worm, and not because he's gay, because he's very right-wing.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, no. Well, do I support paying someone for you to suck them off more than paying someone to suck you off? Yeah. No. No, I've gone back. No.
What's the
It does
distinction
seem
in
dead,
your
isn't
mind?
it? I'll open that to the floor. You don't have to.
I mean, there seems like sort of there seems very kind of Romanesque distinction between like active and passive positioning.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Indeed. Is that
And
Roman?
nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Nice. Fuck the Roman Empire. Trump leading in Pennsylvania. When I was a kid, Trump leading in Utah, probably. I don't know. I was trying to think. When I was a kid, I only used to be able to sleep whilst moving. I couldn't sleep whilst stationary, and so my dad would have to drive from Ohio to Pennsylvania to get me to sleep. which whenever I would always make my dad tell me that story when I was very young, because I thought he was saying Transylvania, and I thought that he was driving me from Ohio to Transylvania and back, and I was like, cool, that's nice. I wanted to be with all the vampires. All right, next polls coming out. 8, 7, 6,
They do
5,
a massive countdown on
4,
the news,
3,
Molly, if you didn't
2,
know. It's
1.
very dramatic watching.
It's so dramatic.
And whenever they do the big countdown, the first thing they say about like the polls, the states that the polls are just closing, is that they can't say anything about the result yet. Like
They still count down to not be able to say anything.
they count down to list it, and they say how high the stakes are. They're like, there's this many electoral college votes. Like,
Oh my God! Oh no! Wait, what's that? Biden's just won 100 and he just got 60. Is that California? Okay, so Biden is the projected winner with 0 votes counted.
that is bold.
That is incredibly bold.
It's true though.
Such a ridiculous fucking country.
But a beautiful one. It's our fault. And it's like
we're
it's
completely to
also
blame.
because it is like every single part of the. I always find it funny that. Yeah, to be fair, it would have been better if you were just like Canada. If you were just some like, oh, we've got Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Yeah, it's true. To be fair, your bourgeoisie was well better than other bourgeoisies. Still is. Props. You ever been to America, Molly? Oh fuck, no, the music's gone.
Yeah, I went to Disney World, Florida when I was like
Oh, did
8,
you?
9. That's my only experience of America. But it was, it was pretty full on.
That sounds pretty cool. I've never been to Disney World, either American nor Paris. Yeah,
It was
sounds
intense and it was
shite.
massive. It's absolutely fucking massive, which is the thing. And it terrifies me, Disney. They all live there. Like they have like little suburbs where all the Disney workers live, like, and they have to go to Disney University and graduate, and it's proper terrifying.
I found out that between the fact that Disney employees are predominantly women and gay men. So straight men that work for Disney.
Oh, is it like
they
a
get
feeding frenzy?
brutalized.
Just have to hide inside the Tigger suit.
just desperate that the bell never rings. That they have to take it off in the sweaty environs of a changing room somewhere deep in Ascot. It's like I always like it when I like the fact I've been in favour of reverting back to the Middle Ages and indeed classical sexist trope of women being hypersexual.
Oh yeah. That's a lot of fun.
It is fun because it's like the thing about the ancient Spartans was that messengers used to hate going through it because the women who were left at home would just maraud them as they walked through. Is that right, Tim? Remember that from
Yeah,
school?
like and also there's like this cliche about Spartan women that not just are they hypersexual as are all women, but they're incredibly strong as well.
They were the hotties, weren't they, Spartan women?
Yeah.
Because they were the most male aligned. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. And like the Spartan wedding ceremony is that they would like, as a woman, you would shave your head and dress up like a younger man.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well, to comfort your husband.
he's having to marry a woman. That's pretty fucking gay.
Yeah, so you would have to like, for the wedding night, you would dress up as a younger Spartan man from his barracks, which is obviously.
Wait, a specific?
No, not a specific one. Although I like this. I like
that
the
has to have happened
speculation
quite a lot.
that they were like, no, I'm thinking of Toby. Like,
Can you please dress up like Toby?
I love that so much.
Toby uses this hairdresser in. Where is what's her name place in Sparta?
Yeah.
I've been to her actually on a school trip. What's the place in Sparta?
I don't know. Messania.
Messania.
Like they'd have special cloaks for it, and then you only had to spend the wedding night with your wife, and then you could go back home to the barracks.
Wasn't the thing that the barracks that like you're supposed to sneak out of the barracks to have sex with your wife?
Yeah.
Because like the sneaking out was half the point.
Yeah, it was meant to be like I guess it kept some of the fun alive in marriages.
It does force a spark if it's always happening, like sort of you're not supposed to be doing it. Do you know what I mean?
I think that was like if your wife could get pregnant without anybody noticing that you'd left the barracks, that was like you were cool.
Yeah, and it was very normal for women to marry multiple brothers from the same family.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they had a big population in gender imbalance, because of exposure.
Oh, so would that kill more girl babies than boy babies?
Yeah, getting a assigned female at birth could lead to almost instant death.
Right. Shouldn't do that then.
Oh yeah, it was pretty not on.
Did you get ice cream? In the freezer? No. Karina put McDonald's ice cream in the freezer for later.
Yeah.
You've ever thought about doing that?
Is that?
Have you ever done that?
Yes. That's where ice cream goes, you clown.
I've just never done it before. I've always been like, better eat this quick.
It's a race against the clock. That's so funny. It's so easy to impress men with things.
Yeah.
I remember suggesting to Jacob he take ice cream upstairs in a bowl rather than taking the whole tub and then having to go back downstairs, and he genuinely called me a genius. The bar is so low.
It's true. It's true. What's it like? What's the score on the doors? Georgie Doors, Tim McConnell.
The election doors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's looking like it's going to be. It is going to go into extra time. I think is where things are at the moment.
Coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it's within stealable territory. I think.
Trump. I'm gonna cry if you don't win. I don't want Biden to win. I don't want it to happen. I'm just worried. I feel like America's going to invade Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and another country that I'm not even worried about at the moment. But they're going to go in there.
I'm not sure they can take them. They
Iran?
Can take them all.
No, they can't.
Yeah.
But it's just the weird thing that Biden's been really adamant throughout the campaign to keep pushing anti-Venezuela, anti-Iran, anti-North Korea lines on stuff, and it's I guess imperialism is different to Medicare for all because of the foreign domestic policy side of it. But it does feel to be tacking right during the campaign is worrying, because then you're well, what are you going to do once you get in office? At least Trump's a coward. Oh, Democrats retain control of the House.
Yeah, I think that was to be expected. It doesn't look like they're going to win the Senate, though.
Really?
Or the Senate's going to be really close.
Whoa. Do you remember in the 2017 election watching Nick Clegg lose his seat? I was desperately trying to get coke off someone, but I noticed it.
That was one of the highlights.
I was really good. I saw that on a tiny little TV. Very happy with myself. Rhode Island. I know Rhode Island only from Family Guy. Is it as good as on TV? Not nice.
As a state, like it
Is it
was
not?
infamous at the beginning of America for being like a real stickler. Like they were very reluctant to ratify the Constitution.
Really?
And they were really on the line about declaring independence from Britain as well. Like,
well, I suppose that
they kind of wanted to be part of Canada. Like, but then once they had declared independence, they were the most like, maybe we should declare independence from America as well.
It just seems like they weren't a fan of America generally.
Well, they kind of, I think they were more interested in like Wales.
As in
the sea creature rather than the
WH.
country yet.
AL, yes.
Both are equally confusing to me.
Both make equal amounts of sense to me.
Well, good for you.
That's the same. That's the same answer.
That's the two genders.
It is.
Why Wales? What about them?
The island? It's an island.
And like at the time, their industry was just like hauling whales aboard ships and getting the oil out of them. Like, whale oil was just huge.
Well, whales are famously massive.
Yeah, I imagine that.
And
if you
weren't,
fill
like,
one with
drilling for
oil,
then, yeah, like you got oil by getting them out of whales. Like,
no, I like the idea that whale oil was that if you needed to store oil in large quantities, then you would have to get a whale.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I like it when whales.
We don't know how lucky we've got it.
Yeah, and like hunting whales just to like squeeze all the oil out of them did kill a lot of the whales. Like,
yeah.
I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm not defending it.
It was very much the fracking of its day. Like,
I suppose it's whale fracking, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, they had to frack live animals then, which is less efficient.
I do remember there's a very sad passage in a thing, like an old travel document where it says like it's about sailing to Australia and just seeing like pods of humpback whales as far as the eye can see, almost like a structure in the sea. Just seeing so many whales that like you couldn't really see the blue, you could just see the froth as they kind of splashed around. And they all got squeezed for oil.
I mean, in Beowulf, the little poetic epithet they call the sea is the whale road, which
really?
I like. It's a nice little bit of old English, but like, I guess there must have been a lot of whales then if they were spotting them, like, and that would have just been the North Sea, but I guess there were lots of whales there then.
I've seen whales in the North Sea. I just have.
I wasn't challenging you on the issue. You were getting no pushback. They are
very
whales.
defensive. With no comeback. We believe you.
I have though. I don't know why I am.
Alright, mate.
I don't know why it's.
I believe you.
It's got stuck on this. I have. I wouldn't lie to you about it. I have. I've been to. Wait, is Scotland's the North Sea?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That's in Wales.
What kind of whale?
Ooh.
Immediately the cracks begin to show in this story.
Whatever the most common type of whale.
So you've seen a whale.
I've seen dolphins for sure. I've seen dolphins for sure, and I've seen porpoises. I don't know what else you need.
I saw I saw Shamu at SeaWorld.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Is that the one that killed?
When we went to America, when we went to Disney World, and we were like, oh, we'll do. Well, I mean, obviously I wasn't because I was a child, but my parents were like, oh, we'll do SeaWorld.
You had
as well.
agency.
And
was it good, SeaWorld?
I mean, yes. All I actually remember are seeing the show and not. We couldn't afford to swim with dolphins, so we got to stroke stingrays, and then we couldn't afford to sit close enough to the whale show to get splashed because those tickets are more expensive for some reason, so we had to sit far away. And then none of us were old enough to go on the roller coaster, so Mum and Dad went on the roller coaster and I had to stand with the kids while we just were in this tunnel thing. But it was like, it was probably fun. Those are the only things that have stuck with me though. There's a picture of us all sat on some giant plastic whales with our tops off, pretending we're riding whales somewhere in the house, I think. Yeah, but it was weird knowing I'd been, and then obviously I watched Blackfish, which is just insane. But it's like I feel I had guilt for having gone there as a child, even though it hadn't been my call, because it was like, this is terrible, you know. But I think I might have seen, you know, the big bastard, you know, the one that killed loads of people, Tillicum. May he rest in peace.
Yeah, he's the coolest. He's the king.
Yeah, he
of the
was.
world.
He's a problematic fave, but I completely back everything he did.
I'm
because
happy
he shouldn't have been there in the first place. He's a killer whale. What do you expect?
I'm genuine. I think he did the right thing.
What, Tillicum?
Both times, was it? He killed twice.
I think he
killed twice, didn't he? You watched it recently.
I think he's killed. Yeah, maybe killed twice, but there was a couple of other times, like he dragged someone to the bottom of the pool and like left him down there for ages and ages, and then like was dragging him up and then pulling him down and dragging him up.
Nice.
And because he was like one of the only male killer whales in captivity, like over 50% of the killer whales that are in captivity have come from him, his like seed. So there's a lot of angry whales knocking about.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
We're all fucked up.
Just wait. They're gonna rise up.
I think they should. I think it's only fair.
I have a huge amount of respect for killer whales.
I like
seeing them hunt in, like, obviously I've not actually on, you know, I'm talking about fucking David Attenborough, but the way they knock those seals into the sea sends a shiver down my spine.
That's too fucking calculated.
I love it. It's terrifying.
My story about killer whales is that they do a thing, I think it's with porpoises or seals, I think it's porpoises, where like if they've been observed like swimming up to a pod of porpoises, and then the porpoises just kind of go into a circle with each other, and then one of the porpoises, usually one of the older or sick ones, just swims out to get hunted, like get killed by the killer whales.
What, like they volunteer?
Yeah. Because from the thing that there's like a few things with killer whales where like they've taught themselves to beach, like in order to catch seals and stuff when they're like on the beach, and they've observed them like teaching their young how to beach because it's not sort of innate.
Wow.
So they think that there's quite a few things where like there's like almost like long-standing agreements that are kind of taught down on both sides between like the porpoises and the killer whales, where like they just have an agreement rather than, because I think the thing is that like in a skirmish you both sides suffer to stand quite a lot of losses. So I
it's
think
like a war.
Yeah. And they've just, well, it's even worse than a war. It's like an enslaved colonial relation. It's cool. I'm happy they did that. It's a cool thing to do. Ants do that.
I still have uncritical support for killer whales.
Yeah, me too.
And that's because if they can hear this,
yeah, don't.
I need them to know whose side I'm on.
Please don't come down the Thames like you do sometimes.
I'm fucking 5 minutes walk from the beach here.
Jesus, you gotta be careful.
Hear me.
You gotta be careful with what you're saying, otherwise killer whales are gonna fucking have you.
Yeah, I think I'm probably safe.
It's the Humber estuary, like I'll probably be okay.
Well, the only places you could be, Tim, are Leeds and Nottingham, so I don't think they've ever heard of you.
Yeah.
And if they have, it means that you're very well known.
Yeah, you're a marked man. If the authors are thinking about you.
We've been having a very close relationship with the local foxes. They're a great bunch of lads and lasses.
The local what?
Foxes. Because we eat a lot of chicken, so they have a
Nice.
lot of bone, and they love us. They come up on the balcony. One of them ate out of my hand. Katarina caught one of them just sat outside the front door, happy. Just knows that we're a nice house.
That's lovely.
Because I think they piss on us. They piss on the house with the "this is a nice house" scent. I see him pissing, and I'm like, yeah, alright, you can piss. You can tell everybody else that we're friendly.
Piss where you like, guys.
I want you to piss here. I want you to remember this house as a nice one.
Well, I'd rather you were pissing in this house than
Yeah,
somewhere else.
exactly.
As long as you do it inside the house.
Exactly. I really want one of them to just come in the house now. I've heard they smell worse than skunks, and they don't have any. As soon as they're in the house, they're a nightmare. Apparently.
But you want to test that theory for yourself.
I do want them in the house.
I mean, they are sort of like if you sort of took a dog and turned turned all of its strength way down, but turned all of its sort of like general cunning way up.
Yeah. I'm a big proponent at the moment of having a third kind of pet. A halfway house between the cat and the dog.
A halfway house between the cat and the dog.
Yeah,
a
the
third
fox.
kind of pet.
The fox. In the same way that I want a new type of drug that isn't weed or alcohol, but that you can take every day. I want one, I'd like them to invent a new one because I'm bored of all the current ones. That's how I feel about pets. I want them to domesticate. They tried in the Soviet Union. They tried to domesticate them. It took a while, but after I think 5 generations, they got 25% success rate on
What, domesticating foxes?
Yeah, it was like whether or not they were born like aggro or nice to you.
I'm impressed that anyone spent that amount of time trying to domesticate foxes.
They desperately
like 5
did that.
generations of foxes.
Look
that you're
into
like,
it.
Maybe
That's
their
so
kids
much work.
will not try and bite me.
Look into it. They did it. It was, and I think it's like used as an example of like, whoa, you can't domesticate foxes because the Soviets tried and they only got 25%. Whereas I say, 25% in 5 generations. Come on.
You think they gave up too soon?
Yes. That's absolutely what I think. I feel like if they'd have kept on going, just imagine if you could have a fox. Just imagine it. Imagine if it was alright to just have a fox, and it was trained, it pissed outside.
It's already alright to have a dog and a cat.
Wait, exactly.
I
feel limited.
Right, I'm actually Liam's sort of talking me round here.
Yeah,
I've
I knew,
Googled
man.
domestic foxes, and apparently there are some knocking about.
Yeah. There's a few Instagram foxes, and they are fucking cute. They are fucking cute.
adorable.
They love you. All of the Instagram foxes, the foxes are just like entirely. They're like it's like they've cracked cuddles. It's like they didn't really understand what cuddles were before, and now they're cuddle drunk. They are fucking. They're just constantly on their back, just being like, "Wait, can you do that thing where you like touch my belly and like my face sometimes? Can you do that? I would like that right now." they love it. They're like playing. I'm right. I'm right. Apparently they stink like shit. They stink awful, and there's no amount of cleaning that can possibly help.
What, like they just intrinsically stink?
Like a skunk.
Okay, well now I'm starting to see the issue with keeping them in the house.
Well, you know.
Unless you invent a companion product to the domesticated fox, which is fox aftershave, that they could all wear to mask their disgusting scent.
That would be so funny.
And then you could have a range
Yeah.
of products.
Adolescent foxes putting on too much fox aftershave to go to the school disco. Because they're just like, what, 5 squirts per wrist? That sounds about right. And you got to get a bit on your neck.
On the tail.
And your tail. One of the ones that we're friends with has the most cute little white bush on its tail. Oh, it's the most sweet little thing. And the rest of them don't have it. It's a special one.
Aww.
It just has a nice little white tip. It's beautiful.
So, like, but you're going to have to start from scratch.
Yeah.
Well,
they make
I was
terrible
domesticating
noises
them.
as well.
Having a quick Google round, apparently you can buy a domesticated like little Russian red fox for $9,000.
I don't know if can you keep them in this country.
I think it is illegal here.
I think
I don't know. I assume for some kind of hygiene reasons, like maybe you just like they'd need shots that you couldn't give them.
Yeah, they're quite, and I think that there's like loads of diseases. I mean, the thing with dogs and cats is that they have been domesticated for upwards of 10,000.
That's the thing. They've got a head start, haven't
20,000
they?
years. But
another little Google around, and apparently like urban foxes are self-domesticating.
yeah, well, I mean, there's
So
one.
your friend that comes and eats out of your hand, like that's the process, isn't it?
I know, and they've told. I googled it, and BBC was like, "It's fine to feed them, but don't feed them out your hand." And I was like,
Fuck you, the BBC.
Yeah, it's like, thank you for moderating, saying I am allowed to feed the foxes, but unfortunately, I will be feeding them out of my hand if they ask for it. I just think it'd be nice. The other thing is that they make terrible noises.
Oh my god, yeah, it's awful.
There's so many
When they're
around here.
just screaming.
Yeah, there was one. There was like I couldn't hear this. It was like all I could hear was like, and I was like, I thought he was like a person was ill or something. And I was about to start like potentially like getting up to look around, see if someone had been stabbed in the throat or something. And then I heard an identical noise from like 200 foot away. And I was like, oh, it's some sort of communication. It's like a past note.
Look, if you want to get it going, then you're just gonna have to start now.
It's true. Well, when I move to
And
Ukraine,
dream big.
when I move to Ukraine, I'll get all of the. We saw them foxes in Ukraine, the ones with the big ears. Do you know them ones? Phoenix foxes. Fennec foxes.
My friend has weasels.
Oh, they're great.
No, ferrets, I think. Are they?
Ferrets are nice.
Yeah, ferrets.
They also
They
stink.
are sneaky.
Yeah.
I was impressed when like his ferrets. They've got 3 of them, I think, and they can intuit what you think is important and steal it.
Yeah.
I love that.
They're really good at working out what the humans need. Like, so there's a little hoard of like keys, batteries, small precious things, bits of money. Like
That sounds so stressful to live with every day. That's just a constant war.
Because I think they've worked out that like their balance of power improves when the humans that live with them are weak, because they are not really domesticated. They're just like,
I feel like
they're just rodents that are chill with you. Like, is a hamster domesticated? Not really. Like,
on the like animal spectrum, obviously like ferrets and foxes are similar levels of cunning, but I feel like ferrets are more cat aligned and foxes are more dog aligned. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I feel like the ferrets, they're thieves. I feel like if cats, cats earlier on in the domestication process probably would have been nicking stuff as well.
Yeah, that's
or at
true.
least not respecting the people who were trying to domesticate them.
They've just become so food obsessed. I say they've really just narrowed down their interest. That they're just like, oh well, I realised that these 2 meals a day is a real dream ticket.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like the ferrets also love you need to have like tunnels around the house so that they can.
Oh, sorry, breaking news.
Go on.
Oregon has decriminalized all drugs.
What? What?
How?
Including
Incredible,
cocaine
Oregon.
and heroin. So let's go book tickets to Oregon, baby! I want to take legal coke. I want to get fucked up on my legal smack. It's not bad for you if it's not against the law.
Does smack being legal mean they're gonna start selling smack in corner shops?
Yeah.
Is
They'll
that
sell
the
it.
same thing?
You can get smack at Walmart. I want to buy bullets, no gun, and smack. I just want the bullets.
I'm just gonna get some cheese. I'll meet you down the smack aisle.
Oh, they'd start selling all kinds of smack, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would the
There'd be so many
squidgy
different
black
brands of
stuff.
smack, and there'd be like shitty Walmart own brand smack.
Yeah.
And then there'd be like Tesco finest smack.
Oregon teenagers would be making TikToks about like the smack your mum says you have at home.
There's smack at home. I love that so much.
Do you know what? It's if you get the cheap smack, it is a false economy. Because you end up going and you buy twice as much.
You get what you pay
You
for.
pay
like.
twice as much. Right, I'm off to go get a beer. Actually, should we? The music died. The day the music died. That's not. I'm at the same stage. It's nice. I like the visualizer so much. The visualizers.
Which one are you on?
It's milk, something. Milk drop, I think. It's called milk. It's the Winamp. The Winamp. The
You're
classic.
not helping me at all.
Winamp was the classic video and not video, just audio player that had a visualizer, and it had it's a very kind of extensive visualizer. It's a very extensive visualizer. What should I listen to? What should we listen to? As a this is a good album, but maybe it's boring. I want to listen to this song. Okay, let's listen to all of the different remixes of In Your Face by 808 State. Yeah, nice. Right, I'm gonna get a beer.
Alright.
Maybe shall I do a bong? I guess it has been a while since I did the last one. Yeah, I'll do a bong. Alright. Peace out.
Peace and love.
How are you finding home?
It's fine. Are we just chatting?
I assume so.
No pretense of content whatsoever.
Oh, if we should do content.
Oh,
yeah, I know. I wouldn't quite know what we'd do.
Yeah, just riff it. Like, you can't riff Liam's sort of raw chaos, can you? Well, only he can provide that. But yeah, it's fine. I got to have a go on a dog while I was having a panic attack, so that was helpful. Like, that was always useful. Like, because my mum was still awake, so I was like, Mum, can I just have a quick sort of pat of the dog? That'll help. So that was nice.
That's nice.
He's reminding me why I don't live here, which is always a good reason to come back.
Yeah, it is good to be reminded.
Yeah, but it was just, I think it's just good to be somewhere else for a little bit, because I was going insane in that one room. This has reminded me that I am allowed to leave that room.
Yeah.
How's the house?
It's quiet without you guys here, and I can dance around, but on balance, it's cold.
Yeah. It's a cold house.
And I found, I was meant to do quite a lot of work today, and I found it impossible to do anything.
Really? Was it because you were so excited because it was
It might have been. I was overpumped.
My sister made herself throw up on Christmas Eve. She was so excited, so I can understand. It's the hit Olympics, and there's no room to have just room.
Yeah, was gonna go on with it. Like I would watch it. I would be just as excited. Like, and I would be less scared.
Yeah, that's true. Would there be consequences if everyone in America jumped up and down at the same time? Would anything happen?
I guess like the sort of American health service would be strained by like the kind of injuries that are not likely but are just slightly more likely if you jump up and down.
Yeah, and I suppose if everyone's doing it, then
yeah, like some people will be like get hurt knees. I don't think like if you're asking would the Earth wobble, I don't think so.
I didn't ask that. Maybe there'd be a big wave. We don't know.
That's true. I mean, they haven't tried it.
We know
It is pure speculation.
I think it's so difficult to work with the different time zones, and there'd be some clubs who wouldn't participate. What's the point? You try and do something nice for both.
Do you think compulsory voting would make people angry?
I mean, I feel like everything makes someone angry somewhere. That's what I mean. A pleasant meadow would probably make someone furious. So yes, I do think people get angry about it. I don't see why. It seems to be a sensible system.
Yeah, like I'm not like misty-eyed about it. Like I think it wouldn't necessarily change things that much. Because the countries that they do have are like the weirdest mix of countries. Like there's nothing that they have in common other than they do compulsory voting. Like
So there's not things that apply across all of them.
yeah, like Argentina, Australia, Bolivia, North Korea, like Belgium. They're just it's a weird bunch of
That is strange.
and it means that people get invented when they spoil their ballot papers.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it's oh god, this election's gonna be really close. It's gonna go to like the very closest, the very like narrowest races.
Intense.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's well within the like Supreme Court can steal it type.
Oh god. That was Henry's prediction, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Well, he does pay attention to these things.
He does. I literally don't think. Me and Jake were trying to work out the last time we'd seen him, and I genuinely don't think it was. Well, I think the last time was his party, where everyone got ill. I think that was the last time that I saw him. Which is crazy. And then I don't think I've seen Russell for over a year, which made me deeply sad.
Yeah, like I only saw him briefly. I would like to see more Russell. Apparently, he's really cleaning up in lockdown. He's thriving.
Is he? I suppose you can do tutoring from home. Did he do it from home anyway, or did he do it in person?
I think he did it in person, but like he would go around to people's houses, or he would have students come around to his, depending on like how old they were and stuff.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
he's
I think
playing chess.
yeah, he's playing chess. He's climbing up the ranks of other games online, and just
Legend.
I think he's doing like I think he's doing some. He's probably doing some kind of online course. He usually is.
I'm baffled by him as a concept. I want sort of a cup of what he's having, and I know that what he's having is sobriety, but that can't be it. There's something else.
Yeah, because like pretty much everyone we know falls into the category of sad nerd.
Yeah.
Whereas he's the only happy nerd we know.
But is he the only sober nerd we know?
Is this
Is
Russell?
that literally it?
Are you talking about
might be,
Russell?
yeah.
But it can't just be that, can it? It can't be our fault.
Are you talking about? Is it
There'll be
Russell?
Some other medical reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think like just being.
Oh wait, they can't hear me. Hello?
Hello.
Are you talking about Russell?
Yes,
we are.
Yeah, I thought so. When you talk about someone who's given up the booze and seems like a god because of it, yeah.
Tim was saying most of the people we know are sad nerds, whereas he's actually a happy nerd and was sort of baffled by the secret of his success. And I was saying it can't just be sobriety.
No, it's not. It's because he's very good at Age of Empires. It's because he's like exceptionally good at strategy games. That's what's helped him.
That's the secret.
The sobriety is like, it's a cart before the horse issue. The sobriety is only because he's applied his Age of Empires skills to not being an alcoholic, and we can't be expected to be that good at Age of Empires. Not all of us have the reaction times, with the ability to click that fast, the ability to think about that many different things. Oh yeah, breaking news. Truck news! I'm gonna get the fucking DX back, I miss it. Woo! Matter of time. DC's decriminalizing Sykes. Oh my god, what a big day for the community. Well, I think my position is support.
Yes.
What I want the fucking oil. I want the oil. I've been hearing about this oil stuff where they just like give you the oil. I just feel like I'm not gonna smoke again. My lungs are pretty bad. I don't want to ruin my lungs anymore. I'm just gonna put a drop on everything I eat. I'll just constantly. Yeah, I just get some gummies. I just be chewing those gummies all day. People in the office be like, "Oh, can I have a gummy?" Like, no. I'm getting high.
You can get chocolate as well.
Yeah, I do that. But that's what I want. I want even just regular edibles. Even you can get the butter. You could do it though. You could do it because it's just the butter. No, I just want access to edibles so that I can never smoke again. That's my dream. Well, in terms of like, we have like a real, I think London this country generally just has like a very well-resourced network for regular, just like 20 bags. If you can get a 20 bag anywhere, and that's what is one of the most beautiful things about this country. That is one of the things that's most beautiful things about this country, is that pretty much wherever you go, even up to Orkney, down to Jersey, go as far west, east, south, or north, you can get a 20 bag of varying quality.
This is a very like accepted aisle sort of a take you've got. Like I can imagine this on Thought for the Day.
It's just Mark Fisher nationalism.
Mark Fisher nationalism.
But no, I do believe that. Apart from the fact that Mark Fisher was anti-weed. It's a position he makes in capitalist realism. He says it deadens the brain. My brain deadened, Mark.
I
won't wait too long for
the dead take.
I'm sorry. How many views have we got? I'm gonna put this all up on YouTube. I'm gonna
the entire night.
Yeah, because I'm really proud of the visualizer. I mainly want to keep the night for the visualizer. I think the visualizer looks beautiful. And how long
It's
have we
very
been going?
intense.
We got 2 viewers. Someone talking about screaming crypt peeper, who I don't know who that is, said they like screaming, and I hope that doesn't mean us, because actually, from what I can see on my end, we're quite quiet in the mix. This isn't a loud show.
Maybe it's about foxes.
Oh, they do like screaming. There we go. Mystery
I hope
solved.
it's that.
Right. Well, I think this is the time where I really get the most out of the mixing board. And that's
In what way?
in terms of just a pleasant backing to your conversation. Actually, I should initiate a
That is lovely.
conversation and then segue into this naturally.
I think that ship may have
Announcing you're going to
sailed.
segue into it naturally sort of ruins the effect. I really no, but like to give the visualizer some love for a moment.
It's good, isn't
I
it?
found it quite overwhelming, but in a nice way because obviously I'm at home, so I've not got any weed, so it did
Yeah.
trick me into thinking I was a bit high,
Wow.
which was lovely. Because obviously, yes, in this great nation, you can get a 20 bag anywhere, but I'd have to go in someone's house, which is literally illegal at the moment, and that's disgusting.
The thing about London is that it has.
It's not like Leeds where you literally get it delivered to the door.
Well, it is. Leeds has the most beautiful delivery system.
They've worked all through
It is.
lockdown.
Well, because in London you have like these very professionalized ones where they're like, it's like they have the Uber thing. They say that like arriving here on this street on like
Really?
yeah. And it's like you will be meeting such and such in a black Mercedes. It's cool actually.
I mean, that sounds helpful.
It is actually
Rather
very
than just
helpful.
outside now
Yeah.
and then having to guess which of the
I'm
three drug
just-
dealers' cars down your road is the right one.
I have gotten into the wrong one
I've
before.
gone
Yeah,
into the
Jacob's
wrong
done
one.
that before as well.
Have you done that? You can't
It's so
not.
funny.
You can't not. You can't not. What was I gonna say? Drug dealers.
They are going that way here in Leeds, though. Like when I picked up tonight, they were very like they gave me a time extremely promptly and told me like who I was meeting in what vehicle.
Really?
Yeah, and like it was a different person on the phone calling me to the person in the car,
Oh,
so
yeah.
they clearly have like a central office deal going on.
Ah, like a taxi rank kind of situation where
Yeah.
someone dispatches them.
Yeah, I assume that makes it like safer for them.
I think so. Well, I suppose it means that somebody knows who's where and doing what, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it means that like if they get caught, then it's only one person getting caught. Like,
Yeah.
And yeah, you do see them like speeding away from cops around here all the time.
Yeah, that's literally constant.
Really? Are the police like around a lot?
I think every so often you get you get like a couple of nights where you hear it where like it's like you hear chases a bit more, like they'll be like trying to do a clamp down or something.
I'd say it's a weekly, if not sort of every few days, occurrence of just hearing a car driving away incredibly fast down Royal Park Road.
Really? That's quite scary because that's what Hyde Park was like. I mean, they called it a riot, but it wasn't a riot. But you know, like there was a pub that got shut down, and it was like a criminals pub. Like it was just where crime took place, but everybody loved it. It was like a mainstay of Hyde Park, and then the police shut it down because it was a crime den, and then the residents of Hyde Park just burnt down like a series of buildings. And it was like, and that's what Unity Day is about.
Oh.
Yeah, so Unity Day is supposed to be to like kind of calm the tensions, and really, it was actually secretly behind it was a kind of like battle between the old heads people who'd lived in Hyde Park since it was basically an industrial area, and the student population that had grown. Because it was always a student area, obviously, but it had more of a mix of. Yeah, there you go. That's the potted history of Hyde Park. It's nice. Do you know the story about Hyde Park? Why they called it Hyde Park?
I do,
Yeah,
in fact.
it's my favourite story.
But feel free to tell it.
No, well, I might be wrong, but I thought because the 4 local barons. It was like Mr. Meanwood, Mr. Like, what's the bit? Mr. Headingley, Mr. somebody else, Mr. some like, Mr. What's the area that's like around where Jacob used to live? Around
Burley.
Not Burley, the other one, the one that's like it is like Burley basically, but the one
Well, there was Cardigan, who was the guy that was at the charge of the Light Brigade.
Oh, really?
Was it him?
Yeah, that's the one. Well, anyway, that's all I know. But they all met in Hyde Park, and that's why it's called Hyde Park, because they were in Hyde Park in London. They were
I think it was the Hyde Park pub, and I think it was like an inn, and they were like, this looks an awful lot like Hyde Park in London, because it looks a bit like that in that area.
It does,
which is cute.
I love them. I love the local barons. I'm fiercely loyal to the local.
The big dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Big up the big dogs.
It's good to keep in favour with the barons. That is true.
I think just that they created the land upon which I love. So I'm not gonna. Why would I? You know.
And I like that it's not an official like area. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not a sort of. It's not the same as Headingley and Burley in that like Hyde Park isn't really a real thing, but everybody knows where it is and roughly where it stops and starts. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no official classification of where it begins and ends. It's just what locals reckon.
It is,
which I think is powerful.
It is.
Do you know what I mean?
It is. That's what it is nice because people call it different things. People who call it Woodhouse Moor, I feel are my enemies for some reason.
Well, that's what the park is called.
Is it?
Like, yeah, the park.
The park is called Woodhouse Moor.
No, it's called Hyde Park.
Hyde Park is the area around Woodhouse Moor.
The park is called Hyde
Park. Which
Park.
was reminiscent of Hyde Park, which is why the barons you love so much called the area Hyde Park.
The park is called Hyde Park.
It's just not. It's just literally not. Google it. Like, I'm so sorry to be the one to break this to you.
The park, because the whole area is built around the park. Hyde Park.
But doesn't that make it better that the whole area is named after a park that isn't even there? Because some barons were having lunch and were like, "This looks a bit like London," and it's stuck for fucking 200 years.
It is better.
I think that's. I like that a lot. Like the informality of the name, I guess. But you can keep calling it Hyde Park.
I will keep calling it Hyde Park, but now I'm safe in the knowledge that I'm wrong. So if anybody tries to correct me, I can already know that I'm wrong. That will make me much.
And then you can double down.
Yeah, I can cement my position easier.
It's fun. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to.
5 minutes to the polls. Sorry, 5 was it? I can make a horrible noise really quickly.
Wonderful.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. On. The news is that there is 5 minutes till the polls close in Hawaii.
Wow, we've made it all the way to Hawaii closing.
That's impressive.
I don't think we're getting many more results of any particular kind tonight.
Are we not gonna? Oh wait, is that the rest of the? Is it game over?
Unless your resident wonk knows better.
He was seeming. Wait, is that it then? Come on, there's got to be one more.
He's desperate.
Hawaii's the last one. But what else is going to happen tonight? Something must else happen tonight. This is like me with Raoul Moat. I remember when Raoul Moat was down the river with the shotgun to his head, and my dad was like, "Why are you staying up? What do you want to watch?" I was like, "I want to see it happen. I want to watch. It's a national event. The nation is gripped to this story, and I am also. I'd like to see its resolution in real time." Nevada. Come on, guys. Gotta hold on for Nevada. Come on. I think I did go to bed before the gunshot in the realm mode, guys. I did stay up.
Do you regret going to bed?
Yeah,
like,
of course I
stayed
do.
up to sleep.
Because I do know what happened, which is that you couldn't see it because Sky just had a camera posted like kind of near the area, but you heard it in the background. It was very clear, and everyone reacted to it. Do you know about Raoul Moat? He was I think you could say Britain's most loved spree killer.
Oh my god! I mean, if you talk to any man from the northeast for any amount of time, Raoul Moat eventually comes up. You know. I remember it was what was the name? Was it Storm Dennis when we were in Leicester?
Yeah.
And we were hiding in a phone box.
Yeah.
Me and Danny in sausage rolls and drinking a cup of tea, and he was just monologuing to me about Raoul Moat because he'd read a book from the perspective of Raoul Moat, but it's like it's written as if you're Raoul Moat. And he was just, we were so hungover, and it was just like, this is the most damn thing that's ever happened. He's so in control. Like, we're eating a Greg's. He's just telling me about how much Raoul Moat hated the police. Like,
he did. That's why he blinded that guy. That's why he blinded the police officer who then killed himself. It was one of those weird ones where his death count was at 3. And then 2 years later, one of the guys he shot killed himself, and you were like, "All right, we'll add that one." You weren't around to see it, but that is it. Bad man, though, he did kill his girlfriend. Not to glorify him at all. He was horrible, but
no, it's not right.
He was called Raoul Moat. He was just a guy from the northeast. If he was called Derek, we wouldn't have done it, but he was called Raoul. And then Gaza came. Jack's out the room, but I haven't even told the bit about Gaza. We'll have to wait. That's the best bit. That is the best bit. Gaza came.
I mean, does I don't know how well Gaza has like translated into.
I can get Gaza in 2 sentences. For sure.
The Amy Winehouse of football.
It's very late in the night to be making lines as strong as that. It's very late in the night. There's no one watching this. It's not worth it. You don't need to say things like that. How many people have we got on the stream? None. 1. Oh, hey, Becky! Crypto peeper. That makes sense. Crypt peeper, not crypto peeper. I work with a Greek man who tells me about cryptocurrency for probably 10 hours a week now. I get paid probably £110 a week to get talked to about cryptocurrencies by a Greek man. But I love him. I love him. I wouldn't want to spend it doing anything else. I hate cryptocurrency now. I really hate cryptocurrency. But him, I have nothing but time for. He's a wonderful man. He's racist about Macedonians. I mean, Turks obviously are his main gripe. He really can't stop going on about the Turks. But he calls Macedonia. Is it Skopje?
I've got no idea.
Tim? Where's
Tim's
Tim
gone.
Did Tim leave?
He's not here anymore.
When did Tim go?
I don't know.
Oh, that was. Wait, should we call him again? Where's he still
Yeah.
here? Yeah, we should just. He's not left. Maybe he snuck out. No, he has left.
When did this happen? We were talking about Gaza.
Alright, I'll try. Oh, sorry. I'll try getting back.
Hello.
Hello!
I've lost the internet on my computer, so you're on my phone.
Oh, that sucks. How's the
Yeah.
internet in Leeds at the moment?
What, sorry?
Is the internet fine in Leeds?
I mean, we've had issues before, sporadically, but not usually.
Actually, how's coronavirus in Leeds?
I think we've got a lot of cases, but not a lot of deaths.
Oh, really?
I think it's young people mostly getting it here.
We do have a fuckload of students.
Yeah.
There's like 60 universities or something stupid. I mean, it's probably like 7, but that's still too many, isn't it?
Well, it's like 40,000 students, from what I remember. Oh no, that's not it. That's it. I've got you. Can't get away from me. There are a lot of just plugs. I've got a hobby now that involves just plugging things that I don't really understand into great chains. Because I have a very specific purpose, and that's to have a fat baseline or something. Alright, there's Nevada. You ain't just called to McDonald's. How did you heat it up? Jack has just roasted McDonald's.
Oh my god.
Revolutionary.
It's that would be. I imagine. Does it actually? If you, is it hot all the way through? Yeah, that sounds delicious, actually. Yeah, you don't get it frying. They're fantastic. They're really nice. No, all right, verdict's in. If you want, you should do that. if you want to, you should bake your McDonald's after you've bought it. I think that's a good idea. It's worth trying. It'd be amazing if you discovered something new about McDonald's that it was never known before. That's like doing E equals MC squared. Like, everybody's tried McDonald's in the whole world, but you're the person that's like, oh no, bring it home and then bake it. It's good toe off. Jumbo, that was the catchphrase. That was a good catchphrase.
Was that that the official Comedy Society catchphrase for a while?
What?
It's good to laugh.
It still is, I think.
Oh, fair enough.
Anybody changed that?
It's on the logo. Leo's insisted that it's not allowed to be changed. So our legacy remains. Me and Maggie just came in, you know, revolutionised things and then fucked off when there was work to be done.
You did.
It's the way to do it.
It was a tour de force of aesthetic purpose. I wish they would get rid of cables and everything was just plugged in already. You just had to. What?
Abortion is essentially been illegalized.
Oh no! No more abortion in Louisiana.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that'd be nice. If you're having a baby you don't want, try some smack. Yeah, you get fucked up. It's you know, it's maybe a convoluted system. Right, I'm trying to do MIDI. MIDI. Oh, shit. Okay, so I gotta get the 808 MIDI in, because that's gonna be the clock. See? It's easy. MIDI 2 out. That's gonna go to the 303. In. Right, I'm crying laughter at a joke that I can't even remember. It's getting in the way. When's Nevada? We need something to give second wind to evening.
Tim's gone again.
Tim!
He's gone, mate.
He's never gone. I'm getting him back. They made it so
You'll
easy.
never let him leave.
No. He's not left by now.
Alright, I think my internet's back now.
Yes.
Wee.
Wee.
You go, because that could have been awful.
Really? Is that?
Well, I mean, it's always bad to not have the internet.
But being cut off from it on tonight of all nights.
Wait, I don't get it. All right, wait. What am I doing? MIDI. That. Did it come up big last time? I want. I want Trump. I want Biden to win by 1 vote.
Whose vote? Anyone specific?
Oh yeah, well, to be shares. I want her vote to have done it, and I
think if that happens, then from now on there will be a tradition where Cher gets to always cast the deciding vote in American elections.
God, that'd be amazing.
And because it will be like that for the next 4 elections, because nobody will be born and no one will die. So the ratio will always stay exactly the same. I'm gonna try a randomizer. Right. Out device MIDI 2. Oh wait, in clock. In MIDI in device MIDI 1.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, have I got noise? No. Wait. It's not plugged into anything. That'll be right. Right.
Shit. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Oh fuck! No, that was the wrong move. Right. Okay. But you're back. All right. I didn't do that. That was a mistake. I've got it. Right, there we go. Easy. Why is it? Really? Wow, where's that? In 2016, in 2020 they said, just wait. The socialist tide is coming. Okay, line. We're in line? To monitor? Is that what the problem? No. Doesn't seem to be the issue. Wait, phones? Isn't it like the fact that it's phones? It should. I know the issue. It's not set to MIDI to be. It's not set to be controlled by MIDI. MIDI. Oh, it is. It is set to that. Shit. Is it because this isn't playing? That's nice. Okay. All right. That's a bit loud.
Well, it's we're in that sort of limbo now where like there's still some things that might happen, like there might be some kind of drama.
Yes. That's what I'm hoping for.
I think the drama that would be left would be like, this seems like the opportunity. Like pretty soon there'll be the opportune moment for Trump to declare himself the winner.
Oh yeah, that's what we're waiting for. No, I'm not going to bed till exactly Trump declares success. I'm not going to bed till that happens, because this is like the Gulen coup. Did you stay up for the Gulen coup? Because I did. I stayed up for the coup in Turkey, being like, I want to see history, and I just waited for the bit where Gulen was like, okay, I give up. all right, I didn't do it. All right, okay, time to rub it in. Breaking news. Wait, okay. Breaking news. I could even make it more horrible, I realize.
Please don't.
Wait, why is that not coming on? It should be fine. Wait. Why is it not playing? Why have we lost that? Come on. Should be playing.
But yeah, it's gonna be going to a strange wire.
Yeah, that's good. The wire is good.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're definitely like, what was your bet for Biden to win?
270 to 299.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's either that's now the most likely.
Is it really?
Margin. I mean, other than maybe Trump winning, which is probably just as likely at this stage. Hold on, let me colour in a map so that I can do the counting. So like it's now like down to like 3 states, right? Like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And what you need for your bet to come true is for Biden to win 2 out of the 3 of them.
Right.
And if Trump wins 2 out of the 3 of them, then he's won.
When will we find out?
I mean, Pennsylvania won't be for ages, because the Pennsylvania thing is the thing where like it's the most unbalanced state, like postal, like or something, and so that's where they're gonna steal it.
Oh yeah. Well, so how is there a thing where these like postal ballots are just gonna take like fucking 2 weeks to come through?
I mean, I don't know exactly what the state of that is at the moment, but something like that, yeah.
Trump's won Ohio.
Yeah, they've called it for Trump in Ohio, which is pretty big news.
Oh wait, so we got the number. Wait, why is it 205?
And like Trump's actually won. It looks like he's got a comfortable lead in Ohio. Like he's really smashed it there.
Nice. Well done.
We could do a bit more chess if you fancy it.
Yeah, go on then.
Since I can't be going to sleep yet, but also I'm slightly flagging.
Yeah, me too. Luckily I have a newly purchased drum machine. You should buy a drum machine.
So you keep saying.
I've been saying this for years. Let's go into a minor key. Ah, Molly's dead. Breaking news. Wait, let me do the horrible one. Because I can. One sec. If I do it. One sec.
Florida has voted for the $15 minimum wage, as well as voting for Donald Trump.
That is correct. Well done. I'm proud of you. That's a good move. I do one. I don't care. Yeah. Que sera, whatever it is. Oh yeah, let's play chess. Do you want to play? You and Jack should play, and then I can just focus on my music.
What was that? Sorry, Lee?
You and Jack should play chess, and then I'll commentate. Jack, you send me a.
I can accept that.
If you send me a link, I'll just post the link in the Radio Free Corona Facebook, which I think you're in.
What, I should?
No, Jack should.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
He's really good at it.
Yeah, I think this is going to be embarrassing, if anything.
Oh, not chess, just making the link.
Oh, right. I mean, that would imply also being good at chess.
No, I'm also really good at making the links, so I'm terrible. I'm really bad at chess. Okay. I'll come back. Whilst trying desperately to remove it. Oh wait, that's fine. Right, let's watch. Who's winning? Good, Tim, well done. Going in chess, it's usually best to do what everybody else does. I realized the virtue of a boring game recently. Like, I think I used to be very interested in making it inciting, because now I don't. Regulation win, please. Right. Are we ready for element? I realize my mic's been very low. Ah. Okay, so we got MIDI. 4, let's just do 4. Alright. the microphone. I like the fact that you're playing slow chess because it means that I can keep up. Okay, so we're strongly in the key of G. So we basically just need to not fuck around with some G chords. I think we should start with an E because it starts with an E in the song. Should listen to it. Okay, so we're definitely in G. What's E? That's the 6th. That's too hard. Oh no, that's G alien. G major here, so that's still the 6th.
I'm quite happy to play again, but I think it's only going one way.
Right?
Yeah, I'll play more chess. I'll play more chess, Buster. I was being aggressive with it, so it's more kind of competitive. sounds alright. That'll do for now. Let's put some weird effects on it. Yeah, it was really funny. How many was that? 36. It's crazy. Why is that then? Just because they put them up in silly places. Put the sound up!
I can't really hear you in the mix over the sound of the music.
Oh, can you not? Oh. How's that? Is that better?
A little bit. Your voice is slightly strange.
Wait, is that because I put effects on the voice? Yes, it is. Is that better?
Yeah, that's
because you got.
understandable.
Yeah, I was getting caught up in some of that juicy chorus. It's not juicy. I want to hear him. I want to hear the man. Right, one sec.
Are we in a chess game?
Oh, are we in a chess game? No. One sec, I'll play you. One sec. Oh, I don't know. The news is talking to me really loudly. What's it saying? Really? Oh, I fucking hate them. Yeah, I'm scared of them. I feel like they might come and oppress me. And I think they probably will do. They have done, just interpersonally. Only because I was less cool than them. Alright, I sent you a link there, there, Tim.
Cheers.
Okay. I'm gonna try this opening. I don't actually know very well.
Well, it's confused me.
I just played. I don't actually know what you're supposed to do here. Oh, yeah. I can't remember what the reason for you not doing that is. They're saying Friday. Until when? It's not too early to call it. Just call it. I just want to know who it was. Who's president? Oh wait, I see. I see the issue that I've done. That's it. Okay, oh, what have you done? Oh, scary move. In the rules of chess that we play, Tim, we don't do that move.
I've forgotten what move I did.
It's a gentleman's agreement, actually. You are allowed to do it, but it's considered rude.
I'm... If I've offended, please.
You have.
Oh no.
Let's put it
there.
Big news! Oh wait, gonna make a horrible noise.
Go on.
Yep, there we go. Oh yeah, that one. Oh, so is that good or bad? Wait, does that mean that they're not employees? Oh, yeah. So because they were pushing that really hard. They were really pushing that. I remember seeing that an awful lot when I was in California. Yeah. Oh no, I was happy though. Really? Yeah, Sakai was right. Really?
What's kicking off?
So Jack's saying, wait, you should probably have the microphone. I can do chess and music, but not.
They're making a big point of saying that the Biden campaign is still saying it's within reach, which means that the Biden campaign got fucked, and they didn't expect that it would be this close.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. $2 million people. There was a difference. 2 million people for the classify app-based drivers as contractors. Just terrible. It's really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's expected from Californians, but that is horrifying.
I got a fucking patisserie Valerie in the fucking fridge, mate.
So they've called Ohio. That means Trump really, he's doing bad in Arizona right now. He needs to win. I don't know, it's closer than I expected in Wisconsin and Michigan, which means maybe he doesn't need to win Pennsylvania.
Let me check my little map. No, if he wins Wisconsin and Michigan, he's still only got 267.
No more beer. Do you want me to get
Maybe
beer?
269, depending on how the districts go.
Wait, hold on, I gotta turn you up in this setup. If I can figure out how to do it.
I think Trump needs Pennsylvania, basically.
Yeah, he does need Pennsylvania. If he doesn't win Michigan and Wisconsin, then it's really over. Because Nevada doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. Here's Joe Biden. Oh, he's taking off his mask. He's come out against against the lockdown.
I'm just gonna listen to.
All right, hello.
Old Uncle Joe.
So he's declaring victory. He's declaring victory. Yeah, probably. He's so old.
He is old.
He needs to be up louder. Oh wait. He's so old. Has there ever been an older king? Is this the oldest king?
I don't think we've ever had an older king in the UK.
Yeah, it would be an interesting question.
Certainly no one who became king this old. Like, what would even be the point?
Who is the oldest person? Oh my god, this is... Do you know that... Do you know about the Nepal royal family mass shooting?
No.
I gotta tell you. So in Nepal, in like... This is like 2000. The prince, right? The son of the king is because of, you know, like the weird international student. Can you imagine the kind of posh person that's like, oh yeah, well I went to school with the Prince of Nepal, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can see him.
So he went mental, and he did like a mass shooting in the president in like the royal palace, and we're gonna win this is what he said, and he shot the king. He killed like I think 10 other people, like quite a lot of other people, and then he shot himself. But he was in a coma for 100 days, and so he was the king technically for those 100 days. Fascinating, isn't it?
That is interesting. That's some good king madness.
Yeah, I know. He really didn't want to become king, but kind of did. I don't know. It's weird because he killed himself, so he didn't want to be king. But then he became king. Mental. Oh yeah. Sorry, I need to get... I'm gonna eat the other one of these that I bought. I'm a big fat boy at the moment. She already ate her one. She doesn't like strawberry. Fine, that's reasonable. Damn it! This is what communism used to be like all the time. It's people being like, alright, you got me.
Oh, Trump started tweeting.
Oh, has he? Could you get me one large beer? I feel like I'm staying up till tomorrow. I gotta let everyone at my work know that I'm an election. It's not that I love. It's not that I just love staying up. Like, there's not been literally any opportunity to stay up all night. I'm doing it.
I mean, it looks like that. You know, there's gonna be some argy-bargy at least.
It does feel like something's gonna happen.
I mean, yeah. The stage is set. It's the perfect conditions for some kind of chicanery.
I just want to see something. Oh yeah, I gotta look at Trump's Twitter.
Yeah. He's saying he's gonna fight it.
I will be making a statement tonight. A big win. We are up big. But they are trying to steal the election. Oh my god, we gotta stay up. I love history. I love historical events. I like it when they happen to me. Do you like my song?
I'm having a pretty good time, yeah. It's your go, I think.
Oh my god, yeah, sorry.
What's oh dear.
Oh, wait, Jack, did you see the Trump's tweets? Yeah, that was the one. Oh, yeah, they are. He deserves to win. Alright, where's my move? Ah! Not quite a blunder, but it's not the first one. He just loves Twitter, doesn't he?
He's good at it. I think he was watching TV waiting for Joe Biden to say something before he did.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, really? So we're not going to know anything about Pennsylvania for days?
Yeah. But if Pennsylvania is the only thing it rests on,
It doesn't matter.
then that's going to be a fight.
When are we going to get the next call? We're going to get to 270. I think Trump missed the trick in making it about Biden and not just making it about, what's that, Tara Reid? I think he worked well with Clinton. Oh, horrible. See, exactly it. He doesn't have that pizzazz. It's not as explosive. Can't hear us on the TV, unfortunately. If we had that cable, we could put the TV on through the thing. Do you know what we could also do? We could just... We could mirror Sky News on the laptop. Who is it? Who is it? Wasn't it already? We've already done Hawaii. It was hours ago. Oh, Alaska. Is Alaska a swing station?
No.
Alaskans don't vote blue, no matter who. Does that mean we don't have any more beer? But we only had 5. The last holes, they're just... Alright, let's bring the music. Oh, is the music keeping everyone going? Or is it repetitive and annoying?
I mean, you know, it's mildly repetitive, but
I'll put the probability up so that more things are probable to happen.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, that's my new thing. I think the base might be the most repetitive. So what we do is randomise them both again. I'm Mr. Random. Pentatonic, we'll go pentatonic. Oh no, that's actually bad. Stone. Yeah. Oh, he's stealing. Have you ever read the was it what's that book, Tim? The plague, the cemetery in Prague.
Yeah.
It's about the guy that wrote all the conspiracy theories, and so he starts out his like a big rant about how much he hates the Jews, and then he says he goes on about the Jews for a while. He says it's not only the Jews, it's also the Germans. And then he does a bit about the Germans, then the Italians, then the Jesuits, then and then he just like rattles through the entirety of the yeah, it's so stupid. It's the weird thing about the horrible thing about the Illuminati is they did actually exist, but they were sucked. They were just pointless. It was just Masons, and I hate Masons, but not because they control everything, because they don't control everything. We have a quote for the Masons, Tim?
My friend Rob his uncle's in the Masons.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He'd be a good Mason.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he is in them.
I hope he's not.
Yeah, it just seems a bit naff for him.
Yeah, it seems like he's cool and not.
But his uncle was a proper he was like a manager of a co-op warehouse or something.
Oh yeah, and he was giving all the Masons cheaper oatcakes. I know the deal.
Yeah. He used to swan in at I did my work experience with him, and he used to turn up at 11:30 in the morning and just immediately upon entering his office get the paper and have a nap.
Oh, this is I saw something on Twitter about how they had never seen Etienne Balaban not napping when at an academic conference. Like in the middle of a paper, he will just nap at every single one of them.
Oh, that's good.
It's perfect. He gets it.
Oh, could you give me some more time? I have been giving you more.
I can.
Thank you.
As long as you give me some more time. No, this is too hard. Oh wait, I'm so far up.
Yeah, you are technically winning.
Sorry. No, it was a mistake. Just take it though. Ah, wow, I was technically winning until you lost it, you cheeky bastard. Oh, you just technically winning. Taunting me. Pounding my flesh. Making me ripe and juicy for the bishop.
This was truly a game in which you were the Biden.
I was? You were the nasty little Trump, weren't you? Well, I supported you all the way through. Can't believe I left the key in the door. I'm usually so security conscious. Probably would have, if you hadn't noticed it, probably would have left the key in the door and put the chain in. That's what I would have done. Yeah, if we hadn't been, that's what. If we hadn't wanted more beer, then look where we would have been. We would have been brutalized in our own arms. Could have happened. Happened to James Comey. Did happen. He had a home invader. That's what made him want to join the FBI. How long have we been going, do you reckon? We've been going 9 hours. 9 hours.
God, it seems like it's flown by, to be honest.
I know. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good election too. 205 to 209. Oh, Trump. He got more. He got Pennsylvania.
They haven't called Pennsylvania, have they?
Pennsylvania. They called Pennsylvania.
No.
They called Pennsylvania.
No, they haven't. Surely, come on. Who's called Pennsylvania?
They did. Is Alabama? Is that? Yeah, Alabama. I said. Confused.
What?
Wait, does that not mean that the Biden one's more? Up there. It's 7-1 on. I've lost £10, so that's just out. No, 10 on Biden, 270 to 299.
So, do you still want news updates?
Yeah. Wait, let me get you. On mute.
So,
one sec, Tim.
Yeah,
Tim,
yeah.
one sec. Yeah, no. One sec. Tim, sorry.
We got some news coming in, and that's that in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, less than a third of the absentee and early voting ballots have been counted so far. So,
doesn't that mean that we'll be being counted now?
Yeah, they are currently being counted, but I don't know. It will depend what happens with that. I think it could easily be Friday before we have results from all of these places.
Friday? I want to know now.
I know, so do I. We all do. I want to know who the president is. Who's the big man?
Is Arizona usually Republican? I will not be remembered as a fascist. I'll be remembered as a guy that likes to have fun. Oh, be remembered. What's this one on? I don't know the headphones is so Oh, it's loud! Oh, that's very loud. Okay. What? Work tomorrow. I got work tomorrow. I got work tomorrow. Oh, I got work tomorrow.
Shall we call it a night there?
Yeah. Night, everyone.
Good night.
We have a nice time. Night. Alright.
Good night.
Let me end
Happy
it.
election day.
Happy election day.